Blackstone Publishing presents The Departing by Daniel Greene. This book is read by Keith Sarabika. For Jen, you've rescued me more times than I can count, and you're more amazing than you'll ever know. Mauser, west coast of Michigan. A perfect, clear, magnified circle formed around the man below. The man inside the scope's sight picture smiled, unknowing of the projectile violence about to explode his existence in a fraction of a second. A cross with small hashes on each arm hovered over the man's tattoo-covered head. The tattoos ran down his neck and disappeared beneath his clothes. He raised a beer to his lips and took a long swig between laughs. A black eight of spades tattoo ran from the middle of his skull down to the center of his ear, so that it would look like he had it wedged under a ball cap, even when not wearing one. Nice artwork. Mauser shifted the M24 sniper rifle to the man next to him, letting it rest on each individual as he scanned them in search for his elusive prey. The small town crawled with bikers, each club displaying different patch-laden leather vests. Motorcycles roared on side streets. Civilians in their mismatching gear appeared almost leisurely as they came in and out of buildings. They smiled and laughed as they drank and ate in the streets like they were throwing an apocalypse block party. Their ignorance disgusted Mauser. They had no idea of the wall of humanity that marched their way, nor of the firepower that could be brought down upon them at any moment. Two things that they should respect, but were too ignorant to know any better. He slowed his sweep and reversed back where he had just scanned. His crosshairs settled on a single man in the town below. "Bingo," he said under his breath. He knew it was him because of the scar running along his head. The man would stick out like a sore thumb anywhere with that nasty, puckered, shoddily treated wound. His beard had grown longer, making him look almost like a castaway on a forgotten island. His shoulders were still strong. His gaze showed little exterior emotion. He knew the man always held his cards close and never let on what he was calculating in his mind. Steal. Mauser let his finger tap the trigger slightly and softly. The trigger moved the smallest fraction beneath his finger, as if it wanted to so bad but didn't dare. "I could take you now, brother. Send you home where you belong," he whispered. "Not yet, though. Someday we will see who has the better shot." He tracked Steele in his sights. His former friend limped through the town with a crutch wedged under one armpit and the other arm dangling in a sling. "Got banged up now, didn't we?" he said to himself. "What happened to you?" A voice whispered beside him. "Sir, is that him? Do you see him?" The helmeted soldier laid prone next to Mauser, staring at him, holding his binoculars in one hand. "Shut up, Private. No one asked you." Private Vaughn blinked russet-colored eyes. "Sir, we are to report back immediately if we find our target." Mauser pulled his eye away from his scope. Private Vaughn's Adam's apple moved up and down as he gulped. "What are you going to do? Call an airstrike? Give me a minute, Vaughn. Trying to figure out what he's up to." Mauser placed his eye back to his scope, feeling an odd sense of elation as he watched the people below without their knowledge. He was playing a grim reaper, and he could take any of their lives at any moment. With a small press of his finger, their souls would disappear from Earth, never having known that their lives were in jeopardy of being snuffed out. A woman with short black hair talked to Steele. She reached out and touched him. Her hand lingered. "Got ourselves a new friend, I see. Where's Gwen?" He scanned building to building looking for the long, blonde-haired Gwen. He settled on one blonde woman, but she looked too old. He rubbed his eyes. Even with the magnification of his optic, it still wasn't clear. "Where is that crazy girl?" He shifted his optic back to Steele. Now he spoke with a fat biker. "Made some new friends?" He wanted to smile at his old friend, wondering what he was saying. He wondered if Steele was acting all serious, like everything was business as usual. He shook the emotion away and remembered why he was there. The sight left a bitter taste in his mouth. "Sir, what should we report?" Mauser pulled his head back. "Jesus, Vaughn, fucking settle down. We're running a reconnaissance op, not running home to tattle to Daddy." A group of 6 bikers rolled their motorcycles toward the edge of town. Mauser tracked them. What better report than from the cat's mouth itself? Mauser tapped Vaughn, and they both crawled, elbow over elbow, until they had sufficient tree cover. He stood up and slung his M24, then picked up his Special Operations Forces Combat Assault Rifle 17, also known as a Scar H or Scar Heavy, that shot 7.62 by 51 millimeter NATO rounds. He brushed himself off. The 6 soldiers of his squad stood about in a wooded clearing. His men wore helmets in the brown, green, and gray camouflage of the Army combat uniforms. Specialist Brown's ACU jacket was unbuttoned, revealing a surprising gut. He held his M4 carbine casually across his shoulders. Corporal Jarvis was over 6 feet tall and fiddled with a necklace of rotting, graying fingers around his neck, claiming it was some sort of good luck charm, but all Mauser got from it was the putrid stink of decomposing flesh. 2 Humvees sat parked nearby in a 2-lane track that had taken them up onto the tiny hill and provided them a small vantage over Pentwater. The Humvee doors were open, his men leaning outside. Private First Class Campos sat in one turret. His jaw worked as he chewed the same piece of gum he'd had for weeks. Private Lowe stood in the other turret, his head tilted downward and his chin on his chest. He appeared to be napping with his M2 50 caliber machine gun pointing toward the sky. Red-haired Sergeant Yates leaned against a Humvee, his M4 carbine resting on the ground. His massive forearms covered his chest. A single low moan drifted up through the trees behind the Humvees. Yates peered over his shoulder in its direction. Neither concern nor excitement registered on his face. Mauser's gunmetal-colored eyes darted to the movement in the trees. The others glanced casually around them. Jarvis grabbed his M16A4, and Campos trained his 50 cal in its direction. "Sounds like one," Yates grunted. "I got eyes on," Campos called down. "It's by itself." "What we got?" Lowe said from the other turret. Mauser gave him a nasty glare. "Infected, you lazy sack." "I got it," Yates said. He sliced the pie off the Humvee, taking an angle that would maximize his eyes on target while minimizing his exposure to enemy gunfire. Mauser wasn't sure of its usefulness against the dead, but it never hurt to keep your tactics sharp. The lone infected emerged from the trees. When it walked, its right shoulder dipped lower in stride with its mangled gait. Its head bent to one side and a skeletal mouth hung open. Pieces of gray skin were peeled off its face and replaced with black, rotting flesh, and its hair was mostly gone with only stringy clumps remaining. Inky blood oozed through its t-shirt and soiled sweater. A line of bullet holes draped raggedly across its chest. "No guns, Sergeant," Mauser said. Yates gave him a glance over his shoulder. "Pussy, you think we couldn't take that rabble down there with just this squad?" "Sack up, boss," Brown laughed at Mauser. "You got no faith in us?" Mauser smirked. "If I didn't think Jackson would lock us up, I'd charge down the hill right now and end this." The infected raised a tattered sleeve of its sweater, a bony hand saluting the soldiers. "True," Yates said. He released his straight-bladed K-bar from its molly sheath on his vest. "Come on over, baby," he cooed. He waved, extended his hand, and goaded the infected on. "Let Daddy release you from your misery." The infected dragged closer, and Yates struck quick like a viper, jabbing a black steel tongue inches into the top of the infected skull. The dead hung for a moment, suspended by his blade. With immense strength, Yates twisted his torso, whipping the dead body to the side, removing it from his blade. "Lowe, look alive up there!" Sergeant Yates called up at the soldier in the turret. He bent down next to the body, still yelling at the other soldier. "At least face outward or something. Where there's one, there's always more." "Yes, sir," Lowe said, a tone of timid irritation in his voice. Lowe turned his stubbly chin and faced the rear of the squad. "Is that our boy down there?" Yates asked, standing up. Mauser looked back down in the direction of the town. "That's them, all right." Sergeant Yates smiled beneath his reddish beard and pulled his carbine back in front of his body. Mauser turned to Vaughn. "Get Jackson on the line. Tell him we got a hit on the target. Saddle up, boys. We're about to make some new friends." A wicked grin crossed Jarvis's lips, and he gave Brown a fist pound. "You heard the man. Get ready for a fight," Sergeant Yates said. He marched back to the lead Humvee. "Let's see what Steele's friends are up to," Mauser said. He tossed his sniper rifle to Brown. He caught it and placed it in the lead Humvee. Mauser pointed down the road. "We'll meet there." An hour later, they rolled into Forward Operating Base, FOB, Persistence, of Colonel Jackson's mixed National Guard force. The tent city was contained inside a barricade of Humvees in an abandoned state park in a forested clearing for camping. A soldier with the red keystone of Pennsylvania waved them inside the base. A big segment of the soldiers in the base came directly from Colonel Jackson's battalions from his original unit in Pennsylvania. Most were known as the Bloody Anvil Boys for their steadfast courage in World War II. The remnants of 16 National Guard units had all joined together under Jackson's command. The Tree and Stars of Tennessee, the Sword and Sunburst of New York, and the Circle and Star of Ohio decorated soldiers' sleeves inside the base. They were the soldiers left behind in the military's hasty retreat west. Now they had formed their own unit, forged together in the heat of battle and the crucible of survival. Mauser's Humvee screeched to a halt in front of a large tan tent. He hopped out of the passenger side and slammed the door. He pointed at Jarvis. "Keep them nearby. You'll want to see them." The rows of tents were not uniform, but still held a level of conformity to them. Mauser nodded to two soldiers standing outside the tent. He opened a flap and ducked inside. What would normally house screens, computers, and monitors now only held tables with paper maps spread over them. A short, bald man stood on the far end. Other officers stood nearby. Major Ludlow from the Ohio National Guard looked up as Mauser entered. He was more like a fly than an officer with his bug eyes. Captain Ogden of the Tennessee National Guard was a small man with an apparent Napoleon complex, and gave Mauser a look like he wanted to fight for dominance. Lieutenant Colonel Davis from the New York National Guard pointed at a map with a long arm, looming over the other officers. The light shone off the top of Jackson's head. His hands leaned on the table as he studied the map. He wore ACUs, but the jacket was unbuttoned and relaxed. His face was taut and his skin tight, like someone had tightened a drawstring in the back of his skull. His lips were thin and would sometimes quiver before he spoke. "I received your report from Sector 6. The only sizable town in that area is Pentwater. Do you agree?" Jackson said. The colonel's voice was steady and he seemed calm today. For that, Mauser was thankful. Anything else, and he would need to tread lightly to avoid an outburst from the man. "That's correct, sir." "Good. And you saw him? Agent Steele?" Mauser shifted on his feet a bit. It was one thing to not be with him, but working against his former best friend and fellow counterterrorism agent still stung on the inside. He got past it by remembering the murders Steele's renegade allies had committed against the military in what seemed like a lifetime ago. Mauser nodded. "I had positive identification by his facial scar. Did you also see that two-faced traitor Kinnick?" Jackson's thin lips twitched with the mention of his enemy. His mouth stretched across his skeletal head in a wide frown. "No confirmation on rebel military forces." "Did you see any military units with Agent Steele?" Ludlow asked. His wide-set eyes almost didn't blink. "No, sir. Most of his people were dressed in civilian attire, with an oddly large contingent of motorcycle bikers." "Interesting," Jackson said, frowning. "Why would he abandon the aid of Kinnick and his special forces lapdogs?" "Maybe they abandoned him," Ogden said from below. "Maybe." Jackson considered his map once more. Mauser waited a moment before he spoke again. "Sir, we were able to capture some of his followers." Jackson looked up and a smile crawled over his skull-like face. "You are a good soldier, Mauser, one of my best. Finding you amid the wreckage of this earth was a rare find." Mauser nodded again. "Thank you, sir. Not all of their party made it." Jackson smiled. "Surely we didn't need all of them." He waved to Mauser. "Bring them in." He stepped back to the entrance, flipped open the tent flap, and hollered, "Corporal Jarvis, bring them in." After a moment, Jarvis swatted a bald biker in a long-sleeved leather jacket, driving him inside the tent. He was followed by a fat biker with a brown beard and a woman in her 50s with long brown hair. Their hands were tied and bound behind them. Metal snakes were sewn onto their outer garments. Jackson smiled. "Gentle people of Michigan, welcome." He was a shark that bared his teeth, begging others to believe that he was only an angelfish. "Tell me about Agent Steele." The bald man's eyebrows narrowed. "Who the fuck is that?" he spat. The woman's brow furrowed. "We don't know nothing, and fuck you, pig." She spit at the colonel. The colonel followed the spit down to the ground as it landed harmlessly on the floor. Jackson's smile widened. Mauser was sure he was amused now. "Such vigor, such angst, and for what? We haven't harmed you." The colonel nodded to Jarvis. The corporal half swung the stock of his M16A4 into the female's face. Her nose cracked as the butt connected. She bent forward in pain. "Ow, my nose!" she cried. Bent over, she spit blood and teeth onto the floor of the tent. Jackson bent down close to her face. He put his thick fingers on her head and squeezed her hair in his hand, pulling her closer to his face. She moaned as he forced her face closer to his. Blood dripped out of her mouth, forming a crimson-red lipstick atop her lips. He spoke softly. "Now you can be angry with me." He kept his face close to hers, drinking in her pain. After a moment, she stood up straight, breathing hard. She spit more blood from her mouth. Jackson smirked, genuine mirth settling on his face. "I don't have time for your stupid pride." He blinked at Jarvis. He struck the woman in the stomach. She cried out in pain. He slammed the butt of his gun in the back of her shoulders. Her body hit the floor. She struggled onto her shoulders as she tried to get her knees under her. Jackson smiled and gave Jarvis a deep nod. He kicked her in the spine, sending her body into convulsions of pain. The fat one frowned, looking from the woman and back to Colonel Jackson, only just comprehending what the military man was asking. "Wait, you talking about the cripple?" Jackson's eyebrows rose high on his face. He held up a palm to Jarvis, who took a step away from the woman. Jackson cocked his head to the side. "Cripple? Did Agent Steele sustain injury?" "Yeah, he's up there. Got a bum leg and a messed up arm. Leads some community of folks." The woman looked up at the fat biker. "Shut your mouth, Nader. Can't you see that's what he wants?" Her eyes narrowed at the colonel. "That's interesting information, isn't it, Major?" Jackson turned toward Ludlow. The bug-eyed Major smiled. "Yes, it is, sir. Strike while the iron's hot." Nader looked confused. "Why would you want to do that?" Jackson tisk-tisked the man, walking forward, one boot in front of the other. Nader. I'm not just going to kill him. I'm going to grind his deceitful little life out of him." Colonel Jackson stopped close to the trio of bikers. He breathed in their scent. Their leather creaked as they leaned away from him. "This is going to be a lot of fun." Jackson looked down and fixed Nader's jacket with a pat on the chest. Jackson licked his thread-like lips, and Mauser shuddered. He hated when the colonel got like this. It made him question their mission or lack thereof. "This isn't going to be pretty." Jackson removed a pen from his sleeve pocket. "Let's send Agent Steele a little message." When? Illinois side of the Mississippi River. Her feet squished in the wet mud bank that led down to the dirty water. She stepped gingerly, trying not to lose her balance on the slick slope. The hazel waters of the Mississippi rushed before her, sweeping over rocks and trees alike near the muddy banks. The second longest river in the United States ran almost from top to bottom of the U.S., north to south, basically dividing the nation in two. From where she stood in Illinois, it was over 1,000 meters across to the fertile lands of Iowa. The engines of her vehicles idled behind her, waiting for her to make a decision. Her greenish eyes gazed across the river at a small town. The buildings in the town looked as cold and dreary as the sky above. Old 1- and 2-story buildings rose up in a cluster. The architecture was late 19th century design of red and white bricks. Other buildings had painted wood sidings of red, blue, and green. Similar buildings peppered towns across the Midwest, still standing, still in use for the most part, and from a forgotten time of prosperity and growth, a time that had disappeared, leaving only its forgotten ruins behind. There was a chance before the outbreak that they could diversify their economies and make a comeback. Now they were all that was left. These isolated small towns had only a natural barrier a couple thousand miles long to hold off the dead. A knot of short and stout 2-story silver grain bins sat near the edge of town. Farther away, 90-foot concrete silos stood, tops capped with white domes. Prevents the condensation from precipitating back onto the silage, causing it to spoil, she thought. During her days as a little girl, until the day she had left, her grandfather had always explained the ins and outs of farming to her. She shaded her eyes out of habit from an almost non-existent sun. Her other hand instinctually rested on her lower abdomen. Her belly was already beginning to push out, but only enough to make her uncomfortable. She couldn't feel the being that grew inside her. but she knew it was there growing. A life that would be utterly defenseless in a world that was brutal, harsh, and short since the outbreak. Distant figures moved around the town. From her distance, it was hard to tell if they were alive or dead. Please be alive. She didn't know if she could stomach the dead here. A man grunted next to her. "Is this the place?" The tall welder had muscled arms and held his AR-15 like it was a child's popgun. His greasy long hair lay draped over his shoulders like he belonged in the Middle Ages. She looked up at the man. The town made her want to smile and cry at the same time. "Yes, it is. This is Hacklebarney." Her childhood home. Home to roughly 1,000 people, give or take. The last census was 2010, but she was pretty sure it'd be lower now. The deaths of the elderly and the departure of the young, it was only a matter of time before it was filled with only ghosts and memories, if that time wasn't already upon them. "Looks like a good place," Gregor said, his voice low. "It used to be. Not sure now," she said, turning back to the convoy. "I'll be glad to get a roof over my head." She gestured with her head. "Come on." A dozen vehicles sat waiting. A long yellow bus, a few pickups, 2 conversion vans, and some cars. Scared but hopeful eyes peered through glass windows in her direction. She opened the passenger side door of a green van and slipped onto the seat. Gregor lumbered around to the driver's side. A woman leaned forward from the back seat onto the center console between the driver and passenger seats. "Is this it?" Harriet said. She kept an arm wrapped around a young boy and girl. Sitting awkwardly next to her on the edge of the bench seat was Hank, one of the little Sable Point volunteers sent by Steele to protect the convoy of the elderly and young people escaping the lakeshore community. His .30-06 hunting rifle was wedged barrel down into the doorframe of the sliding door. Gwen turned around and faced them. More heads poked out of 2 more bench seats. A young mother, Joey, and her daughter Patty, elderly gray-headed Ben and May Clemens. Dr. Thatcher petted his nervous Pomeranian with a smile. She ignored the little blond boy sitting in the back next to the window. He stared outside as if he were bored. "He's not real. Or is he?" "This is it," she smiled. The facial movement felt foreign to her, as if her muscles had to strain to keep that position, but it was genuine. The passengers let out sighs of relief. "Iowa is just across the river, and Grandpa's farm is about 10 miles outside of town." Tears filled May's eyes, and Ben squeezed her tight. Harriet shook the shoulders of Freddie and stroked Char's brown hair. The almost teenage girl stared out the window, not showing any emotion. Harriet's eyes looked pained as she watched her, and Gwen gave her an understanding look. Char had been adopted by Harriet. Both Char's parents were dead. Her mother had died during the outbreak, and her father had been slain at the Battle of Little Sable Point. She was an orphan of the apocalypse. "We will be safe soon," Gwen confirmed loudly, making sure Char could hear her. The girl would need so much love and patience to come out of her silence. Gwen turned back, facing the river again. "Take us home, Gregor." "Yes, ma'am," he said. He shifted the van into drive, and they rolled forward down the road. It had been over 6 years since Gwen had been back to her hometown. It had been a lifetime in her mind. With each day a struggle to survive, it may as well have been forever. She watched the town as they drove closer. It seemed untouched by the tentacles of the war and the infected. No burnt-out buildings, no bullet holes covering the walls, no bodies in the streets, no tent cities where the leftover refugees fled while everyone else killed one another. Only a small town in the heartland of a dying nation. Gregor turned the wheel and the convoy entered a 2-lane bridge. Rusted steel girders rose up and encircled the bridge, crisscrossing to create a stable platform. Gregor pointed a big finger and took his foot off the accelerator, letting the van slow down on its own. 2 8-wheeled combines sat side by side in the center of the bridge, blocking both lanes of traffic. One was green and one was blue. "Infected," Gregor growled. "Keep driving. We'll take care of them when we get close," Gwen commanded. She turned and spoke over her shoulder. "Hank, get ready." She slipped her Glock 43 9mm out of its holster and set the black handgun on her knee. She rested her hand on it as they grew closer to the blockage on the bridge. Her finger nervously tapped the slide. Gregor let the van roll to a stop in front of the hulking farming equipment. Gray-skinned infected turned in their direction. Dead white eyes longed for them. She exhaled forcefully. "Let's move!" she shouted. Her hand ripped the door handle and her foot kicked the door. It flew open. Standing partially behind the open door as concealment, she lined up her three-dot sights on the nearest infected. The infected let out a low moan from a partially open mouth as it reached for her with its bony fingers. She silenced it with a hot round from her Glock. The shell casing clinked onto the bridge. Hank's rifle boomed behind her, followed by Gregor's AR-15. She focused on the ones that were close, letting the other men take out the infected farther away. She had learned early on that trying a headshot with a handgun on a moving target from a distance of more than 7 yards was a challenge for her. She notched another headshot from about 5 yards away. The last of the infected vanquished, she stared up at the massive vehicles. "Come on!" she called at the others, stepping over the recently slain infected. She kicked the giant tire. Her foot bounced harmlessly off the side. "There's no way we can move these things on our own," Gregor said. He looked up at the driving compartment, almost in awe of the giant machinery. "Well, somebody had to put these damn things here," she said. She wedged herself up onto the side of the bridge. She used a rusted steel girder to steady herself atop the beam. Ignoring the water flowing at a good speed below her, she looked past the combines toward the town. Nobody was there. She clambered up onto a giant combine tire and took a short leap from the tire to the driver's compartment. Wrapping her fingers around the door handle, she clicked a round button. The door popped open. She hopped into the driver's seat. The cushion was hard foam with a short back. Monitors, a wheel, buttons lined the inside. Glancing around, she smiled and placed her hands on the steering wheel like she was a little kid on the farm again. "Been a while since I've gotten behind the wheel of one of these." She scratched her head. Her grandpa's had been a much older version, not riddled with so much technology. It was a relic repaired and passed down from generation to generation. The family farm was never large enough or lucrative enough to purchase new equipment. Farming had changed drastically since the old man's time. Farms had grown bigger, and the smaller farmer had been all but plowed under by corporate farming techniques and their financial backing by big business. She felt around the ignition and then looked up at the visor. A worn picture of a family was stuck in the flap. She tugged on the visor and keys dangled from it, attached to the strap. "What do you know?" she shouted down at Gregor. She leaned out and jangled the keys at him. The tall welder smiled and laughed. "Sometimes you get lucky," he shouted back. "Or you make it yourself," she said to herself. She stuck the key in and twisted it, bringing the combine to life. "Let's get you in reverse." She bent forward, checking her mirror. She squinted when the mirror brought into focus a man. A country voice spooked her as he shouted, "Now I know you weren't thinking of moving this expensive piece of equipment without permission, were you, girl?" Gwen turned over her shoulder and found herself face to face with the round barrel of a shotgun. The voice was slow and sure with a ring of authority. "Keeping your hands where I can see them, how about you move nice and slow out of that compartment and go join your heavy metal boyfriend down there?" Bit by bit, Gwen lifted her hands off the steering wheel. Baby steps brought her to the edge of the combine. The voice drove her along. "Go on now. Nice and easy. Get back down there." The man gestured with his shotgun toward the ground. Gwen did as instructed, stepping and then jumping down to the ground. With her hands in the air, she turned around and looked up. Armed men in overalls, flannels, and trucker hats aimed guns at them from atop giant combine wheels and around the driver's compartments. A man in his late 50s with a graying-brown mustache that could rival Tom Selleck's pointed a shotgun at them with one hand. A gold star was prominently featured on his breast, overtop a khaki-tan shirt and brown pants. A long revolver hung on his hip, along with a pair of steel handcuffs. His words burst through his impressive mustache. "Let's go on now. Turn those cars around and get on out of here. We don't got room for you, so don't ask. That's an official order from the sheriff in these parts." Gwen eyed Gregor from the corner of her eye and looked at the cars behind her. The scared faces of the people depending on her stared out from the vehicles. "I didn't come all the way here to be sent away like a scolded child." "We won't!" Gwen shouted. The sheriff's mustache twitched under his long nose. "Miss, we don't want to hurt anyone, but the bridge is closed. Hackle Barney is off limits to the public." "We're coming across. I got family in these parts, Sheriff," she said up at him. She was surprised at the little rural Iowan twang that had crept into her words. The sheriff brought the shotgun stock to his shoulder. "If you did, you don't any more. I won't ask again. Get." He glanced at his men. "Red and Beebe, get those guns up. What the hell kind of posse are you?" The farmers hesitantly raised hunting rifles to their shoulders. "Wait." Gwen shook her head and squinted. "I can't remember his name." "I'm from here," she shouted. The sheriff pushed his brown cowboy hat back up on his brow. His gun lowered a bit. "Ha! I've heard a thing or two in my day, but nothing like that. And who might you be, missy?" "I'm Gwen Reynolds, John and Lydia's granddaughter." The sheriff's eyes narrowed as he rubbed his mustache. "Gwen? No, that can't be you." The sheriff lowered his gun a bit and leaned forward, trying to get a better look at her. "Yes, sir, it is." A big grin spread on his face. "Well, I'll be damned. Let me get a look at you." The sheriff helped himself down onto the road. He threw his shotgun on his shoulder and ambled over to Gwen. She let her hands fall to her sides. He walked within a few feet of her and looked down his long nose at her. "Gwen Reynolds?" he said inquisitively. He reached out and lifted up her chin. She let herself be inspected by the bushy, sideburn-clad lawman. "You remember me?" "No, sir." "Name's Sheriff Donaldson. You must have been about 15 or 16 last time I saw you. Lucky for you, you took after Lydia's side, not that dog John." He looked past her at the line of cars. His face turned to concern. "These your people?" "Yes, Sheriff Donaldson. I am responsible for them. All of them." Sheriff Donaldson nodded. "Town's been under a strict curfew since the sick people started coming in, but I think Mayor Dobson will make an exception for you." He smiled at her. "People said for a long time that it would take an act of God to bring you back to Hacklebarney. Just didn't think it would be an act like this. Jake will be glad to see you." Gwen squeezed her eyes closed, and a surge of panic raced into her stomach. Jake Bullis. The mention of her former high school sweetheart made her cringe on the inside. The terms she had left on had been less than optimal for either party. "Are my grandparents still here?" His brow furrowed. "Well, of course. Where else would they be?" Gwen sighed, relief washing over her. Her family was here. Her childhood town was still here, and she was home. She closed her eyes for a moment. "Thank God," she whispered to herself. The sheriff turned around and yelled at his compatriots. "Red, you and B&B get those combines off the bridge. Gwen Reynolds has come back." "Hiya, Gwen," B.B. said. The wrinkled, gray-haired farmer gave her a wave and a smile. "Thought that was you. Couldn't have been sure, though. Eyes just ain't what they used to be." Red grinned at her and moved his dirty ball cap farther up on his forehead. The 70-year-old had the build of an old-time boxer with a large, rounded jaw. "John's going to be mighty pleased to have you back. He's been worried sick. Lydia's been at the church every day praying for your safe return." "I'm glad to be back," she shouted up at him. The two old farmers turned on their combines and, one at a time, reversed them the other way on the bridge. They rumbled away, exhaust pipes pumping dark smoke into the air. Gwen walked back and sat in the van. The sheriff waved them forward, shotgun wedged into the crook of his elbow. Gregor stared at her. "Gwen, you all right?" His eyes darted from her to the sheriff. She sat in a daze, the whims of a small town crashing back onto her. She had ended up right back where she started, facing the very place she had fled. "Of course," she said after a moment. She sighed. "Let's get over the bridge before they change their mind." She gave Gregor a short smile. Her stomach turned over. An uneasiness enveloped her where she should have been filled with joy at her homecoming. Why do I feel so out of place? Kinnick, Peterson Air Force Base, Colorado. Kinnick's arm was asleep. He took his finger and brushed her long blonde hair off her shoulders. He gently rolled the naked woman off his arm by pushing with one hand and pulling his trapped hand free. She mumbled something and snuggled back into her white pillow. He rolled over to the side and sat up, his legs hanging off the edge of the bed. He shook his arm out to overcome the pins and needles inside and ran a hand over his head. The room was dark. The on-base lodging for military personnel had all the makings of a hotel room: a couch, TV, dressers, and crappy, outdated carpet. The soundproof windows did enough to block out the air traffic of Peterson Air Force Base, but a faint rumbling could always be heard. Grabbing his boxers from the floor, he pulled them up to his waist. They felt loose, like they could fall back down at any moment. A swift knock rapped on the door. He looked at it for a moment, trying to remember why someone would be there so early in the morning. He walked quickly to the door, scratching the back of his head. When he reached the door, he cracked it open a few inches and peered out. "What?" he whispered, his voice hoarse from a fitful night's sleep. A private with wide eyes stared back. He blinked with surprise at the colonel's short answer and gulped. "Colonel Kinnick?" "Yeah, what do you want?" "Sir General Doherty is requesting your presence back at the operations center." Kinnick yawned and half covered his mouth. "I'll be over." The private looked down at his feet. "Sir, he said to hurry." He gulped. "The general, sir." "Tell him I'll be over soon. Thank you, Private." "But—" Turning away, he closed the door in the private's face. A voice came from the bed. What did they want? Captain Gallagher sat up in the bed, using the white sheets to cover herself. Her hair fell about her shoulders, ruffled and disheveled from sleep and the night before. Kinnick shook his head. "I don't know," he sighed. "I can't imagine it's good, knowing the general." "He's not a bad leader, Michael. He's gotten us this far." Her eyes darted at him to see if he approved of what she had said. She knew he hated the general for not providing adequate assistance holding the passes of Colorado against the dead, leading to the nuclear holocaust to the western part of the United States. Kinnick sighed. "Don't get me started on the man." She gave him a sly smirk. "Not anything like you." She crawled to the edge of the bed, moving like a cat burglar. Her bare feet touched the carpet, and she swept up the sheet, taking care to wrap it around her shoulders. She walked over to Kinnick, bed sheets dragging behind her like a cape. Her mouth formed a mischievous grin, and she cupped his cheeks. Her lips pushed onto his, and she kissed him deeply. The sheet fell away from her. "He can wait," Kinnick whispered. "But I can't," she said. Colonel Kinnick entered Peterson Air Force Base's NORAD Operations Center. The Operations Center was primarily enclosed on a large open floor with a multitude of multi-screen workstations for both civilians and airmen working there. The far wall held large projection televisions displaying maps of the airspace and video of ground operations. The televisions that normally held news reporting now showed a short list of operating airfields. A concerned Major Thomas stood waiting. His eyes were worried behind his black-rimmed glasses. He immediately walked toward Kinnick. Major Thomas's words were rushed. Kinnick found it slightly amusing that the Special Forces major could get flustered over a retired Air Force colonel who had failed to stop the Vice President from nuking the western seaboard. "Sir, we've been waiting." "For what?" Kinnick said nonchalantly. "For you, sir." The major's eyes bounced toward the war room doors. "General Doherty is furious." "What's he going to do? Demote me?" The major's eyes darted around the operations center. "Also, Captain Gallagher is late." Tongues always loved to wag about the office's new romance. Kinnick had dealt with that much of his entire career. Gossip was a mainstay of any military installation. He supposed he was immune from that kind of scrutiny now. He wasn't in the armed forces anymore. In fact, the only place he had been beholden to was wiped off the map a few months ago. Since the Under-Secretary of State for Management, Garland, had somehow found himself in the Golden Triangle safe zone, it was no longer necessary for Kinnick to fill a useless diplomatic seat now that there weren't any other nations to negotiate with. Kinnick wasn't surprised that Garland had managed to make it to Colorado first. Garland could talk himself off of death row and had walked away from numerous scandals unscathed. He had settled into his new role as the Secretary of State with ease. Thomas led Kinnick through the cubicles for the war room. The war room was a skiff attached to the operations center. A red light was on above the door, meaning that the sensitive compartmentalized information briefing had already begun. Kinnick glanced to Thomas. "Looks like they started without me." "Yes, sir, but he's waiting for you to disclose a new operation." "Me?" Kinnick said. He gave the major an unbelieving look. "That guy wants nothing to do with me." Kinnick stopped at the war room door. The light illuminated Kinnick and Thomas in a red glow. All that it meant to Kinnick was that when he entered the room, everyone would have to stop what they were doing, ensure classified information was not exposed, and then let him in. His hand hovered over the flat gray door handle. He glanced at the Major. "Because he wants you to lead it," Thomas whispered. Kinnick digested his words for a moment and stayed his hand. "Lead it?" "Yes, sir. The Vice President has been very clear and the General is on board." Kinnick could feel his gut tightening in a knot. He had fought so hard for countless lives, only to have them stripped away in a matter of minutes. He didn't count the soldiers in with them. Those were more personal. The whole thing had left him embittered to any direction leadership wanted to force on the remainders of the nation. "Brady? Why? So they can nuke the next place I go?" "I'm not sure, sir." The light clicked off above Kinnick. "I used to think that I was smart to get out, but I guess I never realized that you could never really leave." Kinnick shoved his hand down on the door handle hard and ducked inside. He closed the door and the red light flicked back on. He turned, facing the room. In the center was a long oval wooden table. Tall black leather chairs sat around the table filled with military officers. On one end, General Doherty sat on the right of Vice President Brady. General Monroe sat on Brady's left. Monroe gave Kinnick a friendly nod. Monroe was the only commanding officer that Kinnick felt gave a damn about the nation and the people within. General Doherty's eyes narrowed behind his glasses. "Nice of you to join us," Doherty breathed. He glanced down at his paperwork, not trying to disguise his irritation with Kinnick. The Vice President sighed next to him as if he was bored, his hands folded around a glass of scotch in front of him. He wasn't even pretending to care about his current appearance. Kinnick was sure the man hadn't shaved in weeks. A patchy beard covered his face, and dark circles hung beneath his eyes. Brady glared. "We've been waiting on you, Colonel." Kinnick thumbed through the paperwork in front of him. "I was preoccupied." "Next time, don't be." The look on Brady's face told Kinnick that it was his only and final warning. Kinnick picked up a stack of papers in front of him. In a block across the top, it read "Top Secret," and below that, "Special Authorization Required." He turned the cover sheet over. His eyes skimmed down the page. Operation Homefront. "Go ahead, General," Brady said with a lazy wave of his hand. He brought his other hand to his lips and took a slurping sip of his scotch. Doherty nodded and stood. "Please refer to the briefing in front of you for details while I explain the current situation." He stood and clicked a button on his remote, and a PowerPoint presentation illuminated the far wall. "As we all know, the nuclear strikes against the West Coast cities were a success." He hovered a red dot laser pointer west of the Rockies. "We have minimized the threat from the west." The laser's red dot shifted to the East Coast. "The larger threat still marches from the east. Infected numbering in the millions trickles this way. We are observing a general trend from the East Coast. As the living are annihilated and survivors are driven west, the infected are following. It has been confirmed from numerous sources." He clicked and a new slide appeared. "Our response will take place in the form of a comprehensive large-scale operation with the smallest number of U.S. combat forces possible." A blue background slide appeared. Across the top read, "Operation Homefront" in white lettering. The logo was of two hands shaking, one in military uniform and the other in plainclothes with an American flag in the background. Underneath the hands it read, "United we stand together." "Operation Homefront will be the mobilization and training of all civilians that live along the Mississippi River. We will provide a viable force to combat the enemy and give us the time we need for mass development and distribution of the Primus necrovirus vaccine." "You mean they are the buffer force you need," Kinnick said. Officers around the table turned their eyes on him. Doherty glared at him behind his glasses. "They are pivotal to the survival of the nation and this government. Providing them essential training and support will greatly enhance both their and our opportunity to survive." He hammered the PowerPoint clicker with his thumb. The slide changed over to a green map of the United States. A thick blue line ran from the center of Minnesota all the way down to New Orleans, effectively cutting the United States into two pieces, east and west. He circled it with his laser pointer. "The Mississippi runs over 2,000 miles. Any sizable towns will be garrisoned by Green Beret units. They will be responsible to train the civilians and defend key segments of the river. Doherty clicked and a new slide popped up. It read, Southern Mississippi AOR. Colonel Canton will take south of St. Louis to the Gulf. A gray-haired Colonel Canton nodded in his seat, his face permanently locked like he had just eaten a lemon. Where do we expect the main body of the infected to strike? Kinnick asked. He stared at the map, awaiting a response. Another suicide mission. All of our latest reporting indicates that Iowa and Missouri will carry the brunt of the enemy force. Iowa's proximity to Chicago, as well as the northern East Coast roadways and geographical features, will take the dead straight into there. Missouri, with its long Mississippi River border, will take the brunt of the southern masses. The general clicked to the next slide. The slide read, Northern Mississippi AOR. Kinnick's name was on the slide. Colonel Kinnick will lead 5 ODAs from Carson to La Crescent, Minnesota. It's on the western side of the Mississippi across from La Crosse. We will drop you in via helicopter. There you will link up with Marine Corps Lieutenant Colonel Eldridge. He has been instructed to provide an appropriate number of small riverine craft for transportation and support down the Mississippi. Kinnick held up a halting hand. Wait, you expect me to lead this operation? Need I remind you I am retired Air Force? I'm not sure I am the best person to lead this operation. This was far beyond his skill set. I have no special operations experience. All I've done is lead a failed stopgap measure in the mountains and lost a bunch of good soldiers. The vice president folded his hands loosely in front of his chest. I requested you myself for this operation. Your grit impressed me in the Battle of the Passes. A slight smile curled on General Doherty's lips. I concurred with the vice president's assessment. I couldn't think of a better man for the job. In accordance with DOD 1352.01, you are now recalled to active duty. Paperwork has already been processed. Doherty took a step next to the table and slid a piece of paper across to Kinnick. Kinnick picked it up. In block lettering it read, Active Duty Report near the top, and DD 220 in a box at the bottom. Doherty's signature was scrawled in a box above. Kinnick exhaled from his nose. I'm sure you couldn't think of a better man to send out on the front lines to get eaten alive by the dead. I am assuming that there are plenty of Special Forces officers that would love an opportunity to take this command. Doherty smiled as he spoke. There were, and we told them all no. Kinnick let the paper in his hands fall to rest on the table. Why me? Brady smiled, and it was just twisted enough to convince Kinnick he might have lost his mind. He pointed with his glass still in his hand. Because I'm convinced no one else can do the job. Steele, Pentwater, Michigan. The woman's voice sounded distant in his mind. Steele, wake up. It echoed over and over as it faded to the recesses of his psyche. The words danced around a man in black holding a lighter near his face. The flames danced across his dream vision. The words repeated themselves over and over. Steele cracked his eyes open. The man in the flames disappeared in a cloud of smoke. The shadowy outline of a woman's head in the doorway of a dark room took his place. He knew her voice. It had a hint of roughness around the edges. Her slender, slightly curved frame slipped all the way into the room, and her outline hovered before his eyes. The grogginess of sleep slowly retreated. Tess, he groaned. His friend and partner from Little Sable Point was extremely comfortable with little to no personal boundaries, so much that she was the only one who would knock before coming into his room. He had the underlying suspicion that she somehow had taken claim over him, even though his heart was promised to another. He closed his eyes again, wanting to drift back to sleep. "What is it?" he whispered. Outside his window, it was still black in the depths of night. His good hand felt clumsily around a desk next to a single bed. His fingers locked around his sidearm, a black military-issued Beretta M9A1. He used the front sight to scratch his forehead and pressed harder on the itchy sides of his head scar tissue. Tess's voice was soft despite her normal bad girl attitude. 7 sisters came back with some bodies. He opened his eyes fully and was rewarded by her slightly curved, slender figure. Whose were they? Iron drakes. Steele sat up, swinging his legs onto the floor and feeling his Thor's hammer slide on its chain between his pectorals, a reminder of his comrade Jarl's sacrifice. His right arm hung in a browning dirty sling, useless. He flexed his fingers and closed them hard. His fist was weak and unformed. He glanced up at her. Infected? You should probably see this for yourself. He felt around for his pants. You know I don't like surprises. She shook her head. Her short-cropped hair stayed in place, slicked back across her skull. She smiled at him, giving a quick peek down at his boxers. He ignored her wandering eyes. His mind felt fuzzy, like he needed a hot cup of coffee before he dealt with whatever disaster was coming their way. Even with the pastor and the chosen captive, his sleep was spotty at best, knowing Jackson was on the loose. He adjusted his boxers, uncomfortable under her gaze. What? She kept smiling. Nice boxers, nerd. He looked down at his underwear. They were decorated with yellow cartoon dogs with badges. A defensive smile treaded his lips. Deputy Bucky is a hero, he said to her. Buckyville would be in chaos without his tenacious crime fighting. She smirked. Whatever you say, Mr. Tough Guy. Awkwardly, he pulled up his ACU pants with his good hand. While he recovered in the fire station, Gwen had cleaned them and then patched the holes where the pellets had shredded the fabric. He cinched his belt tight around his hard stomach. I'm going to need a new belt soon or some new holes in this one. He gingerly threw a shirt over his body and as gently as possible eased his damaged arm through the armhole. The bandages tugged on his healing skin and he grimaced in pain. Damn, that stings. He wrapped his sling back around his shoulders and holstered his firearm on his left-hand side, a move that was not familiar to him. As quietly as he could, he thumped down the fire station hallway with his crutch that whined and squeaked with every step. The rooms in the fire station dormitory were filled with the remaining members of Little Sable Point that hadn't gone with Gwen. They were his volunteers. Their numbers had grown since the Battle of Little Sable Point, every single person that had fought in the battle joining his all-volunteer force. Others that had fled in the face of the pastor's wrath had found their way back, joining Sable's ranks once again. The few who had survived the battle had a bit of swagger to them. He didn't know why, because they were thrashed and beaten, but they had held out long enough to throw one solid haymaker for the win. That was something to be proud of. He took the winding metal steps one by one, holding onto the handrail to steady his hopping down the spiral stairs. At the bottom was the fire station garage, empty save for supplies and now a gathering of people. Men and women wearing all manner of riding leather along with thunder stood below. Tess followed Steele, settling nearby, her arms folded over her shoulder harness that held her black M1911. Ahmed shouldered a baseball bat, standing to the side of the group. Kevin must be passed out upstairs. Steele crutched forward, leaning heavily on his single crutch, and as the men and women recognized him, one by one they parted. 3 sheet-covered mounds lay in the center. Steele hobbled forward, getting a closer look at them. A man hovered nearby, his hand covering his mouth. His gray-streaked black beard folded out from underneath his hand. Silver metal serpents sat coiled over a field of yellow on his motorcycle club patch. Steele gave him a wary look. "These your people?" Steele asked. The man's eyes glanced up at Steele. His hard and angry gaze bounced from Steele's arm to his leg. "And mine. Iron drakes forever," he grunted. "Where did we find them?" Steele asked. "About a mile south of here. A couple of the 7 Sisters ran across them laid out in a line on the road. Wasn't no accident." Steele had never doubted it was from the very beginning. "We have no feud with the Sisters, so there is no reason for them to lie. Frank Rogers, president of the Iron Drakes." "Mark Steele," he said with a nod. "May I, Frank?" He gestured down at the bodies. Frank waved a hand at him. "They won't mind now." Steele bent awkwardly down, trying not to flex the muscles in his thigh for fear of ripping open all his small pellet wounds. Ahmed came forward, touching Steele's shoulder. "I got it, man." Steele stood back up, and Ahmed pulled back the sheet covering the bodies. People gasped around him. Steele sucked in a deep breath. The 2 men and the woman were eyeless. Their flesh, desecrated by slicing stab wounds covering their faces, showed how desperately the victims had struggled to keep their eyesight. "Lift the sheet up higher," Steele said. Ahmed gave him a worried glance, and Steele nodded. "Go on." Ahmed pulled the bloodied sheet up higher. Their bodies were covered in bullet hole exit wounds in the front. Steele stopped counting on the fat biker at about 30. Torture and execution. Reminds me of ISIS savages. Steele looked at the throng of bikers and sable pointers. "Any idea who did this?" Frank gave him an unapologetic look. "Well, between you and me, we ain't got no love lost with the grave guards, but we've been on terms since this whole thing started. Don't make sense that they would make a move on us now." The dangers of acquiring the support of a bunch of rival motorcycle clubs was that they all had a past with one another, good and bad, mostly bad. "I think this is for you." Frank reached behind his back hip, and Steele's heart jumped. His good hand went to his holster. "Now hold on a second." Frank held out his free hand and took a piece of folded paper out of his back pocket. He leaned over the bodies and handed it to Steele. "They nailed it to Nada's chest." Frank eyed the paper with malice and looked back at Steele. "Take it." Steele gulped. Flecks of blood stained the paper, and it was crinkled and torn along the edges. He took the paper from Frank. He held it for a moment, feeling the animosity that seeped from its lines. Steele gave Frank a serious glance and flipped the piece of paper over, then shook it out to open it all the way up. Steele held it up in the dim light. The writing was hard and crisp, with sharp lines that appeared to have been pushed into the paper. Blood had soaked through the top of the paper where the nails had stuck through both paper and flesh alike. Steele read, "Agent Steele, we see you, but you can't see us. We know you are injured and weak." Steele looked at the faces around him. The room started to spin. "No enemies hide in my midst." The people looked at him, clueless. He turned and glanced at Tess. Her dark eyes told him nothing. He looked into the spotlighted outside. Darkness blanketed the building, having sent the light into retreat, ready to acquire any space relinquished by its foe. He continued on. "Your actions against my command are about to come to a swift and final conclusion. Let this be a warning to that filth that rides with you. We are coming. We will not be deterred until justice is served in blood for what you and the traitor Kinnick have done. We are the Legion that remains. Colonel Jackson, Legion Commander." Steele folded the paper and shoved it in his pocket. "Who's Colonel Jackson?" Frank asked. His hands had turned into fists and fell to his sides. Ahmed's face paled at the mention of Jackson. "Ahmed, double the volunteers." He looked at Thunder. "Make sure someone is on the remote roadside charges and snipers are up in those buildings. Pull some trucks up and block the road to the south." Tess stepped up. "I'll run and get Scott's team into the condo firing positions and Margie's team to the water tower." Steele stared out into the night. "They may be watching us even now. They must be watching us." Cool sweat beaded on his skin. "I'll grab Larry and his team and get on the blockade," Ahmed said. He took off running. Steele nodded, an uneasiness settling in his gut, causing his stomach to turn and his face to twist. "What will be enough? How can we defeat these madmen?" Thunder coughed into the crux of his arm. "I'll rouse the red stripes. See if we can get some extra guns in place." Steele nodded. "Thank you." The exhaustion of being on the brink of an unwinnable war crushed down upon him. Thunder's Santa-like face mirrored Steele's worn-out feeling. "Be careful, Thunder." "Ha!" Thunder barked. He lumbered out, tightening his red bandana around his head. Frank walked around the bodies, planting himself in front of Steele. "My people are dead. Who's Colonel Jackson?" Steele shook his head slightly. "An enemy from our past." Gwen, Reynolds Farm, Iowa. The van bumped and lurched along a level B dirt road, a minimally maintained road of the county. Tears filled her eyes and a lump formed at the base of her throat when she saw her grandfather's silos in the distance. one about 90 feet high and a shorter one about 60 feet high next to it. As they grew closer, her emotions conquered her self-control. A dingy white farmhouse with a wraparound porch and faded black shutters grew larger until Gregor brought the van to a stop in front. A thinning white-haired man sat in a rocker, a shotgun laid across his lap. He wore overalls and a white button-down shirt underneath. 2 Labrador retrievers lay in the yard, one yellow and one black. When the van rolled to a stop, the dog stood up and started barking. Gwen wiped tears from the corners of her eyes and snapped the door handle, opening the door. She slid off the seat and her feet crunched on the gravel driveway. The man stood up, holding his shotgun in front of him at his hip. His remaining hair was combed to the side, and his eyes squinted as he tried to see better. Gwen took a hesitant step closer. She whispered, "Pa?" The old man shouted, raising a fist. "I don't know what you want, but we don't got any, so be off with you!" He took a few steps closer, staying in the safety of his porch, brandishing his shotgun in their direction. The dogs continued to howl. Ruff, ruff, ruff. An old woman came to the screen door behind him. "Who is it, John?" she asked. "Oh, my, so many people," she said, startled. A hand raised to cover her chest. The old man scolded her over his shoulder. "Get back inside, Lydia." He shot her with his hand, not holding the gun. "And lock the door." He yelled back at her. The old woman nodded and closed the door. Her face appeared in a window a moment later, watching. Gwen squatted down on her haunches. She pursed her lips and dropped her voice low. "Dutch." The yellow dog's ears twitched and shifted, familiar with the sound. "Rocky, come," she grunted. She pointed down at the ground in front of her. "Come." The labs barked a few more times, but their tails wagged fiercely back and forth. They sprinted for her and swarmed her, rubbing their bodies around her in excitement. Rocky's rear end sent her onto the ground, and the dogs proceeded to lick her to death. She sunk her hands into their fur, hugging the animals hard. They smelled like barn and crown vetch and dirty farm dog. They triggered her brain with the faint scent of home. The man walked out into his yard. He squinted hard. Gwen nudged the dogs off of her. "All right, you fearsome guard dogs, get off of me." She stood upright, dusting herself off. Rocky let out a bark in response as he trotted back to see his master. She smiled at the old man as recognition came across his face. "Gwen?" he cried. "Yes, Pa," she said, her voice cracking. She met him halfway and wrapped her arms around her grandfather. His body seemed smaller and more frail than the last time she'd seen him. They held one another for a moment in silence. Gwen sniffed back her tears. "We thought with the outbreak in Washington that you were—" His voice stopped, and he squeezed his arms tighter around her. The door banged open in the porch, and a 6-year-old girl ran down the steps. "Gwenna! Gwenna!" she yelled, her ponytail bobbing as she ran. Gwen bent low and scooped her up. The little girl hugged Gwen around her neck. "I missed you, little Haley," she said into her ear. "I missed you, Gwenna." Gwen held the child away from her. "You've grown so tall," she said, inspecting the child. "Mommy says we don't have to go to school no more." There was little remorse in the girl's voice. Gwen set her down and smiled at her. "More time to play." The little blonde girl kicked at the ground. "I get bored, and all Pa wants to do is play checkers. My iPad don't work, and neither does my phone." Gwen brushed her messed-up hair. "Go play in the dirt. You're a kid. You should be outside. But tonight, you and me will play a game. How about that?" A rural twang had crept up in her voice, her tongue reminding her she was home. "Sweet!" Haley shouted. She threw her fists in the air. "Wahoo! Finally, somebody to play with!" Rocky and Dutch probably want to play fetch. Haley ran off and chased the dogs. The dogs barked around her as they ran. Her grandfather grinned. "Come on, Gwen. Gran will want to see you." Someone coughed behind her. She turned. Her people from Little Sable Point stood outside their vehicles, with tired looks and long faces, watching her expectantly. She grabbed her grandfather's sleeve. He turned around. "Pa, I brought these people. They need our help." Her grandfather gave the people behind her a suspicious look, his bushy eyebrows pressed together in concentration. "They look like they've seen better days." "Much better days. We need a place to stay." He leaned closer to her. "Gwen, there are over 100 people out here. What are we supposed to do with them? Our house ain't that big." He eyed the people warily. "Some of them look a bit rough." "Pa, they need us." The old man's brow wrinkled. "I don't like it," he said, his voice gruff. "Pa," she said, scolding him. "Just like when you were a kid, always bringing in the strays. Just for the night now, then they can leave." She rose her eyebrows in a threat. "Pa, you have any crickets, Gwen? All right, a few nights." He gestured over to a hand water pump. "Never thought we would need the old hand pump again, but here we are. Plenty of fresh water for these folks. I'll see what we can do for food." "And how about a place to stay?" she said. He scratched his almost bald head behind his ear. "Barn will have to do." He pointed over to a worn, large red barn. Weeds grew tall around its edges. A few shingles were missing from the roof here and there. "Gregor, let's start getting things set up. Will you give me a few minutes inside?" Gregor nodded and turned back to the people. "Let's get our shelter set up in the barn." The swarm of refugees trudged across the tall browning grass with bags, backpacks, and blankets. "I'll throw some more hay down for them in a few minutes," Pa said. "Thank you, Pa." He shook his head with a grin. "You've been getting what you want since you were a little girl." She placed an arm around him and leaned her head on his shoulder as they walked to the porch. A younger woman waited for them there, her back against a porch pillar. Her hair was wavy where Gwen's was straight, but both were the same darker blonde color. She was a bit heavier than Gwen, and they shared the same mood-dependent green eyes. Her arms were folded beneath her breasts as if she had been waiting on Gwen all day. One of her hands held a cigarette. "We were worried sick about you," she said with a half-smile. She put a cigarette to her lips and took a drag. "You couldn't have called?" Gwen narrowed her eyes. "With what?" "Well, I don't know. Something." She gestured at Haley with her head. "That girl over there has been asking about you every day for 2 months. And what was I supposed to tell her? Her aunt was murdered?" Her voice shrank. "Her aunt was eaten alive." "I'm sorry, Becky. There wasn't a way." Becky took another drag off her cigarette, letting the smoke come out her nose. She reached for Gwen and they embraced. "But I'm glad you made it back." "Me too," Gwen whispered. Her sister smelled like smoke and a faint hint of lavender. She must have grown lazy about trying to cover up the smell of her smoky clothes a long time ago, yet a small effort still remained. "Have you heard from Mom or Dad?" Becky nodded. "Dad got stuck up near Sioux Falls. We haven't heard from Mom." Their parents had been divorced since Gwen was 6, and they had to move 2 towns apart. A giant custody battle took place, coming down to a dramatic court decision where the girls chose to live with their grandparents rather than either of their parents. The Reynolds family farm was the girls' place of refuge in the turmoil of divorce. "Where's your boyfriend?" Becky asked. Gwen forcibly exhaled. "We'll talk about it later." Becky raised her eyebrows. "Terrific." "Oh, Gwen," came an old woman's voice. Her grandmother wore an apron and clasped her hands in front of her with tears in her eyes. "This is just wonderful. I knew you would come back to us." Gwen hugged the old woman. "Gran, I missed you." Her grandmother held Gwen away from her, looking her up and down. "You look skinny," her grandmother admonished her. She wagged a finger in Gwen's face. "I won't have my granddaughter starving. I have a nice chicken broccoli casserole in the oven for dinner." Gwen's mouth instantly started watering. She couldn't remember the last time she'd eaten anything real, and definitely no comfort food since the outbreak. "We need to get some food in you," her grandmother said. The old woman gave her a wink. Gwen's eyes darted from person to person in a panic. "There's no way that woman knows by just looking at me. I am not even really showing yet. Is there anything we can feed these people? They're hungry too. Her grandfather gave a worried look. There sure are a lot of them. She glanced over her shoulder at the refugees taking shelter in the barn. They're hungry. Her grandmother looked out at all the people, and she gave a quick nod. I'll throw a few more on, but it's going to be a minute. Pa narrowed his eyes. Where'd you get 'em? They're mostly from Michigan. Graham gave her husband a scowl, saving a smile for Gwen. Don't you worry about Pa. He'd gripe if he had a ham under each arm. Graham ushered her inside. Don't want you coming down with something. Haley, come on in, Becky yelled from the porch. She pushed her cigarette butt into a rusty bucket filled with sand. They walked inside the foyer. Thick coats hung on pegs, and muddy boots had their place on the floor. The delicious smell of casserole overwhelmed the musty old smell that their house usually had. Graham led them into the dining room, and she pulled out a chair. Now you take a seat, dear. Let's get some food in you. What about the others? They're just going to have to wait a minute while it heats up. Gwen found herself seated at their dark wood dining room table. Old pictures of a young John and Lydia decorated the walls, along with their parents and other relatives in black and white photographs. Iowa State Fair photos, weddings, and the obligatory high school senior photos of Becky and Gwen with the traditional shots. One standing with a basketball, one standing in a field, and one with a regular white backdrop and fancy clothes. Her gram emerged from her kitchen domain and set a steaming plate of food in front of her. Gwen gripped her fork like a starving prisoner. Chairs creaked as they all sat down. Gwen continued to give a white-knuckled grip on her fork as she held off from digging in like a maniac. Her gram smiled at her from across the table. Now go on, John, say grace, she said. Can't you see Gwen's starving? Her grandfather bowed his head, and a few pieces of his hair drooped off the top. Lord, thank you for all your blessings you have given us, for this food you have provided, and for the safety of our loved ones. Amen. As soon as amen was out of his mouth, Gwen shoved her fork into the chicken and broccoli. Scooping the food high on her fork, she shoveled the food inside her mouth. One after another, heaping forkfuls of food delighted her taste buds, but she ignored that and shoved more in. In a few minutes, Graham was inspecting her plate from across the table. Want some more, honey? Gwen could only smile. You were always such a good eater growing up. Gwen nodded. Please. Her grandmother stood and moved back into the kitchen. What her grandmother really meant was that she had been pudgy as a child, and her grandmother's cooking was partially to blame. Even when you said no to another helping, it was piled onto your plate regardless. Another mound of food was set in front of her. She shoveled that down, barely stopping to breathe, and when she was done, her stomach felt and looked as if she were further along in her pregnancy than she was. Her grandfather leaned his elbows on the table. How bad is it out there? Gwen adjusted herself in her seat, too full to be comfortable and feeling the need to lie down. Bad. The East Coast has been overrun by the infected. She turned to Haley. Haley, sweetie, how about you set up a game in the other room? Gwen raised her eyebrows, nodding her head, encouraging the girl to leave. Haley's little face looked sad. Why can't I stay with you guys? Becky's voice grew stern. The adults have to do some grown-up talking. Go to the other room. Standing up, Haley pouted and her blonde hair flung all around her. Gwen held out her hands and Haley put hers inside of Gwen's. I'll join you in a few minutes to play, sweetheart. Promise. A smile spread across the young girl's face. Okay. Haley chimed and ran off. Gwen watched her go, an ache of relief in her heart that her niece was safe. Everyone had always told her that it would be different with her own children, but she couldn't imagine loving any child more than the way she loved that girl. She turned back to her grandparents and Becky. The infection is real. It turns people into wild monsters, cannibals. That's nonsense, honey. That's just the news trying to scare you, Graham said. Let the girl speak, Lydia. Pa growled. Graham humphed and got up, busying herself by clearing plates. Pa, it's real. She let her voice drop in case little ears were sneaking a listen. I've seen them kill people. I've killed them. They can't be stopped. only killed. She had also killed a victimized woman and an American soldier, but she left those parts out of her rendition. Her grandfather sucked the side of his cheek. "I saw it on the news before the power went out. Just couldn't believe it. They said old man Waverly had something exotic-like. They tried to take him to county lockup, but he ended up in Iowa City for observation." "Governor closed schools pretty quick," Becky chimed in. "It's all well and good until it's time to pay the bills and you don't have any money to buy groceries." She looked down at her food. Graham brought in a pot of coffee and set cups in front of each person. Pa nodded as if it were settled. "Might not be pretty, but this farm's seen this family and our parents before us through a lot worse storms than this." Gwen hesitated, but still took a sip of her coffee. "Not by feeding an extra 100 mouths out in the barn," Becky said, baiting Gwen. Gwen set her coffee down. "Those people need our help. It's more than just the infected out there. Law and order is disintegrated. Civil society doesn't exist." Her grandfather sucked his cheek again. "Nonsense. Sheriff and the mayor have things under control around here." Gwen tilted her head. "Pa, people are killing each other for food. A man shot Mark and took me prisoner. We escaped to Michigan only to get wrapped up in a battle against some cult." Becky's eyes went wide. "Is Mark—" she started. "No, he's alive. That mule of a man better be alive, because I sure as hell ain't raising this baby without him. There's that small-town Iowa farm girl coming through again." "Where is that friend of yours?" Pa interrupted. "In Michigan with the rest of our group." "There's more of you?" he said. He frowned, perturbed at the thought of more people requiring his assistance. "Many more. Mark sent us ahead to make sure we were safe from Colonel Jackson's troops." "Who is Colonel Jackson, and why is he after you?" Pa asked. "It's a long story, but things have gone really bad." Pa folded his arms over his chest. "What have you gotten yourselves mixed up in, Gwenna?" He shook his head. "I never understood what your obsession was with the city. All these things you talk about are flat-out crazy. You never should have left home, Gwen. The only thing that comes from outside Iowa is trouble." Graham took a seat back at the table. She took a small sip of her coffee. A little smirk snuck on her face like she held a secret. "You know who I saw the other day?" Jesus Christ, Gwen thought. "No, I don't." "Yes, I do. Of course I do." Graham's neck wavered back and forth in excitement. "I saw Jake Bullis. Asked about you." She sipped more of her coffee, holding the cup with two hands. "I'm sorry, but what does that have to do with me?" Her grandmother shrugged. "Just thought maybe you two would want to catch up." Gwen gave her the best smile she could muster. "We shall see." "Jake's family have a lot of cattle. If this is as bad as you say it is, you would do well to treat that boy with some respect. He could be feeding us all winter," her grandfather said. "Gwenna!" Haley shouted from the other room. "Come and play!" "Just a minute, sweetheart." She switched gears back to Mark and the others. Anything to not talk about Jake. "Pa, whether you like it or not, Mark is coming this way with a lot of people." Her grandfather huffed. "Well, it ain't me you got to convince, but I'll tell you one thing. We got enough on our plates with all the folks already here." He pointed a finger out the window. "What happens when they eat us out of house and home? Will you just move on again? 'Cause I ain't leaving." Her grandfather looked away from the table, agitated. "Of course not," Gwen mumbled. "You need to think about what you are asking this family to do." "They're not useless mouths. They can help you bring in the harvest and build shelters. I brought a few that can fight, too." Her grandfather's eyes narrowed. "Fight?" His look pulled on her heartstrings. "Pa, we need people who can fight, whether it's against the living or the dead." He cocked his head away, disapproval settling on his face. "We ain't fighting nobody." They sat quietly for a moment, each enamored in their own conflicting thoughts. She reached out and took his weathered, wrinkled hands in hers. "I'm asking you to save these people's lives. Give them a chance. Pa nodded his head as if he had thought long enough about it and released her hands. I'll take you to town in the morning and get you a meeting with the mayor. Nothing happens without his approval. Gwen drank a bit of her coffee. Perfect. She turned to her grandmother. Can I help you with that food? Lydia stood shaking her head. Of course not. Give me another 10 minutes here and we'll take it out to them. Knocking at the door turned all their heads. I'll get it, Gwen said, pushing her chair backward. It's probably Gregor checking in on me. She smiled at Graham and walked back into the foyer. Gwenna! Haley whined from the other room. Gwen wrapped her hand around the doorknob while looking at the other room. Just a minute, babe, she said. She swung open the door. A man leaned on the doorframe. He was over 6 feet tall, and his face was smooth and handsome. His brown hair was partially brushed to the side to make way for his protruding brow bone and deep-set dark eyes. A fine plaid shirt was tucked into his Carhartt pants, kept in place by a large silver belt buckle. His lips formed a wide smile when he saw her. His deep voice had a slower, rural cadence to it. Well, Miss Gwen Reynolds. His smile widened. I can't believe it's you. It's still Reynolds, ain't it? She tried to give a pleasant smile, and she brushed her hair out of her face in a fluster. Hi, Jake, she said and sighed. It is still Reynolds. Her eyes met his after a moment spent trying to avoid him. That's good to hear. Sheriff told me you came in today, so I thought I would stop by and say hello for old time's sake. She crossed her arms over her stomach, holding it. That was very sweet of you. His mouth settled into a smirk. You know what they say about Iowans. We're nice. Speaking of, how's saving the planet out in Washington? His tone and look irritated her. Jake, do you realize what's happening out there? So many people have died, and you're acting like nothing ever happened. He shoved his hands into his pockets. Well, it ain't too bad out here. Seen a few of them. Sheriff's putting them down like rabid dogs with a slug to the head. News said the world was ending before the power went out, but we ain't so bad. It's got many of folks saying we must be in God's country to be so lucky. Sure seems like it, she muttered. She felt little hands pushing on her hips to get by her. Uncle Jake! Haley screamed. She jumped into his arms, and he hoisted her up easily into his arms. And how's my favorite niece? Haley wrapped her arms around him. Bored. Nobody will play with me. Gwen gave Haley an unimpressed look. I said I would come and play in a minute. Jake gave a knowing smile at Gwen. I'll tell you what. How about you stop by the farm tomorrow and we can feed the bottle calves, but only if your aunt brings you by. Yeah! Haley exclaimed. Her eyes lit up at Gwen. Can we please? Gwen rolled her eyes. After I get done talking to the mayor, but only if we have time, can we stop by Jake's farm. Jake set her down. Now go, run along, little girl. He gave her a smirk. I'll see you tomorrow, Miss Gwen. Good night, Jake. She put a hand on the door, closing it save for about a foot. His boots clomped down the porch as he marched back out to his pickup truck. She watched his lean body walk away. He was every bit of muscle from working the farm from the time he could walk. What am I doing? Old habits die hard, Becky said from behind her. Gwen closed the door quickly and gave her a dirty look. Becky smirked. Just saying. Gwen gave her a nasty stare. All right, Haley, let's play. Kinnick, Peterson Air Force Base, Colorado. The female Air Force captain looked like an adult child ready to throw a tantrum. Her lower lip pushed out a hair. Why are they sending you? Gallagher asked softly. Sarcasm dripped from his voice. The VP handpicked his finest. He was far from a great warrior or superior commander. He could fight, but he wasn't the best man to shore up a collapsing nation by organizing and training the civilian population along the Mississippi River in order to hold the front against the infected. He was a nuisance and had overstepped his station attempting to prevent the use of nuclear weapons on the West Coast. Now he found himself going to the other front line. He was better left out of sight or dead than to continue showing up at Peterson. I should have left the government a long time ago. Then I could have died with everyone else out east. He wouldn't have been in the Golden Triangle if he wasn't tied to the government. He would have been stranded in Washington and perished with the millions of others stuck in the district as it collapsed, like your wife and kids. He pushed that thought far away and deep into his guts. Her blue eyes clouded at the injustice. You aren't even Army, you're Air Force. He nodded. I know, sweetheart, but it doesn't matter. He tossed multiple uniforms into his pack. Nothing matters to them. Just get the job done and be quiet. I'm retired. Well, was retired. I shouldn't even be alive. Yet here we are. She crossed her arms. What does this mean for us? There's an us. He turned to her, trying not to wear the reality of the situation on his face. Her friendly, almost doe-like eyes were scared and sad at the same time. Kate, you're a good woman. He reached up and ran his hand gently down her cheek. Her skin was soft beneath his fingertips. Do whatever you have to do to survive. I won't lie to you and tell you I'm coming back. I feel like I've been too lucky as it is. She shook her head no. They had only been shacking up for a few weeks. She had latched onto him because he provided her some sort of emotional support. He latched onto her because everything else he had was gone, and she was a pleasure to pass the time with as they waited for the end. I don't want that, she whispered. He avoided her eyes. He didn't want to hurt her, but that was the world they lived in. You stay safe. She tilted her head in pain and then looked away as her eyes watered. He gently put a finger on the side of her chin, turning her face back to him. He leaned in and locked lips with her, kissing her for all his worth. Probably the last time I'll do that with a woman. Her mouth felt warm and welcoming, all her emotion building into a single kiss. He let their lips disconnect. He hesitated for a moment, his face lingering near hers. He pulled away. Her eyes were closed, and her mouth still open. He took a step away from her and looked her up and down one more time. Even in her Air Force hoodie and sweats, she was a lustful reminder of what he was going to miss for what were mankind's final days on Earth. Her figure is to die for, and those hips and those lips. Damn, I am a dumbass. I'm getting too old for this, he said to her, but it was more for him. He hoisted his pack up onto his shoulder and snatched up his M4 carbine that rested propped up in the corner of the room. He opened the door and left without another word. Some of the best things were better left unsaid and far behind. When he walked onto the airfield, a soldier with a thick brown beard and a black eye patch met him. A scar H was slung downward on his chest. A nice optic lined the top of his weapon. His battle belt was lined with multiple magazines for his sidearm. His chest was covered with magazines for his rifle. A ball of chew stuck out of the lower left side of his lip. Next to him stood a half-Asian soldier, his face expressionless. He carried a short-barreled M4A1 carbine. His kit was lighter than that of his comrade, but he was no less deadly. The wind whipped and fluttered his longer black hair. Kinnick smiled at the two men. You too look happy to see me. Master Sergeant Hunter's single eye darted in the direction of his comrade. He spit on the ground, and the brown juice splattered the pavement. I will speak on behalf of Hawk and I. We're both about as happy as a possum with a sweet potato to see you. Hawk's eyes gave a half-blink in agreement with Hunter's words. The Green Beret winked his one eye and dropped his voice. Thanks for getting us off this base. We were starting to get bored waiting for Termel. That's... Hawk chimed in with a baritone voice. He paused. Hunter turned in his direction, his jaw dropping a bit. Correct. Hawk finished. His mouth set back in a thin line. His contribution to the conversation was complete. Kinnick nodded at his two Special Forces soldiers. Sins and skins, gentlemen. Hunter spit again. Sins and skins, Colonel. Let's get everyone organized, Kinnick said. He gestured at a cluster of 8 UH-60 Blackhawks. This us? Yes, sir, we got a solid crew. They walked toward the gray-green Blackhawks. The helicopter's rotors rested, tilting downward. I've worked with at least half of the men in the past. That's good. Once we get in the field, we won't be seeing them much. That's just the way we like it. A cluster of rugged-looking men lounged near the helicopters. Their natural face armor consisted of long beards that gave them the appearance of a biker gang. All their gear was unorthodox and modified, none of it standard issued. They eyed Kinnick and the remnants of the Skins ODA-51. They knew when to listen and stood gathered around Kinnick, awaiting instruction. Hands rested atop gear, others had their fingers wrapped through loops on their vests. "Gentlemen, we have a long road ahead of us. You will be tested and tried in the field without a doubt. Good part about it is you don't have to take any language lessons for this op, at least depending on how far south you go." This garnered a few chuckles. "It's up to us to get the American public involved in the fight and to hold back the undead. This is your mission, and I expect you to complete it." The 5 operational detachment alphas of Green Berets, roughly 60 men total, nodded. "I'm sure you are expecting one of your own to lead you. Don't be offended by my presence. The Air Force sent their best field operator to lead you." More of the Green Berets smiled at this. They knew he had only a fraction of their field experience. Can I imagine them sitting at the controls of a C-130 and saying fly? No, laughable. "Yet times are tough. If you show me to the nearest golf course, I'll be on my way." The men outright laughed now. They smiled, showing teeth through bushy beards. "In all seriousness, don't expect much relief out there." Smiles faded away from the younger men's faces. They knew what to expect. "Whatever you've experienced, expect less. Your nation expects you to do more with nothing. There's no telling when you will get any support in the field." He took a deep breath before he continued. "You don't need a reminder, but I'm going to do it anyway. The indigenous people out there are Americans. They're your neighbors. They're scared and need our help to weather the coming storm. Let's get them in the fight. Good luck, gentlemen." A short man with wavy black hair and captain's bars on his chest stepped in front alongside Kinnick. "You heard the Colonel. We'll be linking up with a portion of the 4th Battalion, 2nd Marines in La Crescent, where we will be acquiring our circ rides. Be ready in 5 mics to hit the skies. Hoo-ah! Hoo-ah!" the Green Berets responded. "Captain, a word," Kinnick said, waving at the man. Captain Boucher was a small man. He had a sharp chin and a glint in his eyes that said he'd seen enough violence. "You know that we will have no support out there." Boucher smiled. "Shouldn't be a problem. We've been all over the world. This is our backyard. I even got a few boys from along the river." "That's good. You'll be on an island. Whatever advantages you have, use them. I'll read you loud and clear, sir." Kinnick checked his watch. "Let's try and link up every Sunday at 1800 Central Time. I know comms are extremely limited, but let's try to keep everybody connected. We're going to be a long, thin line." "Yes, sir." Kinnick hadn't noticed the Air Force Lieutenant Colonel that had joined them. The man walked up to Kinnick and stopped. "Colonel Kinnick?" the man asked. Kinnick frowned. "Yes, Colonel." "I have a message from General Doherty, sir." He stuck out his hand and a white envelope quivered in his palm. "Love letter?" Hunter said, pushing down the chew in his mouth with his tongue. Kinnick gave him a glare. "Not likely." He ripped open the envelope by running a finger down the seam. He removed a thin white piece of paper and unfolded it. It was a short message, but its words were clear. He read the paper once, and then again. He glared up at Boucher and Hunter. "Sir?" Boucher said. His eyebrows narrowed together. "Dear John letter?" Hunter said. Kinnick crumbled up the letter and threw it on the ground. "That man is a bastard. A fucking bastard." Hunter bent down and picked up the piece of paper, and his single eye scanned the page. "Must be a sick joke." Kinnick's lips twisted. "He doesn't joke. This is the same man who launched nukes on our very own nation." "Sir, I'm confused," Boucher said, eyeing each man in turn. Hunter handed it to the captain. The captain read it quickly. Boucher frowned. "I'm not sure how to take this, sir. Is he asking us to kill Americans?" Kinnick stared out, watching the soldiers load the helicopters. "Per Executive Order 17766, all communities are to enlist in the defense of the quarantine territories, or be destroyed as enemies of the United States of America." Steel, Pentwater, Michigan. A fire crackled before him. Shadow flames danced across hanging beards, glinted along shiny bald heads, lit up braided goatees and long-haired faces alike. Men shouted and hollered at one another. Crushed beer cans lay on the ground. A bottle of whiskey was passed from man to man. On Steele's left sat Thunder. He was a big-bellied man with a red bandana holding his long hair in place. A gray beard fell down to his chest. A grin split his lips as he laughed at a joke. He glanced at Steele from the corner of his eye. "What's the matter?" His bulbous nose was even rounder from the jab that Steele had given him after the Battle of Little Sable Point. "Drink this." Thunder handed him a bottle of whiskey. Steele held the bottle in his good hand for a moment. "You know," he said, before he took a long swig, feeling it burn down his throat and into his gut. Steele passed the bottle to Tess, her hair slicked back on the top of her head, and she took a gulp and passed the harsh alcohol along. Thunder spoke from the corner of his mouth. "I know how this is going to go if we put it to a vote." "So do I." Steele scratched beneath his bandaged arm, nestled inside a sling. His skin itched horribly where the bullet had entered his bicep and blown out the back of his tricep. The healing wound always felt on the verge of overheating, even in the cold. He crunched numb fingers into a half fist, feeling the pain of not using his arm in days. He nodded. "Less mouths to feed means more for us, but we need their support now. Jackson is close." Thunder nodded. "Yeah, and you don't ask an enemy to watch your back." "Can we trust them?" Steele said, nodding to the bikers. "To watch our backs." Thunder looked over, hurt on his creased features. "Last I recall, the pastor and his altar boys were dumping gasoline on you, ready to burn you alive, not the other way around." "I haven't forgotten. I could have been a pile of ashes blowing in the wind. We need the Chosen if we're going to stand a chance. You know this." Thunder grunted in response, neither acknowledging nor denying Steele's words. Steele watched the rough bikers. "We owe these men and women, but I need them in some sort of line. I need them to be dependable." "And give them a reason to be loyal. They came, didn't they? And they've stayed since the battle." Steele watched a biker with a native spades tattooed on his head tip the bottle of whiskey back. He started chugging. "For the food that we promised them. Food that is rapidly disappearing." The fire bounced on Thunder's features. "And let's find them the food." "But that doesn't solve my problem with them." Steele stole a glance at the Pentwater High School gymnasium. It loomed across the street from the fire station the group sat in front of. The gym was a tall, long brick building the shape of a rectangle. Steele could see the faint forms of armed men sitting outside the doors. Inside the gym were over 200 of their enemies. How do we turn our enemy into our ally? The Chosen People, a faction of religious zealots that had come to destroy Little Sable Point and enslave its people in the name of God. Their elderly leader, known only as the pastor, had been captured as well. Steele's forces had held on until the last moment, allowing Thunder to spring a trap, and it had caught their overzealous enemy off guard. Steele had lost plenty of people in the battle, and had taken a wound that he might never recover from. He worked his fingers open and closed. Now he must decide their fate, given the biker gangs didn't administer their own form of apocalyptic justice. Two of the biker leaders were not laughing and hollering. They stared at one another, eyes never lifting from the other. A fight was in the early stages, brewing up beneath the surface. The young biker with the 8 of spades on his jacket and head stood up, tossing the empty bottle of whiskey. He pointed at an ancient biker with a trimmed white beard and a gears patch on his riding leathers. His hair was pulled back into a braided ponytail. Veins popped in the young biker's tattooed neck. "Fuck you, war child! That shipment of food was ours!" The old motorcycle club president looked like he was going to laugh, but instead lunged from his seat. He led with his right hand and threw an uppercut into the younger man's chin with a smack. They started lashing out at one another with fists. The others watched the fight with dull interest. Steele's mouth flattened even harder. This group of men and women were as unruly as they were hard. Steele watched them fire fists at one another, flexing his damaged hand the entire time. Thunder spoke as they watched. "The young one with the 8 of spades is Gat, and the Rip Van Winkle-looking cat is War Child." "Isn't he a bit old to be called War Child?" "He wasn't when he started running guns for the cartels." Steele nodded. He readjusted himself in his seat, leaning his weight on his uninjured leg, trying to take the pressure off the pellet-ridden one. Gat was getting the best of War Child until War Child pulled a long dagger from his boot. Guns were pointed in their direction. War Child stood back, holding the dagger in the air and huffed out a wheezy breath. Steele ran his offhand over the handle of his handgun resting on his hip, but he left it in its home. The two men's chests heaved. If they had allowed the rest of the bikers to attend the meeting, it would have been an all-out war between the two clubs. That was precisely why Steele had heeded Thunder's advice and only called the leaders. "That's enough," Thunder said. The biker club leaders holstered their weapons, and the two took a seat on either side of the fire. Thunder sat back down. "I didn't call this meeting so we could kill each other," Thunder said. The leaders of the gangs turned his way. A large black man looked like he had just noticed Steele for the first time. The lone woman of the group, older with flaming red hair, regarded him like he was going to be her next pool boy. Next to her sat a man with a long, black, braided goatee that reached the center of his chest. He smirked, black wolves dancing on his vest. "Why exactly did you call us here?" "I called this meeting on behalf of Sable Point's Captain Steele. It was his plan that won the battle, so let's hear what he has to say." "I'm not a captain." "You mean Tiny Tim?" shouted the large African-American man. He had matching crisscrossed hammers on his vest and arms. Steele gave him a hard glance. The thick man wasn't fazed by Steele's gaze. He ground his teeth as the wounds in his leg painfully rubbed against his chair. "No, I mean Captain Steele," Thunder said. Steele leaned forward in his chair and placed a hand on Thunder's arm. "I got this, Thunder." He looked out on the presidents of the clubs. "I am Mark Steele." His arm felt like it was on fire in its sling. He wanted to run a hand over the scar along his scalp, but held it in check. "We were lucky at Little Sable Point. I'm indebted to you for your help." "We did it for Thunder," Warchild said. "Not some little hippie commune by the lake." "When do we get what you promised?" shouted McLeod, his goatee wiggling like a black snake hanging off his chin as he spoke. Steele grimaced. Thunder had promised the bikers free rein on a food supply that wasn't nearly enough for all the people. "Our supplies will be gone in a week, even faster if we have to keep feeding the Chosen. I don't know how long we can keep up the facade of unlimited food stores." He was sure that this wasn't lost among the clubs either. "You'll get your food. Don't forget we defeated a common enemy." "An enemy we chose to fight," McLeod spat. "Why are we even keeping them around?" shouted the big African-American motorcycle club president. "They're just eating our rations." "Jefferson's right," croaked the flaming-haired woman. Her skin was tan with the texture of a well-worn leather. Wrinkles surrounded her mouth and eyes from years of smoking and too much exposure from the sun. Steele raised his functioning arm. "Because there's a greater enemy that bears down on us." Gat spit in the fire, his tattoos reaching for the top of his skull. "The fucking infected! Screw you! We can handle those fucks!" He drew a serrated blade, pretended to lick it, then flung it into the ground. The hilt of his knife quivered. "Don't patronize me! We all know about the infected. Give me my share and my boys are gone," Warchild said. A chorus of agreement went up from the biker chiefs. Steele's loose confederation of free motorcycle clubs was about to disintegrate, most likely ending with a bullet in his chest. "No, not yet." The bikers quieted down, and Steele could feel Thunder tensing at his side. McLeod laughed, and he threw a thumb at Steele. "This guy's serious?" "I'm dead fucking serious. 5 days ago we spotted a military convoy. They've gone rogue, but their guns are real enough." He glanced at Ahmed and Kevin. They nodded in turn. The bikers looked around as if it were a joke. Warchild laughed. "Who's to say we don't turn you over to them?" Jefferson smiled at Warchild's words, his white teeth contrasting against his dark skin. "We could watch them grind you up real slow. Ain't that right, Red Claire?" The lone female leader laughed uproariously at the thought of Steele being ground up into pieces. "He's too pretty for that." Steele ignored them. "They don't give two shits about you. Not these men. If they let you live long enough, you'll be mere slaves beholden to their every whim. I'll make you first in line with me. We'll all be treated as equals." All their eyes were upon him. "We already be our own bosses." "Our colors bend for no man." "I'm not asking you to forsake your colors or take mine. I'm asking you to ride together like you did against the Chosen. Apart, you will ride free, and the dead will take you piece by piece, man by man, woman by woman, until you're all gone. Together we stand a chance." Frank nodded from across the fire pit. He'd been quiet tonight, and he listened hard when Steele spoke. He knuckled a fist inside his other hand as if he planned on hitting somebody. His brown eyes were vengeful. When he started speaking, the other men and women grew silent. I want revenge for what they done. Nada, Harry, and Sam didn't deserve that kind of death. I'll stand with anyone who wants to take the fight to them. I know you would all do the same for your clubs. The bikers murmured amongst themselves. Mean, untrusting eyes looked at Steele and considered Thunder. Thunder had good standing with the club presidents, and Steele was sure if he wasn't by his side that the biker chiefs would have left by now. At the worst, one of them would have tried to send him 6 feet under. Thunder leaned over. All this don't tread on me is good, kid, but some of them don't care about that. They want a guarantee. They want something they can see and touch. Steele nodded. You won't starve again, but I need your support. I need your guns with me. The war child's voice sounded like crackling paper. We can scavenge on our own. Been doing it long enough now. You won't need to scavenge. Food will be readily available where I lead you, and there will be fewer infected, too. Gat sneered. Bullshit! If you follow me and we fight together, he paused and gave Gat an extra glance, I will take you to a place where there is food aplenty. Oh yeah, where's that? Gat said. The biker licked his lips, his tattooed face drawn tight over his skull. Sounds like heaven, Jefferson joked, looking out at the other bikers. The men and women chuckled. Steele made sure to hold their attention with his gaze. No, it's Iowa. The bikers looked at one another. Red Claire's voice rasped when she spoke as if it yearned for a cigarette. Is this a joke? Steele flexed his hand. I want to leave tomorrow. McLeod eyed his fellow biker leaders. This fucking cripple wants us to ride to Iowa where he promises a safe supply of food forever? Never heard nothing more stupid. Steele loosened his tomahawk on his hip. McLeod gave him a nasty curl of his lip and stood up, making himself more dominant. And then he wants us to fight the U.S. military along the way? Steele's hawk flew from his hand. It did a quick half-rotation and stuck in the ground between McLeod's legs. Alarmed faces bounced from chief to chief. McLeod's eyes squinted fiercely, only anger emanating from them. Don't do it, Steele thought. My left hand draw is slower than it should be, but I won't hesitate. Steele locked eyes with the man. Steele's offhand fell onto the handle of his Beretta M9A1 9mm pistol at his hip. McLeod's smile faded on his black goateed face, and his arm slowly dipped to his side. Steele's firearm was out of his holster. It felt slow, but it was fast enough. He lined up his sights on McLeod, and McLeod's hand still inched its way to the handle of his gun. Steele kept the sights lined up on his center mass. Any more questions? He let his eyes bounce around the biker chieftains. You can hold me to my word. The fire snapped, and the men watched each other in silence. Most watched to see if McLeod would try to off him anyway. McLeod's eyes didn't blink as if he were trying to drink in every inch of Steele's person, making him disappear into his very own abyss. Steele let him stand in defiance. Next to McLeod, Warchild erupted in laughter. The old biker wheezed in his laughing fit, slapping his knee. The other bikers picked up the laughter with him. Warchild finished laughing and wiped the spittle from his mouth. I'll go to see what he does next. His wrinkles creased and he shook his head in disbelief. If he lies, we'll kill him when we get there and take the Iowans' food anyway. He wheezed a laugh at the thought. Steele grimaced at the man's words. I could be bringing greater danger than Jackson to the Iowans. He pushed the thought away. Anything is better than Jackson. McLeod grinned and pulled the tomahawk from the earth and raised his eyebrows. He flipped the hawk around a few times, judging the weapon. Sounds like a ride in the park. He tossed the hawk back to Steele. Steele snagged it out of the air. You're an ugly bastard, but me and the Wolf Riders are in. If there's no food, I'll break him up into little pieces, Jefferson said. What the fuck? Gat smirked. He lit up a cig and spoke from the side of his mouth. We'll ride with Rolling Thunder till something better pops up. What about them? Gat pointed at the gymnasium. Steele stared at the dark building. Tomorrow they make a choice. They join, or they die. The Pastor, Pentwater, Michigan. There were no lights on in the dark gymnasium. The only light crept in from the cracks beneath the emergency doors now chained shut. The heat from over 200 men made the basketball court stuffy, and the air felt stale and used up like his followers. His men lay and sat all over the shiny court. They were the remnants of God's great army, bloodied, tired, and broken. A righteous army who had victory snatched from their grasp by the devilish cunning of their opponent. Men coughed and the injured moaned in the dark. The pastor sat with his back slumped and his legs crossed beneath him on the polished wooden floor. His legs hurt, his back hurt. His entire body ached like he had the flu, but the ache came from not some ailment of his body, but from the depths of his soul. Why did you abandon us in the heat of battle, O Lord? Did we not follow your word? Did we not do your bidding? The pastor opened his eyes. He clasped his leathery knobbed hands together in front of his body. Even his fingers hurt as he interlocked them one with another. Everything hurts worse in defeat. Something will come. It is all in his plan. His disciples sat in a tight group around him. Bruised and bloodied, they had survived the battle. His second-hand man, Peter, sat with his hands under his chin, staring at the pastor with intensity. His blond curls dangled down his forehead, some matted to his head with sweat, the others still holding a bit of springiness in them. Greasy, long-haired Luke sat beside him. He leaned backward, his thin arms holding him up. He was a cruel man, not by chance either. The pastor had sensed his natural violence from the very beginning. Next to him sat blond comb-over Matthew, who looked more like a boy than a former banker. He definitely did not have the face of the slayer of hundreds marked by the beast. Others were there, all brothers in Christ. Thad, Thomas, and Anthony, only his most trusted followers. Let us bow our heads and pray for brothers Gabe and Andy, true martyrs in our fight against the unbelievers. May the lights of their souls never be extinguished in the eyes of the Lord. Amen. A quiet chorus of amens acknowledged him. He let them sit in silence for a moment to reflect on their fallen brothers of God. Anthony's hook nose flared, and he broke the silence, clearly done with his reflection. What are we going to do? My family is at Temple. God will show us the way. He has not forgotten us, the pastor said. Hear us, O Lord. Do not forget your people. How can you be sure? Anthony said. He leaned forward, his bird-like neck stretching, and spoke quietly. They slaughtered us out there. Even defeats are a part of his plan. Perhaps he is punishing us for our lack of self-control and discipline. Even God's people are capable of such sins. We must escape, Anthony hissed. He looked at the others. There's only a few at the door. If we jump, then they won't be able to catch us all if we run. Peter frowned. No, there are hundreds of Gentiles outside. We will be gunned down. The pastor lifted his chin. Peter's right. If escape wasn't our plan, God would show us a better way than that. Anthony glanced at the door. But my family. Those that escape will provide for them. That is our way. Anthony frowned, his face pained. Those things out there, on top of those animals that have us trapped here. That is enough, Brother Anthony. There will be no more talk of escape until God has shown us the way. But enough. The pastor breathed hard through his nose. I find your lack of faith disturbing. Anthony bowed his head, and Luke sneered in his direction. Young men are rash. Old men are patient. It should be the other way around. Forgive me, Father, Anthony said in deference. The pastor held up a hand. Do not ask my forgiveness, for only the Lord can wash away your sins. He lowered his hand and bowed his head. Now let us pray for the safety of our families at Temple. May they find comfort in God's grace. Amen. His men responded with another chorus of amens. When Christ was on the mount, the devil tried to win him. He was interrupted by a formidable, dark-bearded man in a forest green jacket and camouflage pants. He bent low next to the pastor and whispered, Pastor, Please come. We need you. The pastor's eyes questioned his follower. Brother Robert. The man's eyes were filled with grief. Yes, Father. We are in the middle of our prayers. Why do you interrupt us? Brother Robert's eyes darted back and forth from his disciples to the pastor. I apologize, Father, but one of our brothers is ready to move to the next phase. The pastor nodded. I understand. Tell him to hold on. I will be over soon. Brother Robert gave him a weak smile, stood, and left. Peter, you may come with me. The rest of you may continue your prayers, the pastor said. His joints popped and creaked as he stood tall. He had shrunk over the past few years, and the weight of the end times seemed to make him even smaller. Even so, he was still taller than most. It gave him a more domineering yet fatherly look. He pushed on his lower back, hoping that it would straighten itself out. Come, was all he said to Peter. They walked around his men lying on the basketball courts. They weren't cold, but many huddled together. It must have been for the peace that being near a brother brings when being held at another's mercy. A few of them cried as he passed. The devil has wormed his way into their souls and robbed them of their ferocity. He said a silent prayer. Fear not, brothers, for our battle with evil is not done. His walk ended at a man covered in a blanket. The man's skin was almost yellow in the darkness, and sweat beaded atop his forehead. Brother Robert knelt on one side of the man. A bald man knelt on the other side. He wiped the injured man's head with a rag. The pastor eased himself down until his leg gave out and his knee banged onto the floor painfully. My age is catching me. Brother Adam. The bald man bowed his head. He raised it again, and his mouth twitched as he blinked. Can no more be done? The pastor said softly. Brother Adam shook his head. I can't do anything for him. They patched him up with bandages, but I think the wound is infected. As if to explain himself, he hurried to continue. I was only a nursing assistant. All I can do is make him comfortable without help. He rolled back the blanket and peeled a bandage on the man's stomach. The smell hit the pastor's nose, and he tweaked his head to the side. Brother Robert covered his face with his sleeve. Oh, God, Robert said. The pastor stared at the grotesque wound for a moment. I see. Cover him. Brother Adam replaced the bandages and pulled the blanket up over the man. What's your name, son? The pastor asked softly. The man's eyes fluttered open. His voice was weak. Edgar. He reached a hand out for the pastor, and he took it. Edgar's palms were damp, and his skin clammy. May God be with you, Edgar. Though you walk in the shadow of death, you shall not fear, because he is near, he whispered. Edgar's eyelids dipped lower. The pastor bowed his head. God, take this man's soul into your custody. He has lived his life in your name. He has fought in your name, and he is coming to you a martyr for your cause. Forgive him for his sins, for his work on earth was just and true. Amen. When the pastor lifted his head again, Edgar's soul had left him. Brother Adam ran a hand over the dead man's eyes, forever closing them. The pastor gently placed Brother Edgar's hand across his chest and set the other on top. Peter helped the pastor upright by his arm. Put him with the others, the pastor commanded. A pile of dead lined the corner of the room. Every night bikers would come in and collect them. Another of his flock had gone on to heaven. His battle in creating God's kingdom had an inglorious end. Brothers Adam and Robert picked up the dead man by his arms and legs and carried him away. Peter watched them leave. We've lost so many. They've gone to a better place. God calls us home when he wants, Peter. Do not despair. Our time is coming. I will pray for them, Father. Peter lowered his eyes. Men coughed in the background. We need your help now more than ever. That's good, my son, and I must rest. Walk with me to the bleachers. They walked together to the bleachers, and the pastor sat. Peter left him alone to his own thoughts. He clasped his hands in front of his body and rested his elbows on his knees, holding his hands to his head. "Show us the way. I thought I knew the way, and you let us be crushed by the vile unbelievers. Give us revenge on them. Let us feed our holy fires with their corrupted souls. Grant us the chance for a glorious death in your name, Father." The rattle of chains banged on the emergency door and echoed throughout the gymnasium. They clanged against the metal doors, announcing to all the arrival of their captors. The pastor made the sign of the cross, his hand touching his forehead, his belly, his left breast, and then his right. He stood along with his men. Murmurs cut through his followers. He hoped Anthony wasn't desperate enough to try something stupid and get himself killed. The doors burst open, and light exploded upon the distraught people. His men covered their eyes and shaded them from the sunlight. Men covered with leather and tattoos, holding all manner of weapons, crowded inside. They were the jagged salt of the earth. His men backed away, fearing violence at their hands, but the pastor walked through the crowds toward them. He stopped in front of their captors. A man limped inside, his arm in a sling, a tomahawk in his hand, and a wicked scar running atop his shaded skull. "He has come to martyr me in front of my men," he smiled. "I will soon stand by Christ's side." Steele marched forward and stopped in front of the pastor. He looked up at him, his beard making his face longer than it should be, the hair wild and disarranged. "Pastor, come with me." His men moaned in despair and shouted in the back. The pastor raised his hands in the air. "Chosen, do not fear, for God is still with you." Steele waved his tomahawk at him and limped out of the gym. The pastor followed, and the bikers encircled him. The sunlight touched his skin, and, even in the cold, it warmed him. "Yes, Lord, you will set me free this day." His smile grew larger and larger as he walked, and he turned his face upward to the sky. Kinnick, La Crescent, Minnesota. Kinnick pulled back the flap of the Woodland Greene command tent. He stepped inside, not knowing what to expect. A short woman with black hair stood at the far end of the tent, wearing the Woodland Marine Corps combat utility uniform. Her hair hung only to the neck of her collar, and her hands were clasped behind the small of her back. Two Marine captains stood up. The taller one that looked like an Olympic wrestler turned toward the short female. His voice was meant for a caveman and sounded like grunts. "Ma'am, we have guests." Hunter and Boucher followed behind Kinnick coming into the tent. The woman turned to face them. Her face, stern but not unfriendly, gave one the impression she would give you an order and then clap you on the back for a job well done. An oak leaf rested on the center of her chest. She looked up at Kinnick with mocha-colored eyes. "Colonel, we've been expecting you." She lifted a hand, fingers tightly pressed together, and pointed at a chair. "Please, come in." Kinnick stepped forward. "Major?" Her mouth never left its flat line. "Major Alvarado, sir." Kinnick moved closer to the table and stopped. "I was expecting Lieutenant Colonel Eldridge." It was not lost on him that the last time he went looking for a colonel, he ended up a hostage. She took his silence as if he had asked a question. "He was killed in action 16 days ago." "How?" Her jaw clenched as if anger simmered under the surface of her taut face. "Leading a combat patrol into La Crosse, he was separated from his unit and pinned onto the river. Tried to swim for it and didn't make it. Cold water, gear, perhaps he was bitten before he went in, but he did not reach Barren Island." Kinnick looked into her brown eyes. Or was he fragged by his men? Why was the light colonel leading patrols? "That's unfortunate. I'm sorry for your unit's loss." He gave her a short nod. "So are we." Her eyes glinted and her mouth stayed flat. Two more men entered the tent, a taller-than-average master gunnery sergeant and a youthful-looking lieutenant. "Marines," Alvarado said. Kinnick acknowledged the two Marines and moved next to the table. "Your outpost looks like it's in good shape, a good perimeter." "Yes, sir, we found this place defensible. I'm not sure it was by initial design, but it has been adequate so far." Kinnick peered down at the map on the table. "I didn't expect La Crescent to be so small. About 5,000 civilians here?" "Only about 2,000 civilians now. Most of our success has been based on keeping the civilian population isolated from La Crosse on the other side of the river and not letting the Zulus cluster with regular mobile patrols. She pointed at a map on the table. "We were fortunate to be training overland at Fort McCoy when this started. We've done a hell of a lot better than Camp Lejeune. They rushed us to La Crosse and sent us some small watercraft to work with." "The Cirques?" "Yes, sir. Small unit riverine craft. They were a game-changer. After a few weeks of almost constant fighting, we found that Barren Island was a much better setup for our outpost than the city streets. One entry and exit by land, easy access to water with the Cirques as deadly transportation." Kinnick gave her an approving nod. A Marine's dream. He was impressed by her adaptable leadership. Her face was somber. "I wouldn't call this a dream. A battlefield is chaos. Those that control their own and their enemies will emerge victorious." She didn't miss a beat. "Napoleon, sir." "That's correct, Major." She looked back up at him as if she didn't want to ask the question. "So what can Outpost Barron do for you, gentlemen?" Kinnick nodded to his short Cajun Special Forces captain. "Captain?" "During our briefing, leadership told us you had a contingent of small watercraft. How many operational?" Captain Boucher asked. She nodded. "We have 18 operational Cirques. Each has a Ma-Deuce, a minigun, and is manned by a pilot and additional crewmen. The Marines on this outpost are all well-versed in small craft tactics." Kinnick looked at Captain Boucher. Boucher smiled and nodded. "More than enough space for us. Hell, we only have 5 ODAs. "I hate to do it, but we're going to need to split those teams in half," Kinnick said. Boucher nodded. "We did it all the time in Afghanistan." Kinnick could tell by the look on Boucher's face that he wasn't thrilled about splitting his units, but they were self-sustaining and able to operate off the grid for a long period of time. They are self-reliant, but they will need support, and they will get none. For Special Forces units, their primary mission was to train and lead unconventional warfare forces or irregular guerrilla forces behind enemy lines. They played the game of war well, far from home and with little support. They had other primary missions: counterterrorism, special reconnaissance, and direct action, but mobilizing and building up indigenous forces was their specialty. They would ensure that the American civilians would keep up the fight until conventional forces could be mobilized. Kinnick was sure their journey would not end there, but they would be forced to fight the entirety of the conflict, perhaps indefinitely, but this was their wheelhouse, and he had no doubt they would perform to the highest standard. Major Alvarado stared at Kinnick expectantly. Her dark eyes transfixed him. "How many Cirques do you need?" "I'd say at least 10. She glanced at Heath. "That will cripple my unit's combat effectiveness." Her tone was not one of a junior officer, but of an equal that was not pleased. He entertained her questions because he knew he was asking a lot. Their situation was dire, as was hers, but he needed her cooperation. Kinnick stared down at the map. He let his index finger hover along a long blue line splitting the green on either side. "We will be dropping units along the west bank of the Mississippi River to train the civilians to fight. It will be a massive effort by only a few men." He looked at Boucher. "Albeit very capable men." He thought he saw a flicker of her eye narrow when he mentioned men. There were no women in the Special Forces ODAs, so he wasn't making a jab at her, but he surmised that being told of the differences between men and women was something she had been subject to her entire career. "What civilians?" she asked. Kinnick looked up at her. "All of them." Her brow furrowed. "With only 5 ODAs? She paused, waiting a second for him to explain. "Not much of an operation." Kinnick grimaced. "It is all we were given." "We don't have many Marines here." Her eyes lowered as she thought. "Only 3 partial companies." Alvarado's eyes darted back up at Kinnick and his men. She clasped her hands behind her back. Her back was erect and unbent as if a spine of steel kept her upright. "I will send a company with you under Captain Heath." Captain Heath smiled down at them. The massive Marine's ears stuck out the sides of his head like short, stumpy wings. It was Kinnick's turn to smile. "We would be in debt to you." She held up a crisp, firm hand and twisted her head to the side. "You owe no debt. We fight for the same thing." The Marines and soldiers stood silent for a moment, contemplating the dire position their beloved nation was in. Their nation had been battered and broken and would never look the same, yet here they stood defending it to their last breath. "Mind you, Colonel, it's not a full company. We started this situation with 4 companies of Marines. I'm down to about 2.5. You'll get about 70 more Marines, pieces of 3 platoons, meaning only 2 rifle squads per platoon. They should operate fine independently, broken down into squads. Kinnick looked at Boucher. Let's leave 3 ODAs split and 2 intact. He eyed the small woman. We will have the 6 rifle squads man the other craft. He glanced over at Alvarado. This will not leave you undermanned. Sir, no base manned by a Marine is undermanned. You will be the end of the line. We'll hold. No doubt in my mind, Major. Her lips barely curved upward in what Kinnick thought was an all-out smile of satisfaction. Alvarado gestured toward her map. Here, Colonel. Kinnick moved closer to the table and leaned over, inspecting the map. We are here, Alvarado said, pointing at a circled lacrosse and crescent on the map. Kinnick ran his finger down the map. We are going to hit any town that has an access point across the river. If there's people still alive, we're going to drop a unit, starting here. He tapped his finger on the map. Lansing, Iowa. Then we will move to the next town, McGregor. We'll continue down the river south. Once we get moving on the river, Captain Boucher will advance with a few units to St. Louis to see what is salvageable there. That might be more of a containment operation. Captain Boucher nodded, staring at the map with an M4A1 strapped to his chest in a downward safe position. We will set up outside of St. Louis. Portage des Sioux looks isolated enough. Use your best judgment, but that will work, Captain. What about south of St. Louis? Alvarado asked. That area falls on Special Forces Colonel Canton. His responsibility is to hold southern Missouri to Louisiana. She nodded. Understood. Kinnick looked at his fellow officers, stubbly-cheeked and wavy-haired Boucher, the ox of a man Heath, and the short steel rod of a woman Alvarado. Operation Homefront is about Americans. Let's give them hope. They all nodded in affirmation, mentally preparing for the long road ahead. Alvarado lifted her chin. I'd like to show you the cirques. That would be appreciated, Major. He lifted a hand toward the tent opening. Lead the way. They followed Major Alvarado and Captain Heath out of the command tent. The outpost had been set up in an RV resort and marina on an island in the Mississippi River between Minnesota and Wisconsin. Kinnick followed Alvarado through the outpost. Woodland green tents were placed in a neat linear fashion, their spacing from one another uniform. A giant warehouse was enveloped in the outpost along with a brown-sided grocery store. We took out the bridge and moved to sorties with the cirques, Alvarado said as she walked. She pointed over the tents toward La Crosse. Short skyscrapers sat across the river, and a blue-wired suspension bridge dipped into the river, wires dangling from the collapse. Interstate 14 runs from La Crosse, Wisconsin to La Crescent, Minnesota, and cuts through the island here, but we're much closer to Minnesota. This island is made up of only thin strips of land. It's covered with little canals. If the water raises in the river too much, we will flood out. Water sat between the RV resort and Interstate 14 like a moat. They walked down to a small marina. A few white motorboats and pontoons rested in their slips. A host of houseboats bobbed along the docks that had men and women standing on them. Alvarado gave a crisp wave, and they waved back. They were here when we set up our outpost. She paused, waiting for Kinnick to reprimand her for keeping the civilians within the facility. Kinnick gave her a nod. He understood. This was total war. The virus was indiscriminate about who it infected. The dead were non-selective as to who they infected. Civilians were fair game just like anyone. Exposing them to the virus only swelled the dead army's ranks. The cirques are over here. Alvarado pointed to cleared-out slips. They marched down a dirt path to the dock. Once they mounted the dock, their feet rang as they walked along the silver metal. Dark gray small-unit riverine craft were moored in a long row, each one accessible from the dock. They had rigid hulls, and Kinnick estimated they were over 38 feet long. A GAU-17A minigun was mounted on one side of the bow, and the venerable M2 Browning 50 caliber machine gun matching it on the other. Near the center rear of the craft was a covered overhang and the helm. We operated these in Iraq for a period of time. Then they gave the program over to the Navy. Since we left Iraq, we're back to using them again. Seems that with the more counter-drug, anti-terrorism, humanitarian missions that we incur, the more useful they are. Captain Heath, please enlighten our colonel. The large Marine captain smiled and swatted the thick collar running around the sides of the boat. His hand bounced, and an airy, buoyant noise reverberated from the collar. This small craft can carry a rifle squad or 16 people over 250 nautical miles. He pointed to the back engines. Twin Yanmar 6LY2A-STP diesel engines and twin Hamilton water jets HJ292 give this puppy the capability to turn 180 degrees in less than 3 boat lengths and accelerate to 25 knots in less than 15 seconds. Sounds perfect. Kinnick eyed the craft up and down. Reminds me of the river patrol boats of Vietnam. He looked up at the hulking Marine. The Marine gave him a half grin. That's exactly what they came in to replace. Sure, there were other small craft between, but this is our version of it. Faster, longer range, better armor, this collar around the top. He ran his hand along it. Solid cell foam. Provides stability, redundant buoyancy, and small arms ballistic protection. Been known to deflect an RPG. He pointed down at the rigid metal hull. Has beaching plates, too. This was made for us. Hoorah, Colonel. Captain Heath gave him a wide smile. Kinnick gave him a grim grin. Hoorah, Captain. I only hope it will be enough. Steele, Pentwater, Michigan. Steele led the entourage of bikers and the Sable Point volunteers surrounding the pastor. He limped along without his crutch, slowing down the entire group, but he felt that it was necessary for his appearance to be less incapacitated. He ignored the grating of the pellets grinding away under his flesh. The ones that were too deep were left inside him by one of Warchild's gang, who had been a corpsman in a previous life. Steele flexed his hand, stretching his fingers and making a fist. The throng of people walked to the center of Pentwater's main streets, Lakeshore and Main, in view of the fire station. Lounging bikers watched them curiously from buildings and on the street corners, the former occupants of Sable Point sprinkled among them. Steele turned around and the group widened, as if they were afraid of the pastor, giving him plenty of space, like a man-eating tiger on a long chain. The pastor stood before Steele. His black clothes were soiled, and his collar blood-stained from where Steele had pricked his neck with his axe. He had the look of a weary New World missionary who had found his first convert after so long in the bush. His face was tired, but his eyes held fire like he was on the verge of exhaustion, but happy. What does he have to be happy about? The pastor close-mouthed grinned at him, looked toward the sun, and shut his eyes. He kept his eyes closed as he spoke. You may take your revenge, Mr. Steele, but it will not soothe your soul, and it will not bring back the dead. He opened his eyes at the end, and his gaze was unafraid of what was to come. I made peace with death a long time ago. Steele stared at the man he had spent weeks trying to make peace with, and all he had gotten was fire and blood. He flexed his fingers again. Appeasement never works. They always want more. This lanky old man has caused me so many problems and taken good people's lives. How many lives have you taken? His mind mocked his morals. I am not here for revenge, Pastor. But maybe I should plant my hawk into his skull anyway and be done with the man. Nobody here would care. They all hate him. And why have you released me from my prison? Surely you do not intend to release me after our... He paused, searching for the word in his mind. Conflict. Steele gripped the head of his tomahawk tightly and pulled it from his belt, holding it beneath the head. Be fair, he reminded himself. To be fair is to exact justice. His mind shouted at him while he stared at his enemy. Remember the bigger picture. Jackson is coming. I may yet take your head. The pastor spread his arms. I give it freely, for I am at peace with God. My soul is already his. Fuck you, shouted Gat. Don't give us your pious bullshit. You're a murderer, you bastard, Tess shouted at him. Her hands balled into fists at her sides. You murdered Pagan, she screamed. He only ever wanted to help people, and you burned him alive. The pastor bowed his head. If I made a mistake in burning Pagan, then God will forgive me, for my heart was in the right place. Steele held up his tomahawk in the air. Enough! He gave Tess a side-eye. She scowled at him in return. His eyes panned over Ahmed, the stocky Egyptian-American, and Kevin, the lanky high school teacher, standing side by side with M4s. They are with me. His eyes reached Thunder. Thunder's eyes were level, giving no indication of his true emotions. Is he still with me? He knew he might lose Tess with this, but what other choice did he have? We've had our differences, but now that I have the upper hand, I will show what it means to create peace. I will show you what mercy looks like, Steele said. He gave Tess a side glance. She fumed. He ignored her and pushed on. Steele walked closer to the pastor, his left leg slow on the uptake. The pastor's eyes peered down at him. Steele spun his hawk in his hand. The pastor smiled at him in a truly carefree manner. Does he have no fear of death? Steele got within 3 feet of him and looked up at the pastor's long-worn face. I will make it easier, son, the pastor said. He bent his head low near Steele's. Send me home, the pastor said softer. The man began murmuring the Lord's Prayer under his breath. The crowd held in silence, awaiting his justice. A swing in this troublesome man is out of the way. Everyone will be happier. He stood, twirling his hawk in his hand, staring at the top of the pastor's thinly haired head. You are free. The pastor raised his head a bit, his eyes peering from beneath his brows. Pardon me, he whispered. You are free under the following conditions. The pastor only raised his head and eyebrows at Steele. You and your community are to join ours. You will not harm, burn, or condemn anyone not infected to any sort of damnation. In return, your people will be treated as equals and will suffer no abuse at our hands. The pastor blinked slowly, as if he were contemplating which was better, the terms or certain death. His voice came out slowly. Our approach can be modified. God's will reaches further than the flame sometimes. I'm not finished, Steele said. You and your men will fight with us against the dead and the living. The pastor's eyes lit up. You'll return my men's weapons? Yes, once they have sworn not to use them against my people. Steele swallowed hard, knowing that this could start another war. But Colonel Jackson and his legion were close, and he needed the pastor's men if it came to a shootout. I will see to it that they do as you ask. There are no chances on this. They follow or they die. The pastor grinned. We will not have any issues. Steele eyed the man again, trying to see if he held deceit in his eyes. Then you and your men are free. Steele waved Kevin forward. Kevin handed the pastor his carpenter's hammer. The pastor's smile grew wide. He looked up at the heavens and raised the hammer above his head. God wills it! He shouted. No one took up the call. Murmurs of dissent rippled through the bikers and volunteers alike. No! Tess screeched. She marched over to Steele and the pastor. You can't be serious! This man tried to burn us alive and you're going to free him? Steele took in a deep breath. It's the only way. The only way? She jabbed a finger at the pastor. This guy is a fucking monster! Kill him! He just brainwashes people! You know it! You've seen it! Her voice dropped to a low hiss. He murdered your mother. The pastor sheathed his hammer through his belt. So much hate in such a small body. He raised a hand in her direction. I forgive you, my daughter. May God cull your anger and use you for his own good work. He bowed his head in her direction, keeping his hand outstretched. I forgive you. Screw you! She shouted, her arms wrapped tightly around her chest. Why are you doing this? This is not what we had agreed on for Sable. We are bigger than Sable now. The pastor stuck his hand out at Steele. I dare not know why, but God has drawn us together on a single path. It is his will that we partake in this journey together. You have my word in God's name. His hand wavered as he held it outstretched to Steele. Tears of anger formed around Tess's eyes, but he couldn't go back now. Everything would fall into chaos and disintegrate before their eyes if he did. Steele turned away from her and faced the pastor. He took the pastor's slender hand in his and gripped it tight. God has a plan for us. You've let my people go. The pastor let go and turned his back on them and raised his hands to the sky. "God is great!" Steele nodded to Thunder. "Make sure they get food and water, and let's keep them apart from the others until tempers die down." Thunder waved forward his sergeant-in-arms. "Garrett, grab Warchild and his boys. We will need some help with the supplies." Steele hobbled back to the fire station, a red brick building with 2 large garages stacked with supplies. He plopped down in a lawn chair, feeling the exhaustion of moving around at his inhibited pace. Tess had followed him and now paced in front of him. She spread her arms wide as she walked. "You can't do this." "I just did." "Take it back. They are our enemy. Keep them locked up, or we can take them as prisoners with us." "They would be useless mouths to feed. Now we can use them to scout, scavenge, and hopefully fight." "Sounds like you're afraid." She gave him an evil eye and continued with sarcasm. "That must be a first." "I am afraid of a lot of things. If you knew better, you would be afraid too." "What's so scary about this Colonel Jackson? What is he, a relative of yours? Why can't we handle him like we did the pastor?" His blue eyes locked with her almost black ones. "The pastor is a madman with an army of followers. Colonel Jackson is a madman with hundreds of trained soldiers. His ranks are filled with veterans of multiple wars, soldiers who've been trained by the best. With my limited knowledge of strategy, I outmaneuvered the pastor, who knew nothing about warfare. But the colonel is just that, a colonel, an 06, just beneath a brigadier general. He's read all the books, he's conducted operations, he's led hundreds if not thousands of men in battle. He's survived when other soldiers have been overrun." She looked at him silently, her eyes still smoldering. "I haven't done any of that. I set a trap for an unskilled tactician, and it almost didn't work." He rubbed his brow with his good hand and sent his hand over the puckered wound where he had taken a rifle round to the top of his head. She sat down next to him. "I don't care what he can offer. He murdered Pagan. I will never forgive him." Anger and hate blazed in her eyes. He knew she meant every word. "I know you won't." He looked over at her. The embers of her eyes were cooling down. "You're a lot older than when I first met you. One might even call you old with your bum leg and bum arm and bum head." He grimaced and smiled. "A lot of trouble a few weeks will do to you. Don't remind me." He paused, watching the bikers remove some of the boxes of food. "I won't let the idea of Sable be extinguished. Our people are still free." He glanced at her. "Will you promise me not to kill the pastor?" She gave him a coy look, raising a black eyebrow. An amused look spread over her face, as if she had already killed the pastor 100 times over, and he didn't even know about it yet. "I promise not to kill him," she said softly. "Thank you. This is important." He leaned his head back and relaxed for a moment. Shouting erupted from the gym, forcing his exhausted head upright. Tess heard it too. Her features hardened like stone, and she stared in the direction of the commotion. They couldn't make out the words at first, but the chant grew louder and louder until the words took shape. "God wills it. God wills it. God wills it," reverberated over the town, rising up to the sky. "Have I unleashed a monster? Tomorrow we leave," he whispered. Gwen, Reynolds Farm, Iowa. Gwen sat atop her grandfather's old yellow mare, Patsy. The leather of her saddle creaked as the horse walked. She controlled the old horse with her legs, and Patsy easily let herself be steered, having many years of experience beneath her. A cold fall sun sat in the sky, releasing enough sunlight to give them some extra warmth on their journey. Her grandfather rode along beside her. He had insisted on taking the family horses to save fuel. She made it clear that she could make it to town on her own, but the old man was adamant that he travel with her for safety. Not wanting to hurt his pride, she obliged. She watched him as he rode. John's back had a deeper hunch than normal in it, but the old man still was a proficient rider. The 85-year-old still had strength in him, despite a quadruple bypass 2 years prior. The hooves of his horse clopped as it moved at a steady pace along the country road. She half believed he wanted to go with her to show her off to his fellow neighbors. He had always been so proud of her, and would always beam when he spoke about her. "You know, Hackle Barney has survived worse." He rested a wrinkled hand on a well-used leather pommel. "My father Fulton used to talk about the famine of 1912. Crop went bad 3 years in a row. No one had food, and no one had money to buy any. Then there was the flood of 49. Whole town went underwater. 26 people drowned." Gwen gave him an endearing look. She had heard all these stories before, but she humored him out of love. "Wasn't that the time you saved Graham from atop the grocery store?" The old man smiled and nodded. "Yes, it was. She was trapped up top of Archie's. You see, she used to work there when she was right out of high school. Me and Nathaniel canoed right up to the rooftop. She jumped into my arms and—" He stopped when she interrupted. "The next fall you were married," Gwen finished with a smile. "That's right," he said. The horses swayed beneath them. His voice wavered a bit. "Nathaniel left us that next summer." The old man stared out. "Died in Korea." Her grandfather never talked about his brother much. His death still haunted the old man. Pa shouted loud and gave a wave. "Hey there, Van!" A dirty farmer in the field gave a wave with one hand, the other leading a team of horses by the reins. Van used a team of horses to pull a wagon of hay. A young man and woman assisted him as he goaded the team along. Shotguns and rifles hung off their backs. The presence of firearms on the farmers struck Gwen as out of place for home, where guns usually only came out during hunting season. Van's hand cupped his mouth, and he hollered, "Hiya, John!" He shaded his eyes. "Who's that you got there?" "Gwen's back in town," her grandfather yelled. His face brightened as he said it. He pulled his horse to a stop, and Patsy followed suit. "Gosh darn, that's great to hear. She's staying this time? You know the city don't have everything." "God willing and the creek don't rise," Pa yelled. "Hi, Van." Gwen gave him a friendly wave. She covered her eyes so she could see him better. "Good to have you back, Gwen. Might be you saved me a dance on Friday," Van yelled. "I'll always save a dance for you, Van," she said, and smiled in his direction. Van went back to work leading his team of horses. Pa goaded their horses back into a walk with a soft flick of his reins. He stared ahead as he spoke. "We've been lucky the Amish had a good year. Got plenty of draft horses for rent. They be good folk." "Seems like we're going backwards in time," she said. The old man smiled as if he remembered his childhood. "The past ain't so bad. Simpler. Harder in some ways. Easier in others." They steered their horses onto a better-maintained paved roadway. The horses seemed to know the way as their hooves resounded hard off the pavement. "Not too much farther now," her grandfather said. The old man didn't turn at the rustling in the trees, but Gwen heard it. A tattered figure in hunting camouflage shambled up the ditch and onto the road. "Pa, look out!" she yelled. He looked at her, startled, not having heard the man prior to her yelling. She drew her compact Glock in one hand. Pa saw the man and steered his horse in his direction. "That's Dan McIntosh," he said, oblivious to the danger. With a snarl the infected man made for him. John's horse neighed and tossed its head as it got closer. "Watch out!" Gwen shouted. She pulled her reins hard, putting herself between her grandfather and the infected. Her horse breathed hard and smacked its lips, nervous. The infected man swiped at Gwen's horse and it reared up. She struggled to hang on, using her thighs to squeeze the horse's sides while leaning closer to the horse's neck. When Patsy let her down, Dan grabbed her leg, and Gwen stretched out her arm, putting a bullet into the top of his skull with her Glock. His lifeless body dropped onto the road and lay unmoving. Dark red blood leaked out the exit wound. She turned her horse in a circle, holding her gun in tight to her chest with the reins in her other hand, scanning for more infected. None in sight, she guided Patsy back toward her shocked grandfather. "Are you okay?" she breathed. Pa sat on his horse and stared at her in disbelief. His eyes barely blinked. "Pa!" she said louder. She worried the scare may have given him a heart attack. He shook himself. His lips trembled. "When? You shot Dan McIntosh." His eyes blinked rapidly as he tried to digest what had happened. She scanned the trees before she holstered her weapon. She grasped for him, resting a hand on his arm. "This is the way it is now. He's infected. They either kill us or we kill them, but only one of us walks away." Pa shook his head. His mouth clamped closed. "I've never seen you act like that. You rode up and put a bullet in Dan's head." She gave him a sympathetic look. "Things have changed more than fuel shortages and power outages. It's worse than a famine or a flood. It's violent out there, and I won't be a victim." Not again. Flashes of Puck's ugly face desecrated her mind. Her grandfather visibly calmed down. "You've never been a victim, dear. You got Lydia's genes in you. Forgive me if I'm a little shocked that my granddaughter shot somebody as casual as asking for a glass of water." She gave his arm an extra squeeze. "No one is more surprised than me. You should have seen Mark during the beginning." The thought of her love brought sadness into her heart and worry into her gut. "He's the reason I made it." Pa nodded. "He always seemed to treat you nice. Just lives too darn far away." A smile settled on his face. "Me and Graham sure are happy to have you back." "I am too." She meant it. Being back with her family gave her some hope that things could be okay. "About another half-mile." He gestured with his hand, holding the reins. Within 10 minutes they rode into Hacklebarney. It felt as if they had stepped back in time. Horses pulled carts behind them. The only modernity, a pickup rolled down the street with a group of young men in the back. They waved guns in the air as they drove by, giving Gwen stares like they'd never seen a woman. A beer can rattled across the pavement. Her grandfather shook his head. "Should be helping their fathers get ready for harvest, and instead they're out burning fuel looking for the crazy ones." "They think it's a game," she said softly. The infected population was light enough in Iowa that they weren't facing endless hordes of the dead, only the unlucky few that drifted in from cities. "We're going to have a hard enough time as it is. We're going to lose a lot of crops without help," Pa said. They passed small shops with wide windows in late 19th century-styled two-storied buildings. Pa nodded to a balding man outside his shop wearing grease-stained clothes. "Morning, Kenny. How's Jenny?" "Oh, she's doing all right, better than yesterday. That Gwen?" "Yes, sir," she said. She grinned down at the hardware store owner. "By golly, been a long time." "Say, you wouldn't have any old kerosene lanterns or anything?" she asked. The man's eyes rolled upward as he thought. "I'll have to check in back. Been a bit picked over lately. You seen Jake?" She tried to mask her displeasure with a smile. "Yes, I have." No matter how long she had been gone or how many other boyfriends she had dated, everyone always assumed that she and Jake would be together. The Bullises, living on a farm with a dozen kids and never leaving. If not now, eventually they would be together, or everyone around town assumed they were still together. "I'll stop by later," she said. She clicked her tongue, and Patsy started back down the street. Her pa said hello to a host of people along a self-imposed parade route. There was Knowlton and Millie Gebert, both in their late 30s, who inherited a family farm north of town. Bill Thornburg, the town dentist. The DeVaults, dairy farmers, waved on the way by as they talked to B.B. Palmer's wife, Annie. They passed a post office with an American flag hanging out a window. The next building was a single story with an old police Bronco outside. The truck had rust on its bumpers and wheel wells. A gold sheriff badge hung on the wall of the office, and an American flag hung from a silver flagpole in front. "Whoa, Klein." He tugged the reins a bit, and the horse stopped. "I'm going to meet with Sheriff Donaldson and tell him about Dan McIntosh. I want to ride up that way and check out the farmstead. He had a wife and 2 older boys." He pointed. "Mayor's got an office right over in that building yonder. Should be in." He swung a stiff leg off his horse and gingerly stepped down. Stretching his back, he gave her a tired smile. "Not quite as limber as I used to be." She gave him a sad smile. "You look good, Pa." Her grandparents' age was always something that worried her. It was a fear that she wouldn't have time for them, and then one day they would be gone. They would fade and become only memories of when she was young. She gently pulled the reins, leading her horse back to the street. Clop, 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 clop. Each hoof lazily sounded off on the ground. She stopped her horse in front of a brown brick two-story building with a well-swept sidewalk. An American flag hung off a pole that stuck off the side of the building. A sign on the door read Mayor Dobson's office in black and gold lettering. "Guess this is it," she said to the horse. She gave Patsy a pat on her thick neck. She swung one leg off her horse and then the other, noticing how sore her inner thighs were from having not ridden in years. She squeezed her legs together. "I'm going to be hurting tomorrow. Been away too long from the farm." She wrapped the reins around a light pole that had lost its purpose with no power. "Now don't go nowhere, Patsy," she said, patting the horse's white nose. Patsy smacked her lips and nestled at Gwen's hand. Gwen stuck her hand in her pocket and pulled out a white square sugar cube. The horse's lips greedily curled together and tickled her hand as it took the cube. "There, that should hold you for a while." Patsy flicked her nose in the air. Gwen gave her a frown. "Geez, Patsy, later." She playfully swatted at the horse. Patsy tossed her head in return. Gwen walked over the sidewalk and grabbed the brass door handle, twisting the knob. The door opened to an old staircase. The steps groaned on her way up. At the top was another door. She knocked on it. "Well, come on in already," shouted a man. Kinnick, northern Mississippi River. Water whipped up from behind the small unit riverine craft as they plowed down the center of the brownish waters of the Mississippi River. The spray from the river was cold and damp, and the sky was a menacing fall gray. It was as if the heavens were whispering, "Harsh times ahead." The river ahead was the color of a chocolate milkshake that had been left in the sun too long. The roar of 14 pairs of engines sounded off as they moved in tandem down the river. Kinnick had left 4 of the craft with Major Alvarado to assist in her ongoing operations, not wanting to rob the Major of one of her most valuable assets. The circs were spread out about 60 yards from one another in a long chain of riverboats. The engines were loud enough where Kinnick couldn't hear the men around him talking. Kinnick had taken a partial Marine rifle squad composed of 2 fire teams and a mean-looking sergeant with a permanent scowl on his face, along with the remaining skins ODA 51. 2 Marines stood posted on the bow machine gun and a minigun, but nothing had been remotely close to threatening Kinnick's flotilla of riverboats. Kinnick stood in the pilot house paying close attention to the radio so he could issue orders as they moved down the river. Ride of the Valkyries played in the back of his mind as they cruised. His flotilla would soon shrink in number as boatloads of his Marines and Special Forces soldiers would peel off to their respective towns and cities along the Mississippi. His men would be on their own, organizing and training civilians to do the dirty work that the United States military couldn't undertake on their own. It was a long flank, but it was home field, the homeland, the motherland, their land. The pilot, Coffee, was an average-looking corporal with a mustache who loved to stick out his tongue as he focused on safely navigating the craft down the river. Kinnick left the corporal to his work of dodging trees, bodies, and rocks alike, and walked for the bow of the ship with the Marines. He used the starboard side of the cirque to steady himself as he stepped toward the bow. He took a seat near the helm next to the senior enlisted Marine in charge of the rifle squad. The Marines were all sizes and races, clean-shaven and tough-looking. They were multi-ethnic and multi-sized clones of one another, and that was the point, to decrease individualism and increase group cohesion. It was never us and them with the Marines, only us. "Sergeant," Kinnick said. "Sergeant Volk, sir." The Marine's face bordered on a sneer, and by the looks of him, Kinnick assumed that was his natural state. "Corporal Washington and Lance Corporal Boone are my fire team leaders." A thick African-American showed Kinnick some teeth, and his counterpart looked like he came straight from the backwoods. The thin white man dipped his helmeted head toward Kinnick. Boone shouted over the motors in a thick Tennessean accent. "Colonel!" Then there's Hanger, Duncan, Gore under Washington, and Whitehead, Ramos, Tran under Boone. The Marines nodded, waved, and smiled at Kinnick. Kinnick shouted, "You boys look ready!" Volk looked at him, mouth tight. "We are. We were wondering where our first stop is." "We're headed to Lansing, Iowa. It's about 40 miles from here. When we stop there, Captain Boucher and 6 of the Cirques will head further south of our AOR near St. Louis. I'm going to stay with Captain Heath for the first phase, and then move down to St. Louis and reconnect with Boucher. We're going to be isolated, but this is where our nation will make or break itself." He nodded out at the land. "On these riverbanks." "I see, sir." Volk shook his head in almost disgust. He snorted, looking down at the ground. Kinnick cocked his head. "Is that a problem, Sergeant?" "No, sir. We are always down for a fight. Permission to speak freely, sir?" "Granted." "Is this really going to make a difference? I mean, there's only a few hundred men, and you are talking about defending a river that runs a couple thousand miles." Kinnick stared at him coldly. "We don't have a choice. Our hope rests on the backs of these brave people. If we cannot get them to hold this river, then we will fall. Whatever remains of our nation will be overrun, extinguished like the rest of the world." Volk's mouth tightened up more like he was going to spit. "Yes, sir, we're it. I mean, no one else is out there in the world." For a moment, Kinnick watched the trees along the river disappear behind them. Their leaves were mostly gone, and now they looked naked and dead, as if they were preparing to join the infected dead. He brought his focus back on the sergeant. "As far as I know, we are the only nation left, and Operation Homefront is our effort to mobilize the remainders of America into a fighting force." "Mad Isabel always is getting us into a scrap." His brownish-yellow eyes were hard. "Old girl always puts out," laughed Hanger. Washington shook his head and grunted. "She'd be crazy." Boone grinned. "Madder than a raccoon on crack." Volker yelled at the Marines. "You hear that, Marines? We're it. We're all that's left on Earth. This fight is not just for America, it's for humanity. We lose here and we disappear like a group of virgins on prom night. Except for Whitehead, he's still jerking off in the corner." Whitehead shook his head. "I ain't a virgin," he whined. A chorus of laughter and oorahs echoed from the Marines. Then they proceeded to ream Whitehead for his lack of sexual experience. "I swear there was a girl from back home. We did stuff." "Bah ha ha!" Ramos chimed in. "You wouldn't know a chocha if it fell on your dick." Kinnick ignored the berating of their comrade. He spoke softer to the sergeant. "I have a question for you, Volk." Volk clenched his jaw, thinking he was going to get reprimanded for the way his men spoke about their commanding officer. "Yes, sir." "Why do the men call Major Alvarado Mad Isabel?" The watercraft skipped over the currents, causing the men to readjust their grips on weapons. Volk's brow crossed before he answered, as if he were angry to have to speak. "She's meaner than dirt, sir. Got a lot of feistiness in her, like the little Latina she is. Ain't that right, Ramos?" "She's spicy," he said with a smirk. Volk turned back to Kinnick. "Tough as shit on us. Fair, but all disciplined. Asks a lot from us and gives her all for us. Pulled a lot of us out of some shit near McCoy. Fought like a Marine possessed and expects us to do the same. There's a reason we haven't lost a Marine in 16 days. Let's keep it that way, Sergeant." "Hoorah, sir." The land skimmed by as they sped downriver, everything along the shore dead or dying. 2 hours later, their engines slowed to a low rumble. On the Iowa side of the Mississippi, nice waterfront homes lined the shore. A thick beamed bridge the color of a bluish-gray sky grew larger in the distance. Kinnick's flotilla of Cirques drifted closer, easily passing beneath the large bridge connecting Iowa and Wisconsin. A road ran away to the Wisconsin side through a series of tiny, swampy, tree-covered islands. On the Iowa side, a small town appeared on the banks of the Mississippi. It was covered in historic red brick 2-story buildings. Eaves were painted green, blue, and black. A few of the buildings were painted white, cream, or gray. The main street ran straight into the river with a boat landing. Small wooden and metal docks lined the shore. Kinnick pointed Coffee where he wanted him to maneuver the craft. "Make for there." Coffee turned the wheel for the shore. No more than 1,000 people could have resided there. Nothing moved. The town seemed still, an abandoned town filled with only the ghosts of the past. The only things that moved were Kinnick and his men. Kinnick scooped up his radio. "Captain Boucher, take Madison 1 and 2, Franklin 2 and 3, and Jefferson 1 and 3, and continue down the river. Let me know of any issues coming up." Kinnick was giving the captain most of the ODAs under his command, the best soldiers for training the civilians, but he thought it better to keep the captain tied together with the other Special Forces soldiers. Boucher's voice had a Cajun twang to it. "Copy," echoed from the radio. "Good luck, Captain." He looked back at the other boats closing in from down the flotilla column. "Don't you worry about us, sir. We'll get them civvies all trained and ready for a scrap." "Thank you, Captain. Our rally point is Hannibal, Missouri. We'll see you at Portage de Sioux." 6 pairs of Cirque engines kicked back up from a low idle, and they motored away through the water. Kinnick set the radio down and stared at the dead town. The clouds above were thick enough that he thought it might rain, adding a high level of misery to the mostly open-decked watercraft. Master Sergeant Hunter leaned over the side of the boat and pointed. "Look at those things." Gray, bloated bodies floated in the river. Fish nibbled at their heads and bodies. "Fatter than a hog in heat," Hunter said. Sergeant Hawkins stared, unmoving. He pointed at the small town. Kinnick barely could make out the residual figure that ran between the buildings. Kinnick rubbed his eyes. "Thought this was a ghost town. Looks like we got somebody to talk to. Take us in." He waved at Coffee. "Aye, aye, Colonel." Coffee turned the boat hard and oriented them to the shore. Master Sergeant Hunter shouted, "You heard the Colonel. You're ready to get out." Kinnick picked up his microphone. "Hamilton 2 and Adams 1, move in with us." For this operation, he thought he'd bring it back to the beginning. All his boats were named after founding fathers. His Cirques would be known as the Founding Defenders. Coffee took Hamilton 1 right alongside a riverside dock. It was made of warped, faded gray wood. Neon green water mold grew up along the supporting legs in the water. Hamilton 2 and Adams 1 slid along docks farther downriver. Marines stormed ashore. "Get moving!" Volk shouted. Marines clambered onto the dock of a riverside restaurant. Hunter launched himself onto the dock like a gymnast and offered a hand to Kinnick. Kinnick took it, and the soldier yanked him onto the dock. "Washington!" Volk pointed the African-American corporal toward the building. Marines ran beneath a large porch overhang. "Boone!" Volk pointed at another building split by a boat landing. The gangly lance corporal and 3 more Marines ran that way. With a glance back at Kinnick, Volk followed. Kinnick hefted his M4 and followed Washington's men, who scrutinized the inside of a dark restaurant that was filled with empty tables. They all took cover against the windowed wall in a single-file line. Master Sergeant Hunter jogged down the line and did a quick check around the corner. He pointed out at the other fire team. He presented his fingers. 3, 2, 1. Both fire teams burst onto the sidewalks of the main street. Guns were pointed in varying directions, but never at one another. The streets were empty of traffic and people alike. Abandoned cars had collected a brown dust that coated them from lack of use. The Marines in green berets hustled down the street searching for the person they'd seen. "Nobody's here," Hunter whispered. "Somebody's here, and they're hiding," Kinnick whispered back. An American flag fluttered above a shop. It whipped back and forth, cracking and snapping in the wind that threatened rain. Signs swung in the turbulent air and softly creaked as rusted hinges were worked. Small studios, businesses, eateries, and a bank lined the main town block. They moved quickly down the street. We could be too late. What if every town was just like this, abandoned or dead? There will be no one left to fight. The Marines' combat boots padded down the street. Kinnick looked behind him. The other Cirque soldiers and Marines spread out to side streets. His men tested door handles down the other side of the street. A door groaned and Kinnick turned. He scrutinized a blue door cracked open only an inch. He could see nothing but darkness inside. He touched Hunter's arm and gestured. The door closed. Kinnick, Hunter, and Hawkins stacked on the door with Washington's fire team. They waited a moment as the men collected themselves to make entry. A second later, Washington put a big boot to the left of the door handle. The door jamb splintered and the door swung open. The Marines charged inside. Kinnick was the last one in and button-hooked to the left. People cried out in terror. A tall man stood behind the counter and pointed a shotgun at them. He took turns aiming the gun at one Marine and then another. People crowded near his back, cowering. Washington's voice roared at the man. His stance was compact for such a big man and his voice aggressive. "Drop the gun!" He repeated himself again and again. "Hold!" Kinnick shouted. He let his gun swing down to his side. The thick mustached man frowned. Glasses set atop his nose. He gestured with his shotgun a tiny bit. "Get on out of here! You got no right busting in here!" The little girl looked out from behind him. He swatted at her with his offhand. "You're in so much trouble, young lady." Kinnick took a step forward, holding out a helping hand. "Sir, we are here to help." "Prove it! The last bunch of you robbed us blind." Kinnick held up his hands, showing him that he was unarmed. "I am Colonel Kinnick of the United States Air Force. What is your name, sir?" Behind him, he could hear Hunter snort a laugh about the Air Force comment. "I'm Brian Watson," he said with a little nod. "Mr. Watson, we are here to help. We don't want to rob you or harm your family. We are here to make sure they survive." Brian dropped his gun a fraction. "How's you suppose that?" Kinnick kept his hand held in the man's direction. "We're going to train you to fight." "To fight?" "To fight against the dead." "How do I know you're telling the truth?" Kinnick peered over his shoulder at Hunter and nodded. Hunter ducked out of the building. "Give me a minute, Brian." After a minute, Hunter came back inside holding a large box. He brought it forward and set it down in front of Brian. "Go ahead, Brian. Take a look." Brian's brow furrowed, but he bent down slow as if his back hurt and picked up a brownish-tan package. He held it up, inspecting it. His eyebrows rose. "MRE?" Kinnick held his hand up. "It stands for Meal Ready to Eat. There's 500 there, and we have more. We want to make sure your folks are taken care of." The tall man gulped, but nodded his head gravely. "I trust you. You got a better look than the last bastards. Thank you." He lowered his shotgun all the way to the ground. Tension faded from the room. "It's all right now," Brian shouted behind him. People flooded out from the room that he blocked with his life. Men, women, and children came out to look at the Marines in green berets. A little girl and boy, who were clearly siblings, walked up to Kinnick. They both had bleach blonde hair and blue eyes. "I want to be a soldier one day just like you," the girl squeaked. Kinnick bent down. "You will. What's your name?" "Monroe." Kinnick reached out a hand and ruffled her hair. "And yours?" Kinnick asked the boy. The boy stood silent. Kinnick smiled at the boy. "Would you like to be a soldier?" The boy nodded his head slowly. The little girl stared at her brother and back to Kinnick. "His name's Alfie. He's the quiet one." "Alfie the soldier." Monroe gave him a tough look. "I'm the big sister. I look out for him." Kinnick chuckled and gave her a smile. "Well, you keep looking out for him. We both need each other. Remember that. Always look out for one another. When you're ready, I expect you to join one of our units." Her eyes drifted back and to the left as she thought. "I'm only 7 now, but when I'm 8, I think I'll be ready." "And we'll be waiting." Kinnick stood back up. The little girl seemed satisfied with his response. "Bye, mister," she squeaked. She took Alfie's hand and they ran off together. Kinnick stood. The people hugged and shook hands with the Marines. Master Sergeant Hunter picked up a child. "Thank you, and God bless, and our prayers are answered," could be heard over and over from the people. A white-haired woman wrapped her arms around Hawkins. "We knew you'd come." She reached a hand up and squeezed his cheek between her fingers. Hawkins blinked fast. His stoic face almost showed a sliver of emotion. "Such a handsome lad, too," the old woman said. Hawkins looked at Kinnick, eyes wide. Hunter barked a laugh and shifted the child in his arms. "Are you a pirate?" The child in his arms peeped. Hunter laughed. Hunter did his best pirate voice. "Of course me am, laddie." The tall mustached leader stepped in front of Kinnick. His shotgun hung loosely in his fingers and was casually pointed to the ground like he was walking through a forest to hunt quail. 2 tall, young, mustache-lacking men stood behind him, clearly his sons. "Now, Colonel, how can we help you?" Kinnick looked up at him. "Can you fight?" Brian looked back at his sons. "Yes, sir, we can fight. We ain't got no formal training, but we can learn." "That's all I ask." Steel, Pentwater, Michigan. Gunfire penetrated his dreams, echoing across his semi-conscious plane of existence. He awoke in sweat-soaked sheets. His damaged arm ached. It held a permanent itch in and around the wound and felt claustrophobic underneath the bandages. He inhaled deeply. Touching the bed next to him, he was reminded she wasn't there. He crumpled a handful of sheets with his functioning hand. The emptiness of the room gnawed at him. The vacancy on the other side of his bed made him ache even more. He embraced the void of her absence and exhaled loudly. She is safe. Sitting up, he let his feet fall to the floor. The floor was cold beneath his rough soles. He brought his good hand to his forehead, running his fingers through the hair that still remained on his skull. A faint sound touched his ears. His eyes darted to the black M4 that leaned on his bed nearby. His tomahawk rested on his bedside next to his black M9A1 Beretta sidearm. Still, he was drawn to the window. Shirtless, he limped over to the windowsill, resting his hand on the wooden frame. The darkness of the early morning sat waiting outside, begrudgingly giving up its stranglehold on the land. On the west side of the fire station sat a marina leading out to a small lake. The town stretched along Pentwater Lake, connected by a channel to the Big Lake, or Lake Michigan. Steele's window faced south of the station. Southeast sat a forested hill. It was more of a slight elevation compared to its lower surroundings. He could make out shadows near the edge of town standing next to motorcycles. Portable floodlights poured light down the road that ran along the lakeshore. Two hunched-over forms stood exposed on the water tower, huddled together in the chill of the night. At least they're still upright. Smoldering fires sat outside a small office building across from the fire station. It had been annexed by the Chosen after he'd set them free. He could make out the armed brothers and sisters standing outside. Earlier in the day, and under the watchful eye of the Red Stripes and the Iron Drakes, the former Chosen prisoners had been escorted back to Temple Energy to collect their families and the remainders of their armed forces. By the time they had all trickled back into Pentwater, the Chosen numbers almost doubled Steele's United Motorcycle Gangs and Sable Point members. He watched the building warily, debating in his mind if he had made a mistake. The pastor will be true to his word. The problem is, his words are those of a psychopathic, egotistical demigod. Time would tell if he made a mistake, or a bullet in the back, but he knew deep down it didn't matter, because Jackson's forces threatened them, operating somewhere unknown in the countryside. He would keep the pastor close. It was the enemy out of sight that concerned him. The dusky outside was turning a lighter gray as morning took over. Highly trained and hostile American soldiers were operating nearby. They knew only one code, and that was loyalty to the unit. As far as they were concerned, the government had turned their back on them, left them for dead. Now they wanted his head on a platter because he had defied them with Kinnick and the remnants of loyal American soldiers. He let his head fall to his chest, not realizing he was holding his breath. By the end of the morning, his people would put some distance between themselves and Jackson's men, hoping to disappear into the wooded north of Michigan. The faint tinkle of glass hitting the floor jarred him. A hole appeared in the glass next to his head. Steele considered it almost casually, wondering if someone had thrown a rock through his window. The window spiderwebbed along the edges of the hole. His heart leapt in his chest as realization flashed in his mind, and he threw himself on the floor. He grunted as pain seared through his damaged arm, sucking the wind from his chest. A round shattered the rest of the glass and struck the wall above him, sending plaster into the air. Shit! He crawled over, using his single arm, and pushed over his pack in front of him. The door to his room kicked inward. He stared at a booted foot. Jesus! Tess exclaimed. A shot embedded itself into the door. She flinched, bending down into a low squat. She scooped up his pack and M4 quick and slung them over her shoulder. Where the hell? Dunno. Keep moving. Steele grunted as he snatched up his handgun and tomahawk, his muscles not wanting to participate in such a quick, laborious movement. Tess helped him through the doorway and into the hall. People scrambled down the dimly lit hall, guns in hands. Margie emerged from her dorm and hopped up and down as she forced on her pants. Getting both her legs inside, she ran for him. Scott's crew is reporting large numbers of soldiers on the south end of Lakeshore Drive near the condo tower. Tell them not to give up their position unless the soldiers advance. Give the rest of Sable time to round up. The perpetually worried woman in her late 50s nodded vigorously and ran down the corridor. Tess wrapped an arm around his torso and helped him down the hall. As they hobbled down the metal steps, the fire station garage erupted in chaos. Motorcycles zipped by, men loaded trucks. Single gunshots rang out, but not the sound of automatic fire. Perhaps it is a scouting party, or a lone sniper sent to terrorize us. Tess, please help Margie. She eyed him for a second and nodded, tossing him his M4. He caught it and held it by its pistol grip handle. Not going to be much use. Thunder jogged up, chest heaving beneath his club colors. I sent Warchild and the War Machines to the north end, and the Wolf Riders northeast. If they've encircled us, we're done. We'll be pinned on the water. Steele breathed. He looked over Thunder's shoulder to the outside. We should have left sooner. We should have left as soon as we saw his forces. Steele looked out over at the Chosen's office building. The pastor stood outside, watching him as if he thought Steele's men had turned on him. He quickly nodded to Steele and waved his men out of the building. His followers surged out into the street with supplies and gear. Steele turned back to Thunder. Get everyone loaded up. We have to leave as fast as we can. I got it, Thunder grumbled. Garrett, let's get the boys mounted and ready to ride, he shouted. The big sergeant-at-arms nodded his head and shouted, Let's mount up. Steele eyed the trees. How many enemy soldiers do you hold? A small red pickup truck rolled up and brakes slammed it into a halt. Tess was behind the wheel. She ran a hand over her slicked-back black hair. Get in, she said. Steele used the truck as a brace to reach the other side, then opened the door and plopped in. They stopped as Peter stepped out into the road, gun in his hand. Steele gripped the M4 in his good arm, prepared to use it. Peter ran around to Steele's side of the truck. He stuck his sandy curly-haired head inside, and Steele was only thankful it wasn't his AK-47 rifle. We're almost loaded up. We have a few older folk who might need some more time. They have 5 minutes and we roll out. The ground erupted near Peter. He ducked his head low and looked over his shoulder at the trees. Hurry, Steele said. Peter nodded and ran toward the building housing the Chosen. Tess gasped it, making the tires squeal, and she handed him binoculars. You're going to need these. Steele held them for a moment. She sped to the edge of the town and slammed on the brakes. There! She pointed through the windshield up at a wooded hill. The enemy sat there like a line of mounted knights. The 50-caliber machine guns were their lances that greedily itched to reach out and touch you. An armored wall of tan Humvees lined the road, blocking the way south. Soldiers peered down M2 50-caliber machine gun barrels. They sighted him with M240 machine guns and Mark 19s with 40mm grenades strung together in belted boxes. A man stood atop one of the Humvees. His head was uncovered, and it was clear from the shine from the top of his head that he was bald. He held a long, bolt-action sniper rifle in one hand. Steele snagged up the binoculars and pressed them to his eyes. He leaned closer to the windshield, but he already knew the answer. A skeletal head laughed with the men next to him, and he brought the rifle up to his shoulder. He took aim. Boom! Fire erupted from his gun. A biker collapsed onto the ground down the street and didn't move. The bald soldier roared with laughter, and one of his men handed him an AT-4, an 84mm single-shot, guideless anti-tank weapon. Cheap, low recoil, almost dummy-proof, and defective against both light armor and structures. Steele pulled his eyes away from the binoculars and glanced at Tess. Scott's team is in the condos. He said it more to himself. He had given the order for them to hold their position. Tess peered up at the condo tower on the edge of the marina. They are. A projectile screeched with a smoky tail across the sky, and a room inside the tower exploded outward into a fiery inferno. Shit! Tess cursed. She threw the car in reverse and spun the truck's wheels. She ripped it back into drive and jerked the steering wheel. Scott's team, Steele said, looking back at the tower. Black smoke billowed out of the building. Tess gunned it down the street. Steele dug his M4 into the floor to keep himself steady. She spoke fast and worried. We don't have time to worry about them. Steele glanced behind them, looking through the dirty glass of the truck's rear cabin. The Humvees slowly rolled down the hill toward the town. They're coming, he said. The pickup passed a side street. Humvees rolled down the residential street. She sped up, passing another side street. Tan vehicles rumbled along that road toward the main drag, slowly squeezing Steele's forces between the lake and north. Tess stopped the truck near the fire station. A host of red stripes ran boxes of food to trucks. They're rolling in from all over, Steele said. Thunder looked back at the hill. I saw 'em. Fucking cowards been taking pot shots at us. We had a couple casualties. The Chosen are loaded up and on the road. We're the last. Steele nodded to the big biker, placing his M4 in the window frame. We run. Gwen, Hacklebarney, Iowa. Gwen walked up the steps to the second story of the building. She knocked on a black door at the top. "Come on in," a voice called out. She opened the door to the mayor's office and stepped inside. A slightly chubby man in a white button-down shirt with a red tie sat behind an old wooden executive desk. Old green carpet ran all the way through the office. Dark stains covered the floor. Gwen assumed it was a combination of spilt coffee along with mud and dirt from the surrounding farms that had been deposited over countless mayoral terms. A tall bookshelf stood on the far wall, and framed pictures lined the other. She took a step inside. "Hi, Mayor Dobson," she said. He had been a car salesman in Dubuque before moving to Hacklebarney. His hair was receding but combed over the top of his head. His cheeks were borderline pudgy from being outside his prime. He looked up from what he was reading and smiled. "Gwen Reynolds, Sheriff said you might be stopping by soon. Been too long since I last laid eyes on you." His eyes made a quick dart to her chest and back to her face. Her breasts had grown painfully larger in the last few weeks, despite her limited diet, as her body prepared itself for the arrival of her baby. He waved a hand in front of him. "How about you take a seat?" She did as she was asked and pushed a green velvet chair closer to his desk. He held out a small glass bowl filled with white candies. "Mint?" She shook her head. "No, thank you." He set the bowl down and leaned back in his brown executive-style chair that squealed with every up and down. He shook his head in disbelief and smirked. "I bet John about had a heart attack when you showed up." He continued, shaking his head. "He must be thrilled to have you back." His chair continued to bounce up and down. She folded her hands in front of her body. "He is very happy to have me back." He sat back up quickly and interrupted her before she could continue, as if he had a whole list of meetings lined up for the day. "So what can I do you for today?" "I came to speak with you about refugees." He smiled, but somehow she wasn't sure it was genuine. "Sheriff Donaldson did the right thing by letting you over that bridge. We are happy to have your people." He looked to the side before he continued. "Of course your grandfather's farm will bear the brunt of that burden." She pursed her lips. "They're good people. They can contribute in many ways." "I'm sure they can. On his farm." "What if I was to tell you a much bigger group of people are headed your way?" The mayor blinked a few times and continued to smile. "How many people are we talking about, Gwen?" "About 1,000. He rolled his eyes and whistled as his chair bounced back away from his desk. His eyes and tone grew disapproving. "I know you aren't about to ask me to let in more people than this town has in it. That is out of the question." His chair bounced back toward his desk and he leaned in. "Do you know how hard things are going to get this winter? Let alone the extra 100 that your grandfather has taken in. The stress that puts on the sheriff to keep things orderly is plenty enough." He shook his head at her suggestion. "You know, I'm going to say this because most people in this town are too nice. But you got a lot of nerve coming in here and placing that burden on all of us. What if we can't feed them, or they get sick? Then I'm responsible for their abuse, even their deaths." His eyes widened. "What if they get us sick? Think about the people here." She leaned forward. His eyes darted down away from her face again, quick. "I don't think you understand. This is more than being without power or cars. Millions of people have been killed or infected. At some point, they will end up here. You have to let them across the river or they'll be killed." He furrowed his brow at her. "Gwen, I don't have to do anything. We have gone way above and beyond our responsibility to other communities. There's no telling what kinds of people you bring in here. You're asking me to put my constituents and the great people of Hacklebarney at risk. And for what? What do we have to gain?" He waved his hands to the sides. "So you can save people's lives and they can help us defend Hacklebarney against the dead. Not only are there infected, but there are criminals and military units fighting. One unit is after these people." The mayor snorted and his soft belly jiggled a bit. "The United States military is after you?" Gwen shook her head quick. "No, not the military. A rogue unit. Defectors." Mayor Dobson smiled in disbelief. "You want me to give asylum to people who are on the run from the military? Defectors or not, those are American fighting men and women. They deserve our gratitude for sticking their necks out for us." He crowded forward, inching across his desk. His voice dropped down low. "What you're proposing is treasonous. Your grandfather would be embarrassed if he heard the words coming out of your mouth. He's a veteran, for Christ's sake." "Then let them pass through. My people will go somewhere else," she pleaded. "Listen to yourself. My people. Gwen, if I remember correctly, your people are here." He pointed back and out his window. "Whatever is across that river are just freeloaders. They're using you. I don't mind helping people in need, but listen to what you are saying. Standing against our military? That's madness. Feed and clothe thousands of people? Madness. We are barely 1,000 ourselves," he exclaimed, getting worked up. His face was beginning to turn red. She felt the heat rise to her cheeks, too. "Let me tell you what's madness. A United States Army colonel hunted others and myself for helping a doctor discover patient zero in Michigan. Do you know what that is, a patient zero?" "No." He leaned back away from her, and his chair creaked. "That is the first person to contract the disease. Our scientists needed him to come up with some kind of cure. And that man hunted us for it, killed us for not obeying him. Maybe he wanted it for himself, but it doesn't matter because it's all insane. Don't you tell me about madness. Madness is standing by while that man butchers the innocent," she growled. The mayor folded his hands in front of him as he went into politician mode. "I understand your passion, Gwen. Even if what you say is true, you would be putting every man, woman, and child here in Hacklebarney at great risk, and I will not allow it. I'll have the sheriff and his posse stop anyone that tries." She tried to reach him at an even more personal level. "My boyfriend is leading that group. He will be trapped over there if we don't help him." His smile turned flat. "That, my dear, is not my problem." He licked his fingers and thumbed through some papers, averting his eyes. "Thanks for stopping by today." His eyes glanced up from his papers as if he expected her to vanish before him. "Tell your grandpa I said hello." Gwen's mouth hung open. This bastard was going to end the conversation like this. She sat flustered. "I will." She stopped. "Thank you, Mayor," she forced out. "The pleasure was all mine," he oozed. His eyes crept down again toward her chest. She stood abruptly and stormed for the door. Her hand closed around the doorknob. "Oh, and Gwen?" She stopped opening the door and turned around. "Don't go off doing anything brash. I have no problem sending your people back across the river to wherever they came from." "Don't you worry about me." She made sure to slam the door on her way out. She pounded down the steps and made for her horse. Patsy eyed her with big brown eyes, still standing in the same spot. The horse picked her foot up and let it stomp on the ground, sensing her irritation. Gwen unwrapped her reins. "I know. He's an asshat," she whispered to the horse. She patted Patsy as she walked around her. She looked up toward his office as she mounted atop Patsy. Mayor Dobson stood at the window, watching her. She snorted up at him, and he smiled down at her, hands in his pockets. Gwen pulled Patsy's reins away, and they walked down the street. Her grandfather rode up on his horse. He gave her a concerned look when he got close enough to see her face, wrinkled lines creasing his weathered face. "What's happened?" "That man is an asshole." She kept her horse walking, and her grandfather turned his horse around and followed her. "No need for such language," he scolded. Gwen gave him a death stare. "I'm a grown woman, Grandpa. I can say what I like." "Just 'cause you can doesn't mean you should." He closed his mouth and nodded. "Sometimes us old folks forget that you kids are all grown up." She laughed a bit. "That man is a selfish, ignorant fool is what he is." Her grandfather chuckled. "He is a fool." They rode in silence for a moment, only the sound of their horses' hooves connecting with the road echoing. "He won't help Mark. There will be hundreds of people that need our help." She could see him tense at the mention of more refugees. "The mayor is a fool, but remember, we can't take everyone. Our town is small. Things will be difficult with the extra mouths to feed as it is." His eyes were grave. "They will die if we don't help them. Between the crazies and the military, they will be cut down." John's mouth twitched a bit. I know, sweetheart. We will find a way. Have faith. Gwen couldn't help but tear up at the old man who had loved her more than a father could. I love you, Pa. Love you too, sweetheart. Kinnick, northern Mississippi River. There were over 300 people hiding in Lansing, Iowa. Kinnick left Hamilton II, manned by a detachment of Marines under a ruddy, chain-smoking sergeant, to collect people from the surrounding area and train them to fight. Within an hour, Kinnick took his remaining 7 watercraft and traveled south on the river. If Kinnick could make it to one more town before nightfall, he would consider the first phase of the operation a success. The onboard radio buzzed on the Hamilton One. Captain Boucher to Colonel Kinnick. The radio clicked off. Kinnick picked up his microphone and spoke into it. This is Kinnick. Sir, we've reached Harper's Ferry, Iowa, sir, and we've got a bit of a problem. I understand Harper's Ferry is the next town in our tour. Clarifying, sir, these are commonplace names. Kinnick shook his head. Copy, Captain. What's wrong with Harper's Ferry? Well, we have a lock, and there ain't nobody home. What do you mean? A dam and lock, but no one is manning the control station on the Illinois side. We cleared the station out, but we caused quite a commotion out there. I expect that there will be more infected drawn in by the time you get there. I want you to be well briefed on what you're sailing into. Then there's the bad part. Bad part? Kinnick clicked off his microphone and looked out over the water. Captain Boucher clicked back on. You're going to have to hope that the generator's got enough juice in her for one more go around town, or you are literally up shit creek. Kinnick rubbed his brow. Thank you, Captain. Carry on. My pleasure cruise has already passed Marquette. Be safe. You as well. Kinnick waved Hunter up off the ground. The master sergeant lifted himself up using the side of the boat. In the next hour or so, we are going to run into a dam. Hunter's eyebrow lowered. Probably get out of the way of that. Kinnick gave him a short smile. Boucher got his boats through, but they had to go real hot. We're going to have to be fast and quiet or risk getting overrun. Take Hawk and Boone's fire team and get that lock open. Hunter rolled the wad of tobacco in his mouth to the other side and squeezed with his lip. Well, hot damn, can't wait. Hunter turned back to Hawk over his shoulder. You hear that, Hawk? We get to open the locks for the boss. Hawk gave a slight nod of his head. Hunter turned back to Kinnick and spit over the side of the boat. He's ready. After about an hour cruising down the river, a concrete dam rose up out of the water. Large, thick arches were spaced evenly and stuck up even higher than the wall running over the river. Next to those were smaller concrete arches. The Marine on the .50 caliber machine gun turned back and shouted, Looks like they got both roller and tainter gates on their dam. Boone rolled his eyes, staying seated. Here we go with that college boy. What's that mean, Marine? Kinnick said. Don't get him started, Hanger shouted. He knows more shit about shit that don't mean shit, Washington said. Kinnick ignored the Marines. Go on, Gore. Gore looked like the teenager next door. Hairless face. He had an almost goofy look with boyish freckles, except he had a ballistic helmet and manned a .50 caliber machine gun. He twisted in the turret so he could see Kinnick. Grew up north of here in Hastings, Minnesota, on the banks of the Mississippi. We had one like it, but we only had tainter gates. What does that mean for us? Gore released a single hand off his machine gun. I'd avoid him if you don't want to get destroyed by the current. Tainter gates are floodgates that are shaped like a pie slice with the round end facing upstream. It forces only a little bit of water through the dam at a time, preventing bank erosion downstream. Gore held up his hands linked together in a round shape. You see, the cool part is the water bears on the convex of the upstream. Volk swatted at the Marine. Shut up and get on the 50. We ain't paying you to talk about your cervix. Gore looked abashed and took his place back on his .50 caliber machine gun. He pointed. Far bank? That white building's where the lock controls should be. Kinnick pointed to the eastern bank. Take us over. Coffee motored the boat to the eastern shore. Haggard forms followed them down the riverbanks toward the lock. More infected wandered toward the control station and down the riverside road from the surrounding forests. A group of them clustered around the white station, sitting on the edge of the dam. They were going to have to clear them out to operate the lock. Kinnick looked at Hunter. He was already sizing up his next war challenge. A concrete pier wall formed the side of the lock and already had infected crawling all over it. It could have been men and women fishing until they started to reach over the metal railings for the circ. "Hit him with the mini," Kinnick ordered. Volk nodded and yelled, "Duncan, fire away!" The minigun blared out, sounding like a high-speed bumblebee buzzing bullets. Bodies disintegrated before them. Bullet holes appeared in the building behind them almost like military magic. After each iteration of rounds, the gunner would check his targets and the minigun would come to a rotary stop, rattling. A red river of blood ran down from the concrete pier, mixing into the brown water. Coffee stuck his tongue out in concentration as he maneuvered the circ close to the concrete sides of the lock. Hunter and Hawk jumped up and heaved themselves onto the platform, followed by Boone and his fire team. Gunfire sounded off. Then muffled gunfire as they entered the building. It was followed by relative silence, only the faint moans of the coming dead filling the air. The circs clustered into the lock one after another, packing the space without drifting too close for fear of damaging their vessels. Captain Heath stared at the pier with his carbine to his shoulder. His gun banged, and the dead along the pier toppled over and into the water. Motors idled as they waited for Boone's fire team to take over the controls. "Keep your distance from one another," Kinnick said into the radio. The circs coasted apart inside the confines of the walled lock, constantly idling. More guns pinged from the circs as the Marines in green berets took potshots at the dead along the pier. Coffee looked cautiously at Kinnick. "Shouldn't we be careful about drawing them in?" Kinnick eyed Heath's boat, then looked at the boat next to his, led by a lean, sharp-nosed First Sergeant DeChico. DeChico's men laughed, and their guns boomed like they were on a drunken duck hunt. Kinnick held the radio to his lips. "Boone, how are those controls coming?" A moment later, Boone came out of the door of the building and gave a thumbs up. The large metal lock gate began to close inch by inch behind the circs, and the upstream river disappeared from view. It was like a prison cell door locking shut. The direction Kinnick's men were traveling downstream meant that the elevation was decreasing with every lock. The lock would have to drop to the water level of the next part of the Mississippi River before they could continue on their journey. The water in the lock started to dip as if someone had pulled the plug on a giant river drain, but only a fraction. Inch by inch, the water disappeared below them. Kinnick shouted over at Gore, who was facing the railings with his .50 caliber machine gun turret. "Gore! How long do these things take?" The Marine kept his eyes on the railings rising higher and higher above the circ. "Depends on how low the lock itself needs to go to step down to the next water level. I'd say about 10 to 20 minutes. The lock walls seemingly grew larger and larger as the circ sank deeper and deeper. Hunter's voice crackled through the radio. "Sir, we are getting some serious pressure at the front of the building. Door is going to give." Kinnick picked up his microphone, pressing it near his lips. "Hunter, you got to hold until we're through." Kinnick glanced over at Franklin 1. Its .50 caliber machine gun was trained toward the lock walls. 6 feet became 12 feet, and it was harder and harder to have any idea of what was happening above them. The muted gunfire picked up in the building, sounding like a string of firecrackers going off. Duncan swiveled his minigun and pointed it upward. The other circs had lost their targets and now stood silent, watching the overhang above. Eyes darted back and forth, looking for their comrades. Water lapped the craft and the lock alike. His men could feel it. Kinnick felt it deep in his gut. It was about to go bad. Kinnick followed his instinct and slowly set the radio mic back onto the receiver and picked up his M4, pointing it at the platform above. He gave himself a wide stance so as not to fall over as Coffee idled the Hamilton 1 in tiny circles. Kinnick scanned the railing. "Come on, gotta get this open." Only more gunfire kicked off. Its sound ricocheted from wall to wall inside the lock as they waited. Volk squeezed his radio, scowling. "Boone, what's your sitch?" Volk moved his head back as a screech blared through his radio. The screech hung inside the lock, trapped. "They're all over." "Get that lock open," Kinnick said, looking up at the platform, "or we'll be trapped inside." A face with charred skin on one side and dead gray on the other leaned over the railing. Its pale white eyes didn't register a thing, only seeing more flesh for infection. Its ugly mouth dropped open and a low moan emanated forth. A carbine pinged and its head bounced back on its neck. The dead slumped over the railing and free fell into the water that mushroomed upon impact. Water sprayed the air, and the body faded as it disappeared from the surface. More ugly faces peered over the edge at them. They snarled and growled, hands extended with malice. "Fire!" Kinnick screamed. His voice was immediately drowned out by the heavy do-do-do of 50 cals and the zipping roar of the miniguns. Gore twisted his turret back along the pier, and Duncan let the minigun go in bursts. The dead were obliterated off the edge. Faces were smeared by large-caliber bullets, leaving little to nothing where once infected stood. Kinnick ducked and covered as an arm fell onto the Hamilton 1. With a smack, the remainders of the body crunched into the circ deck. The infected lifted itself up with one remaining arm. Kinnick took the butt of his carbine and crashed it into the thing's head. Its head bounced off the deck, and its curdled milk eyes stared back up at Kinnick. It reached again, unrelenting, and clawed for Kinnick, letting out a moan. Kinnick repeated the strike again and again until the butt of his carbine met sloppy mush and the hard deck. He looked up in time to see an intact dead crash from above onto the turret gunner of Jefferson 2. Marines scrambled to help their fallen brother. When the turret gunner rose up again, he had found new brothers in the infected. He bear-hugged another Marine, tackling him onto the deck. Adams 1 tried to reverse to get away from the wall, and its engine penetrated the hull of Franklin 4. Marines went into the water. It was difficult to distinguish the Marines trying to swim versus the dead floundering nearby. The lock was an enclosed pool filling with more infected by the moment. Kinnick gave another glance up at the ledge. The dead were toppling over in droves as his men reloaded their machine guns. Marines shouted as Franklin 4 started to slip beneath the surface of the water. The remaining Marines that hadn't been thrown overboard were bailing water in an attempt to stay afloat. Infected and Marines alike gripped onto the gunwales, trying to get aboard. The small craft sank rapidly, and the Marines on board quickly joined their comrades in the frigid river water. The Green Berets aboard Madison 3 were collecting the Marines that hadn't been pulled beneath the depths of the water by the dead. The deep, ear-splitting groan of metal on metal resounded out like a river titan coming to life. A fissure cracked the lower gate. The fissure became a rift, revealing open Mississippi water ahead. "Go! Go! Go!" Kinnick screamed into the radio. Engines roared and the other circs gunned it for the next section of the river. "Coffee, keep us moving!" Coffee spun the boat in a small circle. "Come on, Hunter." Only the ugly faces of the dead leered over the railings. Gore swirled his turret back in the direction of the lock. His 50 cal blared a loud, repetitious "do" for each round shot. Body parts were flung off the lock. "Colonel, we got men running down the pier!" Kinnick's eyes scanned along the lock and the pier leading away from it. Camouflage shapes sprinted over the concrete. Kinnick could barely make out the one in the back, twisting his body around to blast his gun into the pursuing dead. "Coffee! There they are!" Coffee's tongue split his lips and went into the corner of his mouth. "I see him, Colonel." Kinnick had to grab onto the side of the boat as Coffee shifted his hand on the throttle, ramming it forward. The circ picked up speed and leveled out atop the water. The motor hummed behind them. Gore's machine gun continued to throw rounds as he let loose into the dead, chasing Hunter and Boone's men. Coffee took the craft right to the edge of the pier. Boone's wild-eyed face stared over the railing. "About fucking time! We've been running our asses off!" His fire team crawled down the pier wall and hopped into the circ. "Keep that 50 on them," Kinnick said. He pointed back toward the lock. Gore turned his turret. Hawkins hopped down. "We must move. More come." Kinnick heard a thud next to him as Hunter landed on the circ deck. Hunter grimaced as he stood up, dusting his knees off. He pushed the chew down into his lips as if it were helping with any pain he might have had from the leap. Coffee threw the boat into forward, and it skipped away from the pier. Kinnick eyed the tough soldier. "You okay?" "I'll be good." Hunter straightened his back and rolled his shoulders. "Why'd you jump?" Hunter squinted his single eye, and a slow grin snuck underneath his whiskers. "Look closer from up there." Steel. Outskirts of Beulah, Michigan. The convoy neared the edges of Beulah, a small lake town north of Pentwater on the west coast of Michigan. Most of the homes had been built in the early 50s and 60s along the main drag and the few side streets branching off. Homes dotted the edges of the 8-mile-long inland lake. Tess glanced over at Steele from the driver's seat. "We've been going for over 2 hours." They hadn't spoken a word the entire journey. "Jackson isn't that close. Thunder hasn't reported anything from the south, and neither has Warchild in the north or McLeod in the east." Steele ignored her, studying his map. Too many options and none of them good. How do we get out of this? Yo, bearded man, we need a plan. We can't keep running without a place to go. He continued in silence. He ignored the phantoms of his newest fallen comrades, Scott's team, and focused on a way out of this mess. What's wrong with you? She hissed over the steering wheel, anger rising in her voice. You're supposed to be in charge. Enough, Tess, he growled. I'm trying to figure it out. Give me a minute to think. About fucking time. I was wondering if you had a stroke. She gave him a snarky smile. He gave her a warning glance, his brows furrowed together. Women, the driving force behind any action. Steele stuck his hand out the window, waved the convoy down, and called them all to a halt. His convoy had gone hard and fast into the morning light, a disorganized mass of cars, trucks, buses, motorcycles, and over 1,000 scared people fleeing north. Steele brought his radio to his lips. Thunder, we are bringing it to a halt outside Beulah. Let us know if you catch any wind from Jackson. The radio scratched with white noise. We're about 5 miles behind you. We'll pull over and see if he sends any recon our way. Last we seen of anybody was Ludington. Steele switched to the group channel by turning a knob on his radio. I need all the group leaders to form up on me. Steele opened the door and stepped out of the truck. He shook out an atlas of Michigan. The state was shaped like a giant left-handed mitten with a thumb on the east side of the state. His group was up near where the pinky finger would be. He set the map on the hood of the pickup and waited for his followers. Steele waited, hearing nothing except the low hum of the engines around him, until individual motorcycles weaved through the convoy. The bikers revved their choppers as they cut around vehicles. Red Clare and Warchild rode in from the north together, and Gat cruised up from the east with McLeod and Jefferson, while Vigo and Frank rolled in separately from the south. Kevin and Ahmed walked down the cars, carbines in hands. Margie joined them, hunting rifle in hand, followed by another sable pointer, Tony, a well over 6-foot-tall IT programmer with an AR-15. The pastor rolled up in a newer dark blue Jeep Wrangler. Peter drove him, and Luke sat in the back with an AK-47 clutched in his hands. It wasn't lost on Steele that a short time ago these men were going to burn him alive. They hopped out of the doorless vehicle. The biker presidents cut their engines and kicked their stands. Jefferson stood, arms across his broad frame. Red Clare stood next to him, lit up and placed a cigarette between her smoke-wrinkled lips. Warchild held up a cigarette of his own, and she let him light up off the tip of hers. Vigo massaged his mustache that hung all the way off his chin, and Frank looked like a badger with his black and gray streaked beard. The only club leader not there was Thunder, Steele's leading translator and attaché for the unruly group, who manned the rear guard. The pastor looked expectantly down his nose at Steele, a fresh set of all-black garb clothing him. He almost glowed with exuberance. I have to take advantage of our strengths. Colonel Jackson has superior firepower and enough men to run us over in a force-on-force conventional battle. I have no doubt he would love for us to turn and fight. We wouldn't stand a chance, Warchild said, sounding like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. Unless you got some missing air support I haven't seen yet. Wish I did, Steele said flatly. Steele looked at the old-time biker. You saw no sign of the military north of here? The leathery old biker folded his arms across his chest with a groan from his riding leathers and blew smoke out his mouth. No sign of them as far north as Empire. Wouldn't expect them to spring a trap this far north when one further south would have done just fine. Steele nodded. True. I'm not sure why he hadn't encircled us earlier, but his neglect is our advantage. He tapped a finger east of their position on the map. McLeod, any signs of them to the east? Nah, we went all the way out to Kopemish and cut up northwest from there. Saw no signs of anybody. Good. What's the plan, kid? Upper Peninsula and lose them in the woods? Said Frank. He ran a hand over his beard as he thought. Steele exhaled. I thought about it, but if the bridge is closed, that leaves us trapped on the water with nowhere to go. Jefferson slammed a black finger on the map. We are about 15 miles from being penned in now. The man was right. If they continued to follow the coast, they would end up on the Leelanau Peninsula, a slender peninsula jutting out of the northwest of Michigan, about 30 miles into Lake Michigan. After Jackson caught up to them, they would be pinned and slaughtered on the rocky private beaches of million-dollar lake homes. "You're right," Steele said. "What the fuck are we doing then?" Gat said, his tattooed neck veins bulging. "My boys ain't sticking around to get our asses kicked." Warchild smirked beneath his white beard. "What are you scared of? Some punk-ass National Guardsmen?" Gat's face twisted in anger. He swung an arm back, and the other club president stepped in the way. "We ain't scared of nothing," he spit and calmed a fraction. "But I ain't getting killed for nothing neither." He pulled down hard on his leather coat. The pastor looked perturbed by the man's outburst. "So much anger, my child." Gat looked at the pastor with a crazy eye. "Shut the fuck up, you crazy old bat, or you'll get what's coming to you." Peter put his broad shoulders between the pastor and Gat. "You watch your tongue, you freak." Gat sneered. "Ah, the little altar boy sticking up for his master." Gat's head bobbled back and forth as he mocked. "You're going to get another spanking if you don't watch your mouth." Peter kept his composure and looked at the pastor for permission to fight the biker. The pastor's chin rose even higher, and he placed a comforting long-fingered hand on Peter's shoulder. "There is no need for violence against one another when other enemies are so close." The pastor nodded at Steele, making him slightly uncomfortable. "Since when did this guy get so friendly?" "Back to the issue at hand," Steele said, peering back down at the map, but it was too late. The men and women broke into side conversations. Steele stood watching them. "He makes a good point. We need a plan. I'm with Frank. Plenty of places to hide in the Upper Peninsula," said Vigo, graveguard patch on his left breast, president patch just below it. He lit a cigarette hanging from the corner of his mouth. "I even know of a few myself." "We should go south," Jefferson argued. "They won't expect it." "I want to kill the bastards for what they done to my club," Frank grumbled. "I want to fight." Tess pounded her M1911 on top of the hood of her truck. "Everybody shut up! Let Steele speak, for Christ's sake!" She finished with a glare at the pastor, as if to dare him to call her out on her usage of the Lord's name in vain. The men and women begrudgingly closed their mouths, and all stared back at Steele. "We have to play to our strengths. We don't have many, but we'll be in a better spot if we can make it to Iowa. We don't have the numbers, and even if we did, I wouldn't be thrilled to take on the entirety of Jackson's forces. So until we have a better situation, we're going to evade and avoid. Let me show you." Steele pointed at the map at Beulah. "All of your clubs are mobile, and perfect for running interference for the main group that is slower and bogged down with food and excess people. Right now, Jackson thinks we're running scared north, so we're going to do the opposite." "How would we accomplish such a task?" the pastor said. "You said yourself we cannot win in a stand-alone fight." "I don't believe we can, at least right now." Steele traced a roadway on the map. "Vigo, you're going to be vital to this plan. You're going to head east and then north for the Upper Peninsula by the most direct route. I want Jackson to believe you are us. We will outfit a bunch of trucks and semis for you to drive. We want you to lead them across the bridge if you can." Vigo nodded. "What if the bridge is closed?" "I know a spot where there should be a boat you can commandeer. If things get too dicey, abandon the trucks and flee into Mackinac City. Either way, you're going to have a long ride." Steele outlined a route through the Upper Peninsula. He looked up at the man. "You'll have to cut down through Wisconsin to get back to Iowa. We're headed here." He unfolded the map and made it bigger and pointed to a tiny square in the southeastern corner of Iowa. Hacklebarney, Iowa. Vigo nodded his acceptance, fingers twisting his mustache near the side of his mouth. "All right." "I'll need the Geminis to head east. The same idea applies. Turn south toward the town of Mayo, and we can link back up near the border here." He pointed at a tiny square in the map all the way south near the Indiana-Michigan border. "Burr Oak." The powerfully muscled biker nodded. "It'll be good to ride hard again." "Gat and the Aiders, I need you to head northeast. Curl around the top of the state, and somewhere around Rogers City, go south and link up with the Geminis. Then you will need to make double time to rejoin us before we leave Michigan." "Not a problem. But what about our bikes?" "You can put them in the back of the empty trucks if things get sticky. Roll them out and hightail it out of there." Gat nodded his acceptance. "Aight." "Good. The rest of us are going to curl back away from the lakeshore toward the middle of the state and head south. They are expecting us to run north, so we go south." He eyed them to make sure they understood the plan. "The war machines and the red stripes will be scouting out front of our main convoy. Wolf Riders will take our right western flank as we move south. Margie, make sure that teams of volunteers are ready to run interference on any masses of infected or Jackson's forces we come across. We've been lucky that not many people live this far north." Warchild took a drag off his cigarette before he spoke. "Are you sure we should be splitting our forces?" At his age, he had to be a veteran of some forgotten war. "I want our enemy to think we are everywhere and nowhere. In a concentrated engagement, we lose. So let's make him spread out and follow us in every direction. Hopefully it will be enough to let the main group break free." Warchild only gave him a slight nod. "Good work," he grunted. Steele turned toward the pastor. "Please have your men ready. We may need them to fight a retreating action." The pastor dipped his head. "God's people are always ready to crusade on his behalf." Steele's radio crackled. Thunder's voice came through. "We got a scouting unit coming up the road." Steele ground his teeth, making his jaw hurt. "We need more time. See if you can draw them off or kill enough of them to make them think they're facing the entire convoy." Thunder's voice was muted through the radio, as if he spoke while holding it away from his face. "Copy. We'll try and give them the runaround." "We gotta move, people," Steele called out. "We have a short clock." "You heard the man," Tess shouted. "Let's get those trucks divided up between the clubs." The bikers mounted their motorcycles and rumbled off to their respective clubs. The pastor nodded to Steele before he sped away in his jeep. "It was a good idea splitting up some of the rival gangs," she said. "I thought so too, but what if Warchild is right? Maybe I should be concentrating my forces instead of spreading them out. I know the general principles of war, but I'm not a practitioner." Steele folded his map and peered south. "Well, you're about to be a practitioner, so let's hope you read the right books because it's too late to change now," she said. "I know." The faint taps of gunfire rumbled in the distance, as if Jackson himself knocked on their door. Gwen, Bullis Family Farm, Iowa. Gwen walked her horse down a dirt driveway. New red metal-sided barns stood ahead, along with a beautiful renovated blue farmhouse with a freshly painted white porch ringing around it. Haley held on to Gwen's stomach as they rode. "I see him!" Haley squealed into Gwen's back. Cattle tramped around an unraveling hay bale behind a thick, gated fence. Jake walked over to another bale of hay. He cut the twine off, and a drove of cattle attacked the food. "Easy now, Trixie," Jake laughed. He shoved a cow out of his way. He exited the enclosure and waved at Gwen with a work-gloved hand and a deep smile. He wiped his brow and walked for them. She waved at him, her heart fluttering inside her chest for a moment. "Why am I nervous?" When he got close, she pulled her horse to a halt, and he patted Patsy's flank. "Whoa, Patsy," he said, rubbing the horse's thick shoulder. He looked up at her through his 5 o'clock shadow. "I was wondering when you'd show." He looked the same as when she had dated him, bigger and older now, his face more filled in, but still handsome with a farmer's strength. "Had to run into town and talk to the mayor," she said. "That old sleazeball." He scratched Patsy's nose. "He hasn't changed." His water-blue eyes met hers. "Some things don't." His eyes lingered in hers, the sparkle promising her a farmer's wife's life, a life she had almost had, a life she had turned away from. "I want to feed the calf," Haley hollered from Gwen's side. "All right, little girl." Jake reached for Haley, and she leapt into his arms. He brought her gently down to the ground. "You're getting heavy." He ruffled her hair. "Graham's been feeding you well." "I eat what I want," she said in a high-pitched voice. Jake patted her and pointed. "She's in the barn over there. I'll grab you a bottle real quick." He offered to take Gwen's reins, and she handed them to him. He walked her horse over to a water trough. He wrapped the reins loosely on a post nearby. Gwen threw a leg over the horse and stepped down onto the ground. She gave Patsy a pat on the hindquarters. "Uncle Jake, hold my hand," Haley said. He took his glove off and grabbed Haley's, heading for the barn and leaving Gwen behind. Jake pushed hard on the barn doors, rolling them open one at a time. They walked inside. It smelled like dry hay and cattle. Jake walked over and picked up a bottle. "She's over in that stall," he said loudly. Haley sprinted over to the stall and looked between the rails. "She's so little," she shouted, looking up at Gwen with the wonderment of seeing another creature that was young and little like her. "She is," Gwen said. She smiled at the small calf. It couldn't have weighed more than 60 pounds. The calf lifted its head that seemed too big for its body and let out a weak, high-pitched moo. Jake leaned on the stall gate. "Yeah, the mother had a hard time. It was after all the craziness started." He bent low next to Haley, handing her the large bottle. "Here you go, kid. Now remember, it's a baby, so you gotta be nice to it. You promise?" Haley's head bobbed up and down. "I promise." "Good," he said. He unlatched the gate and Haley ran in. Gwen followed them. Jake knelt down next to the calf and petted the top of its head. "Shh, it's okay, girl." He waved Gwen over. It had been so long since she had been around farm animals and their young. The calf reminded her of the tiny human life that she had inside of her. "Go ahead, Hale," he said. Haley reached out and patted the calf. She held the bottle in one hand while petting with the other. "Good girl," the little girl repeated. She put the bottle nipple near the calf. It stretched its neck to latch on. "She's doing it!" Haley hollered. Eyes wide, the calf sucked with all its might. "Yes, she is," Gwen said, laughing. Jake laughed too and gave Gwen an extra smile. "She's a good eater, just like someone else I know." Gwen pretended to be offended. "Stop. Girl, I remember when you used to house those grinders at the state fair. Don't tell me you forgot already." She laughed and then narrowed her eyes. "Who said I couldn't still?" "Haven't seen it done in a while," he said with a smirk. "Doesn't mean it hasn't been done." He put his gloves in his back pocket. "It's good to have you back home." His eyes seemed to twinkle at the thought and the reality alike. She didn't lie. Being home felt right. "It's good to be back." He licked his lips. "You know, I never had a chance," he started. Gwen held up a hand. "Jake, please." She could see Haley eyeing them. "Can we walk outside?" He nodded. "Sure." "Haley, Uncle Jake and I are going to go take a walk. Do you remember what I said about the sick people?" Haley rolled her eyes. "Gosh, like every 10 seconds you talk about it. Don't let them close, run away, and tell an adult." "That's right. It's very important. We'll be just outside." Gwen and Jake walked outside, striding along the cattle enclosure. She crossed her arms over her body to hold in her butterflies and to keep warm. "I never got a chance to plead my case," he started. His words always came out slow, like he had all the time in the world for conversation. "I felt blindsided by the whole thing. It was like one day you just up and left for the city." She kept her eyes downcast. "Jake, it wasn't about you. It was about something I had to do for myself. I needed to leave." "And now you're back," he said with a small smile and a shy glance. "Not by choice. You realize that the world is collapsing. People are eating each other alive. The government is broken." He gave her a cocky smile. "No better time to be in Iowa, then." She was not humored. "I shot Dan McIntosh in the head on the way to town," she said quickly. His face darkened. "Now, Gwen, I don't like the way you're talking." "Ask my grandfather. It's true. Things will never be the same. In the world or between us." He looked down at his feet. "I know, Gwen. I don't understand all of it, but I know it's bad. I seen him down by the river. I helped the sheriff take away some of the bodies, but it doesn't mean everything is different. People have to keep living, and there are still some good parts of life ahead." She stopped and took his hands in hers. She felt the tears growing in the corners of her eyes. "Jake, I'm seeing somebody else. You know this. He's out there somewhere." She let her eyes drift out over the fields, or rotting in the dirt with the rest of my friends. "But he ain't here, and he ain't us," Jake said, jutting his rounded chin out. The cattle mooed as they rummaged into their food. "I know he isn't, but he's coming." "I'm hearing what you're saying. Just remember that the way I feel won't change. There's just no one like you, Gwen." She shook her head. "I'm not that farmer's daughter you fell in love with anymore." She let her eyes float away from him. "I'm not sure what I am, aside from pregnant." He cupped her chin and reached up, wiping away a tear from her eye. His hand smelled like dirt. "Sure you are. You're exactly that girl I fell in love with, only a little older." He smiled. "And a little skinnier." His hand fell to her hip in exactly the right spot. "And a little more sure of herself." His face leaned close. "But still the same." Their lips connected, and for a moment, she fell back in time. Kinnick, Mississippi River. The island town stuck out of the Mississippi River as if it were built on a barge near the center. It seemed that any manner of flooding would take the island down beneath the water like a Midwestern Atlantis. A white water tower with a red roof gave the impression that the townsfolk had built a rocket in an attempt to flee to outer space. Coffee took the throttle down and cut the cirque to an idle while the men aboard stared at the town. A cool breeze buffeted the cirque. They were the only boat on the river now. All the others had continued down the Mississippi River to the next villages and towns to build the defensive front. Kinnick pulled out his map. GPS was a mess. All they ever got was a connecting error every time they tried to use it. At this point, they left the device off. His eyes scrolled south from Dubuque. They had overnighted in the middle of the river, anchored while the men slept. A sliver of green stuck out in the map centered in the river. Kinnick turned the map sideways and held it closer to his face. In tiny black lettering, his eyes could barely make out the name Warden written on the map. "Should be Warden," Kinnick said, looking out at the island. Coffee peered in the same direction. "Decent-sized town. Good vantages, good control of the river, easy control of access. This would make a formidable bastion. Now we only have to figure out if anybody's home." Kinnick gave a short nod, and Coffee instinctually maneuvered the cirque in the direction of the island without Kinnick asking him to do so. A metal railroad bridge rose in the distance. The steel girders formed arching triangles and were rusted reddish-brown. The center of the bridge was swung out, separating a portion of the track from the rail. It appeared as if it had been moved for a barge to pass, but the operator had forgotten to move the track back in place. Either they're smart for separating the railroad to Illinois, or they've already been overrun. Kinnick glanced at Coffee. The young Marine's gaunt face was taut like a bowstring, and his mouth flat as if he had prepared to be punched in the face. "Let's find out, Marine." Kinnick tried to keep his fears of finding the island infected deep below his surface. "Hoorah, sir." The cirque throttled up and toward the island. White water whipped up along the hull of the craft as it sped for the island. As they got closer, Kinnick pointed. "Let's aim for the wooden dock there near the edge of the island. Volk, prepare your squad for contact." Volk stood and shouted at the men with a nasty grin on his face. "You heard the Colonel. Lock and load, Marines." The Marines checked their M4s and M16s. They lifted magazines from their carriers, inspecting to make sure they were topped off with bullets, and replaced them back inside their vests. Charging handles were inched backward to ensure rounds were chambered. Gore swung the machine gun toward the town, and Duncan followed suit with his minigun. "Little more time for Lucinda to get some love," Washington said. He held his M4 carbine upward and kissed the barrel. "Why you call her Lucinda?" Boone drawled over to Washington. "That's my grandma's name." The thick African-American man smiled, licking his lips, staring at his gun with affection. Boone grinned with a confused look on his face. "Why in the hell would you name your gun after your grandma?" Washington narrowed his eyes. "She's the best woman I've ever met, just like this fine piece of kick-ass." He looked over at Boone. "She would whoop the whole lot of you up and down the street with just a look." "Must be one big mama," Hanger joked. Washington gave him a glare. "Watch yourself, fool." Boone smiled. "You got a picture?" Washington unfastened his shirt pocket. "Right here." He gave the photograph a loving look and spun it toward the group of helmeted Marines. A big round woman was centered in the photograph and could have been Washington's twin with a wig. Volk gave him a smile. What's she bench? A hell of a lot more than you, Sergeant. They roared in laughter. Volk stood and looked over at the island. You ugly sons of bitches look absolutely badass. Get ready. The Marines quieted down. Hunter and Hawkins were already standing crouched down, ready to jump ashore. Hamilton 1 drew in closer to the island. Waterfront houses built in the 60s and 70s lined the shore. Coffee let them glide within 10 yards of a small private white sand beach. Sergeant Volk pointed. Drop the hatch. 2 Marines popped open a hatch linked to the front of the boat. It flipped open and steps dropped down, getting them close to the shallow water where the Marines could jump the rest of the way. The Marines and the 2 Green Berets splashed ashore, followed by Kinnick. Kinnick's boots submerged in the water, and its chill made him shiver. No one complained as they marched onto the lifeless beach. His men turned quiet as they checked for threats, living or dead. They walked past single-story homes with wide windows facing the water. Some were run down or worn with age, and others had a newer look with better-kept lawns. The crew crept from the beach, guns in an aggressive low ready, passing beach houses for the sidewalk adjacent to a 2-lane street. The sidewalks were different in front of every home, as if each household was responsible for their own upkeep. A few of the slabs were chipped and cracked, while others had fresh, newly cemented ones. Kinnick's men moved cautiously down the street, passing houses with only dark windows. Other windows had been boarded up with random pieces of wood. Guns skipped from doorways to windows as they stalked by. Every man held the tension as if they expected to be attacked at any moment. They reached a 4-way stop intersection. A gas station sat on one side. Cars were parked in its 4-spot lot. A small, single-family home was situated on the other side of the street. A brown, wood-sided 2-story restaurant was located on the other corner. The neon sign was dead in front. The lifeless letters made up the name Sheldon's Lucky Number 7. Kinnick could feel the weight in the air as if somebody was close. His eyes bounced over the windows and doorways of the houses. I don't like it, Hunter whispered. He kept his eye moving like an automated turret. No infected, Kinnick breathed. The wind picked up, and a mini sand cloud spiraled over the street and was blown away. The street was in bad need of a repair and sweep. Hunter spit chew onto the ground. We need to keep moving. A voice boomed out down the street between the structures. Come no closer! Guns pressed hard against shoulders. A few of the Marines took a knee to make themselves smaller targets. Others stood, training their guns on the different buildings, fearing an ambush. A man stood on the wooden balcony of the restaurant. He wore a tucked-in plaid shirt and a cowboy necktie with faded blue jeans. His hair was gray, but encroaching on white. He leaned on the balcony handrail as if he were a king overlooking his domain. Tell your men to lower their weapons. We don't want no trouble. His voice was strong and had an honest tone to it. People appeared from the shadows of buildings and from windows. They were all armed with every manner of firearm. They held wood-stocked AK-47s, pump-action shotguns, AR-15s with optics, and scoped bolt-action hunting rifles. We got tangos on the left, said Duncan, his M249 saw finding a target but staying silent. Same right, said Boone. Hunter transitioned from window to window. Hawkins's gun was trained on the man on the balcony. Kinnick raised a hand. If we walk out alive, there won't be many of us left. Only the dead and the recently dead. And who will stand up to the infected when they come streaming across the bridge and into America's heartland? No one, because we killed each other in the streets over nothing. Kinnick's gaze jumped from man to woman of the village. Almost all were white and wore every manner of clothes, jeans, camouflage, hoodies, and tan work jackets. Most were dirty with untrusting eyes. Lower your weapons, he commanded his men. Sir, Volk said over the stock of his M4 carbine. Lower your weapons, Kinnick said louder. The Marines bitterly obeyed, and Kinnick thought they hesitated a bit too much. Kinnick took a step forward and spoke loudly. We didn't come here to fight. His words were for the man on the balcony, but they also served as a reminder to his men. Remember that. These are Americans. We're here to protect them. The man on the balcony nodded. That's good. We've seen a bit too much violence these days. The old man walked down the wooden balcony stairs. They complained as he stepped his way down. He strode the ground with friendly confidence up to Kinnick. "Gary Sheldon." He stuck out a hand. The wind whipped his graying comb over. A kind smile spread along his lips. "Colonel Kinnick, United States Air Force." He would have said retired, but his paperwork said active now. He shook hands with the older man. "To what do we owe the pleasure, Colonel?" "Are you the mayor here?" Gary smiled. "Nope, but I suppose I'm in charge all the same. Owner of Sheldon's Lucky Number 7. He gave a proud glance back at the 2-story restaurant. "Best meatballs this side of the Mississippi. One might say world famous." He gave Kinnick a wink and a smile, but his smile faded after looking at Kinnick's face for a moment. He gulped uncomfortably. "What is the United States military doing here, Colonel?" Kinnick nodded. "Can we talk inside?" "Of course." Gary turned back to the people standing in front of their houses and taking cover in windows. "Everything is fine here." He waved at the people. "No need to worry. The military is here to help. Go on home." Kinnick and his men followed Gary across the street. Gary held open a storm door and twisted the door handle to his restaurant. "Volk, put Gore and Whitehead up on the balcony. No surprises." "Yes, sir." Volk pointed at Gore and Whitehead and gestured upward. The 2 Marines trotted off. Their boots thumped up the wooden steps. "Come on in, fellas. Take a load off." Gary held the white storm door open for the soldiers and Marines. The restaurant was filled with 4-person white-topped dining room tables. Black chairs sat around each one. A long counter ran along the far end, and one could see into the back kitchen that lay dormant. The dining room was dark. "Forgive me, Colonel, but we don't have anything but candles." "Not a problem, Gary." The old man bent down and lit a few. An older, gray-haired woman came down the steps from what appeared to be living quarters above the restaurant and into the dining room. She looked nervous and rubbed a blue handkerchief between her hands in apprehension. "Martha, this is Colonel Kinnick and his men. Can you put on a pot of coffee for them?" She nodded. "Of course, dear." With a timid glance at Kinnick, she went into the kitchen. Gary turned and smiled at Kinnick. His teeth were stained yellow from a lifetime of drinking coffee or chewing tobacco, or both. "Power's off. I got propane rigged up to the stoves, but I don't suspect it will last the winter. And I'm not sure what we'll do." Gary pulled out a chair and sat down. "Please," he said, offering a seat to Kinnick with his free hand. Kinnick followed suit, pulling a chair out and taking a seat. Hunter took a seat at the table next to Kinnick and Gary. The Marines clustered at a few tables, removing helmets and gear that made it uncomfortable to sit down. Gary folded his hands out in front of him, resting them on the table. "Colonel, what's been happening out there? We haven't heard a thing in over a month. TVs don't work. We get a bit of radio chatter, but it seems that nobody knows a thing, and not knowing makes people's imaginations grow wild." Kinnick met his eyes. "I'm glad to see everyone here safe, but I can't say much of my news is good." He paused. "But I hope to change that." "It's a blessing to see you and your men, but I expected more men." Kinnick tightened his lips. "Unfortunately, these are all the men we have. Over time, we should be reinforced." "Will they?" "I must keep their hope alive. If hope dies, then we die with it." Gary's eyebrows bunched together in consternation. "That's good to hear. Those things come from across the river. Terrifies the little ones, and I'll admit, it scares me too." Kinnick took a deep breath. "Scares me too, Gary. If you only had an idea of the hell that was coming." He didn't say what he thought, though, for fear of destroying any fragile hope the man might have. "We're here to do more than help. My men and I are going to train you how to fight against these things." Gary gave a half-smile. "What do you mean, train?" "We've been sent by the United States government based in Colorado Springs to assist in training civilians along the Mississippi River to fight the infected." Gary's eyes narrowed and his brow scrunched. "Government in Colorado Springs? What about the government in D.C.? Martha set down cups of coffee in front of Kinnick and Hunter. Kinnick nodded his thanks. "Thank you, ma'am," Hunter said, picking up the brew and sipping it. "Damn, he said under his breath as he burnt his tongue. Kinnick blew on his before taking a sip of the hot coffee, letting it warm him up. I hate to be the harbinger of bad news, but Washington is gone. It was overrun by the infected in the early days. Kinnick watched Gary for signs of mental fatigue at the news. Gary looked down at his hands. His eyes held sadness. Worse than we thought. With all the violence and unrest, I suppose it was bound to be true. He sipped his coffee, his thoughts running away with him. All is not lost, Gary. The United States government is secure in Colorado Springs. It's a stronghold. We're still in the fight, although there are a lot less of us now. Kinnick had left out the part about the nuclear holocaust engulfing the West Coast. Gary's eyes blinked as he came back from his daydream, and he glanced down at his coffee. Warden's done fine without any government help so far. That will change. Masses of infected march this way, and that's why I'm here. I've been sent with hundreds of soldiers and Marines to help train communities just like Warden to fight against the dead. We would be grateful for the help, but I don't think we're really those kind of people. We're a beach community. We've got a few vets. Mostly they sit down at the Legion telling stories. Hunter chimed in with a smile. Anyone can be taught. Training is my wheelhouse. I've trained goat herders in Afghanistan how to operate and ambush hardened Taliban fighters. If that can be done, and I assure you it is no easy feat, then I can teach your people here how to fight. We aren't soldiers. Hunter smiled through his beard. We aren't going to make you soldiers. We're going to make you fighters. We're going to instruct you in speed, surprise, and aggression at the highest level. Gary nodded and looked a bit nervous. We'll do our best. He savored his coffee. Most people should come out. I'm sure they can all be brought in with some encouragement. Gary looked down at his hands. We can hope. They sat in silence for a moment. A gunshot sounded from outside, its boom repeating as the sound spread out like an earthquake. Hunter's chair banged onto the floor, and he was out of his seat in a fraction of a second. Volker flipped a table, and Boone and Hanger hit the floor. Kinnick was slow to reach for his gun, but his fumbling hands wrapped around the carbine, and he moved it in slow motion to his shoulder. The Marine scanned out the window, trying to get an angle on the shooter while staying near cover and concealment. "Where's it coming from?" shouted Ramos. The small Hispanic Marine crouched behind the wall, peering out the side of the window with his M249 saw pointed out. I got moving by the water tower, Hunter said. Then the screaming started. Ah! Someone wailed outside. Whitehead's voice intensified with urgency. Help! Help! Kinnick moved to the wide stretch of windows spanning the restaurant's front wall. Hunter crouched, lining up his sights through the window. Fuck, I can't see him. He turned his head. Boone and Ramos, you and me. On three, lay down cover fire toward that building by the water tower. Hawk, get up those stairs to that balcony and get that boy down here faster than green grass through a goose. Hawk nodded, crouching near the door. Hunter gave him a smirk and shouted, Move! He shoved the door open and bolted outside, followed by Boone and Ramos. The crack and ting of carbines and the bang of Hunter's scar dominated their ears. Hawk was through the door and up the stairs in a second. Gunfire rippled through the street, and Hawk came barreling down the stairs with Gore across his shoulders in a fireman's carry. Whitehead aimed his gun outward toward the small town. Hawk and Whitehead ran through the door. He laid the man on two dining room tables and began stripping his gear from his torso. Hunter, you're clear! Kinnick shouted. The Marines and Hunter ducked back through the door. The Marines cautiously built barriers out of tables and chairs, covering the windows. Hawk slipped scissors up Gore's shirt, cutting it off. Ah! Gore grunted in response. He coughed and cried, one after the other. Please! Hold there, Hawk said calmly to Ramos. Oh, what the fuck, man? Ramos cursed. The white gauze turned red around the edges as blood seeped through. Kinnick stood up and moved to where Whitehead stood panting. What happened? Whitehead shook his head tersely, still struggling to catch his breath. I don't know. We was standing there smoking a cig. A second later, Gore's laying on the ground screaming. Kinnick pushed past him. Kinnick pointed his gun at Gary. Who did this? The blood drained from Gary's face, and he paled a lighter shade of white. Please. Martha covered her face with her hands. Kinnick took a step closer and pointed outside. Gary, who did this? Gary glimpsed outside nervously. I don't know. Steele, Burr Oak, Michigan. The small southern Michigan village was about 10 miles from the Indiana border. The village had been completely overrun. Shattered windows, broken-in doors, hinges bent and destroyed. The remains of over 800 souls were scattered about or outright missing. Gunshots cracked the air for 20 minutes as Steele's convoy made quick work of any infected stragglers that remained. The time between shots slowly trickled down to a few, then none. Tess parked Red Ronda next to an old general store filled with antiques and other miscellaneous items. The sign read Bonnie's. Ahmed emerged from the front door with Larry and Nathan. It's clear, Ahmed said. Thanks, bud. Steele popped the door handle and gingerly stepped out onto the ground. Stinks like shit on the main floor, but upstairs is okay. Ahmed had found a way to cut his fuzzy-haired head since Pentwater, but had left his impressive jet-black beard making him look like a foreign relation to Steele. Steele took a few steps. His limp was getting better, but he still felt the pellets grinding away inside the tissue of his leg. The swarthy Egyptian-American man gave him a pained smile. Need some help? Steele gave him a brusque wave. No, I got it. Ahmed nodded his head and walked back toward the pickup bed. I'll grab your gear. Steele walked inside the 2-story building. He ducked his head into the crux of his elbow as he stepped over the infected remains of the dead. On the far back wall, steps led upward. He hobbled for the stairs. When he reached the upper floor, family photos surrounded him. The store owners must have lived above their store. 3 small rooms and a common area with a kitchen were furnished in high 60s decor. Steele made a beeline for a mangy-looking brown couch and set his M4 to one side. He used the armrest to lower himself down and exhaled. His bad arm ached, stiff with lack of movement. It begged to be stretched and flexed, his muscles needing both healing and exercise. Ahmed's form emerged from the stairwell, lugging 2 backpacks, and he tossed Steele's bag nearby. I'll get my team up on one of those silos. Steele looked at his friend. Better yet, how about you get one of the pastor's teams up there? You and Margie can go check out that market for food. Not a problem. Ahmed turned to leave. Thank you, Steele said after him. Steele propped his leg up and leaned back on the couch. The couch had sunken in butt-filled divots from years of use, yet seemed to cushion him enough to be comfortable. Not bad. Within moments he found himself in an exhausted sleep. He was blessed with no dreams of the pastor or the ghosts of the fallen. He awoke to knocking. He's sleeping. Come back later, Tess said. When did she get here? He pushed himself forward on the couch and wiped the drool from his beard. The pastor wants to talk to him now, the voice said. The voice's tone was highly irritated. Then the answer is definitely no. He will take this as an insult, the voice said angrily. If Jackson didn't string him up for a traitor, the incessant bickering of his divided people would certainly kill him. Steele was actually surprised at how long Tess had debated the man. He lifted his voice up. Tess, let the pastor in. I'll talk to him. Tess glanced back at him and then at the interrupter in the hall. You woke him up, she said, with enough venom to kill a grown man. It's fine, Steele said, running a hand through his hair. Let him in. Curly-haired and broad Peter entered the room, followed by the tall pastor. Steele flexed his hand on his injured arm. Peter planted himself in the room and averted his eyes to the side. The man was still afraid of Steele, even in his current battered state. The pastor glided in with his hands behind him and took a seat on a faded maroon recliner, looking uncomfortable at the thought of kicking back and relaxing. He stared at Steele for a moment before he spoke. Mr. Steele, we must speak about our current disposition. Steele gave him a fake smile. What is that, Pastor? Like the Jews fleeing the Pharaoh, we must continue to make our escape or be caught in the Red Sea with our harassers. The pastor folded his hands in front of him. I will speak frankly. The jeopardy of a few far outweighs the jeopardy of the whole. Our safety is assured when we move. Just like Sable Point. Steele's voice was steady. I promised those men we would wait 2 days. The collective is far more important than the single man. Their sacrifice was for the better of all of us, and drastically unbalancing the numbers between the chosen and everyone else. Steele kept his eyes hard. If these men know I will leave them for the infected at the drop of a hat, why would they stick their neck out for me? Why would they fight with us? Those men fight for a better chance at survival. They knew the risks when they rode south against my men. They knew the risks when they rode north away from Jackson's men. If Jackson catches us here, he could envelop us like the Philistines did the Israelites in the Battle of Ebenezer, where the Israelites lost the Ark of the Covenant. I understand that, Pastor. I'm willing to risk that. He's right. We should continue to run. Every minute we wait, Jackson gets closer. The pastor lifted his chin and let it fall slowly as if he were considering not agreeing. I will pray for our salvation. The pastor stood, lengthening his tall frame. He towered over the crippled, sitting Steele. I hope to reconvene on the matter in the morning. We will talk then. The pastor bowed his head slightly. Peter gave Steele a dark stare, and when Steele returned the look, Peter turned away like a whipped dog. The men left the room, creaking down the stairs. Gunshots echoed outside the building. Steele grabbed his M4, leaning over the couch to get a look at the outside. His men shot the dead that wandered onto the main street of the town. Tess appeared alongside him, angling herself to get a better look. There are so many more the further south we go. Forms fell in the street, blackish blood leaking from their bodies. I expected as much. We are driving from the jaws of one enemy into the teeth of another. A rap on the door drew their attention away from the sporadic gunfire on the street. Come in, Steele called. Kevin's head poked in the door. Thought we could pass some time the old-fashioned way while we wait for the motorcycle clubs. He showed them a bottle of the Madam Scarlet Gray's whiskey. Grant's favorite. Steele smiled for the first time that he could remember. The good stuff. The best rye, Kevin said excitedly. He sat down in a chair at a half-kitchen table lined up on the wall. He inspected the former occupant's shelves, removing drink glasses. These will do. He blew in one and dust puffed up in a small cloud. Steele couldn't help but smile at the man. Kevin always knew how to lighten the mood. He set the glasses on an old kitchen table and poured the mahogany liquid into them. Kevin picked up a glass and held it close to his face, sniffing the alcohol. I know Ms. Tess will take a glass. That she will, Tess said. Kevin cupped the glasses together, pouring the whiskey into each of them. He handed the partially filled glasses to his patrons. Steele swirled the booze around in his glass, letting it coat the sides. Kevin slurped some of his down. Something on your mind, big fella? Steele continued to swirl. I got a lot of things on my mind. Care to lighten your load? Steele gulped down some of the brown gold whiskey. Pastor wants us to hit the road and leave the Aiders and Geminis behind. The rest of the bikers are at each other's throats and are tied to us by a single thread. He took another sip, eyeing Kevin. They may desert us before they fight for us. He rested the glass on the arm of the couch. It's clear we can't trust the pastor. With our forces spread out, he's running the majority in this camp. He flexed his hand, making a weak fist. Kevin whistled and slurped some more whiskey from his glass. Sounds like a right, old miss. And he's worried about Gwen. Tess chimed in. Steele gave Tess a glare. Thanks for reminding me. He held his glass up sarcastically. Good times. He downed a fraction of his drink. Before I forget. Kevin held up a hand. He produced a worn brown book with yellowing pages. When he opened it, the spine of the book rasped with the effort. What's that? Another history book? An intoxicated smile stretched on Kevin's lips. You betcha. A good one, too. He held it closer to his eyes and read the spine and tapped it with his finger. The Life of General Daniel Morgan. Looks to be an original, too, he said excitedly. He turned the book in Steele's direction. The brown cover was beautifully embossed with twisted foliage surrounding 4 smooth rectangles brought together in the center with a shield-covered American bald eagle. Revolutionary War? Steele asked, the name ringing a bell in the back of his mind. None other. Won some pretty important battles for us with some of the more innovative tactics of his day. You should take a read. Maybe you'll learn something useful. He leaned over and handed the book to Steele. The book had a decent weight to it. He flipped through the musty pages with care not to damage any. He held it up at Kevin. Thanks. When I get a free minute, I'll take a look. He stuffed the book into his pack, and he weighed the pros and cons of the extra weight. Just my 2 cents, but you should wait for the bikers. It could be the pastor's way of putting a wedge between you and the clubs. Kevin took a sip of his whiskey. Not to mention the loss in manpower. Tess lounged on the couch as if it were her pad. Fuck the Chosen. Let them leave. We don't need them. As much as I'd rather them not be here, they have agreed to fight against Jackson. And I want these people close, not roaming around the corner waiting to sucker punch us. Tess's eyes narrowed. I don't trust them. Steele threw the rest of his drink back. That makes 2 of us. Another? Kevin said, raising the bottle in the air. Why not? Definitely making my arm feel better. Kevin stood up and poured Steele another drink. His hand shook while he poured. You all right? Kevin gave him a quick smile, his eyes drooping. Nothing that another glass can't fix. Steele nodded. His friend's drinking was on the last rung of his concerns. Whatever got the man through to the next day, even if it was copious amounts of alcohol that made him wake up in the morning. They could have that conversation later. Nearby gunfire suppressed empathy for his friend. He snagged up his carbine by the pistol grip and spun over onto his knees. He sank into the deformed cushions and peered out the window below. Filthy, gore-stained hands beat the doors of the brick building across from him. People stared from above. Steele waved to them and showed them his carbine. Tess leaned over and shoved the window up, and Steele laid his carbine over the couch and the barrel out the window. With one hand, he zeroed in on the infected. Same as always, big fella. Nice and easy on the trigger. Don't think. Just let the trigger come back. Crack! The downward-angled shot entered the back of the skull like something had tapped really hard on its head. The bullet sprayed the infected's chin onto the doorframe. It collapsed onto the door, smearing brain matter as gravity pulled it down the front of the door. Nice shot, Tess said. Not bad for the old worthless left hand of mine. He turned back to Kevin. Feels good to get behind the trigger. I bet, Kevin said, nervously taking a sip of his drink. Steele lined up his red dot on the other infected, his confidence growing. At least this forces me to practice with my offhand. Crack, the other dropped. Steele looked up at the people across the way. He didn't recognize them, probably Chosen, but they gave him a thumbs up. Motorcycles zipped down the street. They only slowed to avoid the bodies in the streets. Steele's heart leapt for a moment, thinking they were the Aiders or Geminis, but these riders had black wolves as their club colors. McLeod's club. They rounded the street, engines roaring. They came back in a hurry, Tess said. They did. Steele snagged up his radio. McLeod, what's your status? He waited a moment before he repeated himself. McLeod, status. Me and my boys are getting elevated. We got a pretty thick group of them coming up from the southeast. How many is that? 500 or so. Hard to tell, they all kind of look the same when we're packed together. Copy. McLeod was silent, but he could see the man riding hard down the street. Steele turned to Kevin. I need you to spread the word down the street. We aren't all connected with comms, and I don't want anyone caught off guard. I'll make sure all the biker chiefs and the pastor knows. Tess, can you get Margie and her team up here with me? Kevin belched. Tess gave him a disgusted look and ran down the steps. Sure thingy, Kevin slurred. He stood with a waver and steadied himself on a chair for a moment before he made for the stairs. Steele watched as Kevin stumbled onto the street. He pounded on a door. The infected are coming! He yelled up at the people inside. He tottered for a moment like a child learning to walk for the first time and wobbled for the next building. Heads poked out the windows of the 2- and 3-story buildings making up the main street. Heads were replaced with guns propped on windowsills. Commanders, this is Steele. We have a large group of infected coming our way. Get your people elevated and ready for an attack. We'll get them moving, Peter sounded off. Others answered back in acknowledgement of a threat. Steele held the radio near his mouth for a moment. Someone knocked on his open door. Margie stood there as if she waited for permission to enter his room. Her eyebrows always made her look worried, but her eyes had changed and now held a certain fierceness, like a mother bear getting ready to defend her cubs. "Come in, come in." He waved her inside. "Sorry, Captain. Miss Tess said to come up, but we didn't want to bother you." The mother almost looked embarrassed. Steele gave her an irritated glance. "I'm not a captain. Get your crew set up. Are Trent and Larry up with their teams?" He had split his volunteers into small fire teams, with a senior volunteer as their lead. "Yes, Captain. Trent and Larry's teams are up," she said. She looked over at her volunteers. "Boys, Rick, Tony, and Harvey." 3 sable pointers followed her inside. Rick and Tony had AR-15s, and Harvey had an old Remington Model 700 bolt-action rifle. They were all adult men in their late 30s, early 40s. The men over 10 years his senior nodded in respect to Steele as they entered. "Captain," they said as they passed him. Steele wanted to bang his head against a wall, but some battles just weren't worth fighting. "Volunteers," Steele said with a nod. "Why fight them on something that gives them hope? It gives them an identity. Units need an identity." The men opened windows and pointed their guns onto the street, directed by Margie. Steele pointed with his good hand. "They're going to be coming from that direction." "That's perfect," Margie said with a smile. "Me and my boys can handle it." She took the closest position, resting a rifle barrel on the wooden frame of the window. She sighted her rifle. Rick had brown curly hair and smiled. He whispered as if he worried the enemy would hear him out. "She's the best shot." Steele smirked. "I know she is. Lucky to have her." Rick put his AR-15 up to his shoulder, resting his stubbly cheek against the stock. "We agree." They waited. 15 minutes later, Kevin stomped up the steps. "I saw them. They're here," he heaved. "You're lucky you got a bum leg, or I would have made you do the run." He sat in a chair and poured himself another drink. He mumbled something into his drink. "You owe me a few at this point." "I wish I could," Steele said. Margie's hunting rifle cracked as a round exploded from its barrel. She pulled the bolt action back and placed another brass-cased round in the chamber, sliding the bolt back in place. "Get ready, boys." She zeroed in again. Boom! 'Cause here they come. Gwen, Reynolds Farm, Iowa. Her grandmother, wielding a spoon like a dangerous weapon, gave her a disapproving look. Her grandfather sat at the parlor card table next to her and smirked, trying to avoid eye contact with either woman. Gwen placed her hands over top her hips. "I'm not going." "Oh, Gwen, don't be such a stick in the mud. It'll be fun," Graham said. Gwen's adamant tone turned to an irritated, endearing one. "Graham, there are people dying out there, and you want me to go to a town dance? Do you realize how insensitive that sounds?" Graham's brow lined with wrinkles. "Nonsense. Who said you can't have fun during the tough times?" She raised her eyebrows in a declaration. "Me and Pa are going." Pa looked up from his checkerboard and gave a short nod. His hand drifted to the board, and he eyed little Haley. He picked a red piece up and set it back down. Gwen's phantom blonde boy sat next to her grandfather, his hands beneath his cherubic chin while watching him play. It gave her anxiety, knowing he wasn't real, yet was still a part of her world. Pa shook his head. "No, that won't do." He picked up another and set it back down. "Nope." "Come on, Grandpa," Haley whined. The little girl squirmed as she waited, unable to see her phantom cousin sitting nearby. Will she live long enough to know him? Will I? She steadied herself, trying not to be overcome with emotion. He held up a red checker at Haley. "You must have patience, my dear." He clicked it over the board. Click, click. "King me." "Oh, come on," Haley said, exacerbated. She picked up a red piece and put it on her great-grandfather's. Haley picked up a black piece and jumped it once, twice, 3 times over her opponent's. "That's a triple bouncer," Haley exclaimed. She wiggled her head back and forth in a celebratory manner. "What a fool!" Pa smacked his forehead in mock disbelief. No matter what I do, you're always 2 steps ahead, my dear. That's because I'm smart and you're bad at this. She stuck her tongue out at him. Put that tongue back in your mouth or I'll snatch it, he half-threatened. He raised a hand in the air, pinching his thumb together with his index finger like a crab. Just like your nose. The older man moved quick for his age. He brought his hand up to her face and squeezed her nose, pretending to snatch it away all of a sudden. He held his hand up with his thumb wedged between his index and middle fingers. See? Haley brought her hand to her face, feeling to make sure her nose was still there. Nuh-uh, Grandpa, I still got mine. He opened his mouth and threw the invisible nose in. Gone forever. He twisted his hand in front of his mouth as if he were locking it up tight. Gwen laughed. Becky leaned over the table. Well, I'm going to the dance. There's bound to be at least one man worth a damn in these parts. Graham didn't look very pleased. You're a mother, Becky. Language. Becky rolled her eyes. Maybe some of your friends want to go, Gwen. Her grandma nodded with encouragement. Gwen gave her a glare. Oh, my God. Fine, I'll ask them. She let the screened storm doors swing closed behind her as she walked outside to the barn. Gregor had circled the vehicles around the barn to provide them with some sort of perimeter in case of an attack from the dead. She had felt guilty staying inside the house when her people had been stuck outside, but they insisted, considering her pregnancy. A tidbit of information that her family didn't know yet, and a conversation she was actively avoiding. Hank sat on a chair outside the barn. Hi, Hank, she said on the way in. Everything going all right? Hank managed a half-smile. Slept better on the ground in a barn than I have in months in a camper. Just feels safer, you know. Yeah, I do. Remember, the infected are still around here. I killed one a few days ago. The man gave her a half-smile that faded away in the realization he could never fully relax again. I know. She walked inside. Families had outfitted the stalls normally used for animals with blankets and tarps to give themselves extra privacy. The Clemens had even hung up a little sign that read their name on it. People waved at her and made small talk with one another. Hi, Gwen, Freddie said. The small boy ran up to Gwen and gave her a big hug. Hi, Freddie. You give such good hugs. She squeezed him tight. Harriet stood near a stall gate and watched the boy, sadly smiling. He's always been a lover. Gwen patted the boy's back, and Freddie ran off. That's the happiest I've seen him since this all happened. And look, Harriet gestured with her chin over her shoulder. Char sat in a corner of the stall reading a book. Your grandfather gave it to her. Gwen couldn't help but smile. What is it? Grapes of Wrath, Harriet said, turning her head to watch the girl. Not the most uplifting of stories, but I think she can find some commonality with her current situation. Say, what do you think? Gwen paused, contemplating for a moment that she was even considering suggesting they all go to a dance. Harriet's eyes turned questioning. Yes? Sorry, it's hard for me to think that this is a good idea, but there's a dance in town tonight. There'll be a band and everyone gets together. Gwen read Harriet's brown eyes, looking for some indication that she was either an idiot for suggesting such a thing or a genius for finding something for them to do. Yes, Gwen. Harriet nodded. Yes. She looked back at Char. That's a great idea. Music. Harriet sighed and she put a hand over her chest as tears filled her eyes. Music, instead of crying and moaning. That is a fantastic idea. Gwen laughed. Wow. She gave a sigh. For a moment I thought you were going to jump all over me for being insensitive, but you're right. We could use a distraction from all the chaos, and I haven't heard the sweet strum of a banjo. She stopped herself. Images of Puck and the Moonshiners back in West Virginia flashed through her mind. Puck's huge hands, Ashley's laugh, Casey's mean sneer, Lucia's dirty face. Gwen felt like she couldn't breathe. Lucia's lifeless face stared at her in her daydream. She couldn't inhale as the images stole the precious oxygen from her lungs. Are you okay? Harriet asked, reaching out for her. Gwen breathed hard as she came back to, feeling like she had run a sprint. I'm sorry. Gwen shook her head. "A dance will be nice," she said slowly. Gwen gave Harriet a weak smile and walked to the middle of the barn. She had to shake the horrible memories from her mind. "Hey, everybody, listen up." She waited until she had everyone's attention. "Hacklebarney has a tradition where every third Friday they have a town dance. Everyone is welcome. Might be a good way to get to know some of the Hacklebarney folks. Harriet and I will take anyone interested into town. If you decide to come, don't forget a weapon." An hour later, as the sun dipped in the gray sky, Gwen went back outside from her grandparents' house, dressed in an old red dress of hers from high school. A little snug on the hips and belly, but everyone would probably think she had just put on a few pounds since leaving Hacklebarney. A crowd of people greeted her. She gave them a friendly smile. "It's good to see that everyone wants to go." She looked over at Gregor. "You want to fire up the bus and cram everybody in?" "Sure thing," he said. The diesel engine fired up, and her people crammed inside. 25 minutes later, they sat in front of a brick American Legion building. The windows were blacked out, and 2 glass doors were propped open. A flagpole stood out front with the stars and stripes. Lantern and candlelight poured outside the American Legion doors. She could hear the fast fiddlework of what had to be Jerry Jessup and the accompanying banjo of Knowlton Gebert. She turned to her group. They sat crowded in the seats and stared as if they had never heard music before. Tears appeared in a few people's eyes. "Well, we can't dance in here, so let's get off this bus," she shouted. Everyone filed off the bus. They crowded the front door of the American Legion building, looking in, hesitant to be the first ones into a dance they weren't invited to. They parted for Gwen, and she stood in the doorway. The music had a fast beat. B.B. Palmer jigged with his wife Annie. Next to them, Kenny twirled Jenny Hamlin like he was trying to spin the dress right off her. The fiddle slowed down when the band finally saw her standing in the doorway. She took a bold step inside, and the music stopped. The Iowans gawked at the Michigander refugees like they were ghosts. Gwen supposed they may be ghosts of a world that had passed. Jake waved at her from across the room. "Gwen!" he exclaimed. He walked up to her. "I'm so glad you made it." She avoided eye contact, feeling awkward about their entire situation. Me too." Anxiety stirred inside her. The Michiganders cautiously walked inside and huddled near one another. Jake caught her vibe and waved at the Michiganders. "Come on in, folks." He ushered them closer. He wrapped an arm around May Clemens, putting a hand out for the old woman's hand. He turned to Ben with a gracious nod. "May I?" Ben nodded his head vigorously. "You may, young man." May gushed, holding a hand to her cheek. "Oh, I'm so flattered. You big schmooze, you." Jake led her by the hand onto the dance floor. The band watched the newcomers. "Oh, come on, Jerry, that fiddle ain't gonna play itself," Jake shouted. "How about Amarillo by Morning?" Jerry grinned beneath his mustache. "You got it, Jake." He wedged his fiddle up under his chin. Bringing his other hand with the bow up, he sawed into the strings with a flick of his wrist. The rest of the band started in on the song with muted tones without speakers to magnify their sound. Emboldened, Gwen's people mixed in with the Iowans. Red Newbold pulled at Gregor's hair. "Damn, boy, look at all that hair," he exclaimed. Gregor stood silent for a moment, regarding the old farmer. "You got any beer?" "You betcha. What you fancy?" Gregor thought for a moment. "You got PBR?" Red nodded. "My kind of lad. Of course we do. Come with me." The two went off in search of beer. Millie Gebert came up to Harriet. "How old is she?" Millie asked Harriet. "She is so precious." "She's 12. And a little softer, she said, "I'm kind of a surrogate for her parents." Millie nodded. "These are hard times, but God will see us through. You know, my Roland is 12. I think they would make good friends." Harriet smiled. "Of course. Char, why don't you come over here?" Char reluctantly placed herself next to Harriet. She folded her arms across her chest and avoided the eyes of the older women like a prisoner looking to escape. "Roland, get over here!" Millie shouted. A boy with red hair and freckles walked over with his head low. Any interaction with the opposite sex was the most awkward and terrifying experience he could imagine. "Roland, tell Miss Char she looks pretty," Millie commanded down at him. "You look pretty?" He peeped out. His eyes drifted toward the floor, embarrassed by the forced communication. Char cracked a tiny smile. "Thanks," she whispered. "You should ask her to dance," Millie said down at Roland. Roland stood dumbfounded. He shuffled his feet. His mom nudged him closer. "You want to dance?" Char nodded shyly, and he took her by the hand. The two young people hustled onto the dance floor. Jake spun by with a beaming May Clemens. His eyes searched for Gwen, and when he found her, he gave her a wide smile. Gwen watched the people as they swirled and swayed to the music. People danced in the night as if the world wasn't ending around them. Maybe for the Iowans it hadn't really hit home, or maybe they were just carrying on with what they knew best. Even the Michiganders seemed to be forgetting their problems. Hank danced with widower Bonita Perkins. Gregor drank beers with Red and his buddies. Kenny Hamlin twirled Joey around in circles, and she smiled for the first time since Gwen had known her. The music took a distinctly slower beat, and the dim lights finally felt appropriate for the tune. Jerry's voice washed over the crowd. Folks, we're going to slow it down now for some belly-rubbing music. Find yourself somebody to hold on to, and don't let go." He tucked the fiddle back under his chin and began a slow tune. Couples rejoined with one another. Jake made his appearance in front of Gwen. She knew this would happen sooner or later, but dreaded it nonetheless. He offered her a hand. "My lady, may I have this dance?" She gave him an irritated look. "Come on, for old time's sake." He looked nervously over his shoulder. "If you don't, Mrs. Wilkins is going to, and I can't handle her bad breath. So think of it as saving me from a fate worse than death." His eyes pleaded. "Please." She rolled her eyes and smiled. She placed her hand in his, and he gently pulled her onto the dance floor. His hand was warm, holding hers, and his other hand drifted to her lower back. "You're even beautiful when you're upset," he said. She twisted her face away, not looking at him. He took her hand and spun her in a circle. She let herself be led around the dance floor by his hand that was dangerously low on her back. "Come on, Gwen. Why do you look so downtrodden? I can't be that terrible of a dancer," he said. She looked over his shoulder at the other dancers. "You know it's not you." "Then what's got your goat?" She gave him her best you-should-know face. "You're kidding me, right?" He spun her again. Her dress picked up. She couldn't help but give up a tiny smile. "There it is," he said with a grin. "Dancing with me isn't going to change what's happening outside." He smirked. "But it sure helps." He dipped her low toward the floor and scooped her back up. "Jake, I'm serious. Don't you get it?" She grew angry, her brow creasing. He tilted his head back. "Sure, I do." She put her hand on his chest and pushed him away. "No, you don't. You can't pretend this away." She spun and looked at all the people. "You hear me?" Jerry's fiddle emitted a few more notes, and then the music died down. Everyone stared at her. "Death marches this way, and all you people can do is have a town dance? You have no clue what's coming, but I'm here to tell you." She turned in a circle and marched up on the stage. Her voice boomed. "I'll tell you what's coming, Hackle Barney. Hundreds of thousands of the infected dead march their way across the land toward here. They consume everything in their path like a swarm of locusts. They leave nothing alive in their wake." She pointed at BB. "They will bite you and tear you to pieces alive if they get the chance, and all you'll be able to do is watch yourself be ripped apart." She slapped her forehead as if she almost forgot. "Oh, and the men that come this way are even worse. They're led by a madman who will stop at nothing until he exacts some kind of vengeance upon us." A child in the crowd started to cry. Millie looked angry. "Gwen, you're scaring the kids." "That's good. They should be scared. You know why? Because it's the truth. Death is coming this way, and we don't have time to pretend it's not real." Gwen stormed off the stage. Jake tried to reach for her, and she blew past him. She went outside, breathing rapidly in sharp movements. Her breath misted in the cold night air. She put her hands on her hips for a moment, then crossed her arms over her chest. The Mississippi River burbled as it flowed, lapping the mud banks as it passed by. She felt warmth as a coat and arm were draped around her shoulders. The jacket protected her from the nipping night air. Jake squeezed her shoulders as he pulled her in tight, his bicep pushing her into his chest. "That party sure died," he said. She swatted him with her hand on his chest. "These people don't understand. Those people from Michigan have only seen the tip of the iceberg. Jake, if you'd have seen them pouring over that wall in Pittsburgh or those fences in Virginia, no one could stop them. There's just too many. And that's not to mention the threat of Colonel Jackson's army. U.S. Army, Jake, and they are hunting us." She let herself fall onto his chest as if he were Mark, but he wasn't. It still made her feel safe and took her back to simpler times. "I'll help you." He looked over his shoulder back at the hall. "Even if they don't, you can count on me." She looked up at him, straight into his eyes. "Truly?" "You have my word, and a man is only as good as his word." He leaned down to kiss her again, and she turned her head away, simultaneously putting a hand on her small, rounded belly. He kissed the top of her head. "Thank you," she whispered. Soft tears filled her eyes as she stared out at the black river. Gat, northern Michigan. Gat swerved his black metal Victory gunner around a rotting brown carcass in the road. Torch veered his Harley-Davidson street glide the other way, avoiding the remains. They rejoined in the middle of the road behind a white 15-foot box truck, one that was probably used to deliver newspapers before the outbreak. Torch glanced back over his shoulder. His long red goatee blew in the wind, floating to the side of his neck. "They're still behind us!" Torch shouted. Gat chanced to look back. The tan Humvee followed about 40 yards behind the convoy. The bastards had followed them for almost 10 miles, hanging back and pointing the .50-caliber machine gun, but not firing. The box trucks were slow, and no matter how much Gat pushed them, they couldn't put any distance between them and the single Humvee. Soon he would have to do something, but he had to dismantle the .50 cal, or it would literally annihilate his club in seconds. He gripped harder on his left handlebar and lifted his gloved right hand off the other side. He felt on his hip for his holstered Glock 18 9mm automatic pistol. He cross-drew the pistol and pointed it over his shoulder. He used his legs to keep his 600-pound motorcycle upright. He bent close to the engine and flipped his Glock to the side, his arm outstretched behind him. Bang! 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 The handgun recoiled as he shot, and shell casings disappeared in the direction of the ground, eaten up by the road. He nodded at Torch. "Teabag the fuckers!" Torch gave him an evil smile. He shifted his motorcycle and sped up the side of the convoy. A moment later, Siren and Goat drifted off to the side and turned down a forested side road with Torch. The trees were naked, only a few dying leaves still clinging to their branches. Gat watched them ride away. He looked back to see what the soldiers in the Humvee were going to do now. The gunner in the turret turned toward his bikers, speeding away. "Fuckers!" Gat growled. Without looking, he twisted his arm back and fired off another 6 rounds. He didn't care where they hit. Killing wasn't the point, but if he caught 1 or 2 of them, he wouldn't have been upset. "Over here!" he shouted behind him. He needed the soldiers to follow him so his other men could get behind the Humvee and take it out. The Humvee continued to trail the biker gang. The turret swirled back in Gat's direction. "Fucking retards," he said to himself. He turned his bike a bit to the side and it shifted to the left. He edged the throttle and raced up alongside one of the trucks. The trucks held only the motorcycles of the aiders driving them, not the piles of food and ammunition like they had been designed to convey. They were similar to the convoys led by the Geminis and the Grave Guards fleeing east and north of aiders. Gat took his motorcycle near the door of the truck. Spook looked down through an open window at him. He was ugly, with a fat nose and a scraggly brown and white beard running off his chin. Gat gestured with his chin and yelled, "Turn this thing sideways when you reach the bend in the road. Make a run for the trees. Those army boys are going to probably start shooting once we stop." Spook grinned. His mouth was filled with brown teeth. "You got it!" he shouted over the sounds of the road. Gat moved his motorcycle up to the center of his gang. 46 bikers made up the Eighters. The playing card 8 of spades was emblazoned on their leathers as the gang's colors. He pulled up alongside his enforcer, Bodie, and gave him a nasty look. "We killed him at the turn ahead." Bodie had a burn scar running down the center of his forehead, down and along his nose, giving him a pink and red top-heavy T down the center of his face. It was a permanent warning from the hellhounds to stay off their turf. A hellhound hadn't been seen in Michigan since the Eighters went to war with them 3 years back. Gat had organized their extermination. He'd had their clubhouses burnt down, their shipments of guns intercepted, members shot in their homes and in the streets. No mercy was asked and no quarter given. Once the Eighters went to war, it was either Gat and his club or death for them all. His club got ready to take the bend in the road. The Humvee behind them slowed down, leaving them more distance. Gat zipped to the front. He nodded to his road captain, Sphinx. The grizzled man nodded back in return. He was a true Yooper, hailing from the Upper Peninsula of Michigan and knew northern Michigan well. Not the first time they were in a tight spot, and it wouldn't be their last. That man knew all the roads and had adjusted their route when the military had picked up the chase. Gat had expected the military to catch up eventually. That was the plan. Now it was time to scrub the bastards off the planet's surface. He adjusted himself as he bent to the side to act as a counterbalance to the motorcycle. He blinked. A boxy vehicle filled his eyes. Not more than 100 yards away sat a Humvee sideways across the road. In a fraction of a second, smoke bursts pushed from the end of the turret gunner's 50 caliber machine gun. "Fuck!" Gat shouted. He threw himself to the side and the bike crashed on top of him, but he didn't stop. When you put your bike down, there were over 101 ways that one could be ripped apart. There was road rash, the removal of the upper layer of skin that came from sliding at high speeds across the pavement. There was any kind of head and neck trauma that came from banging one's skull off the concrete. The mangling of limbs resulting from high impacts with the ground. Then there was sliding into trees, walls, guardrails, and other vehicles. Gat had laid his bike down a few times in his day, and that's what made riding leathers essential. It blocked the elements, wind, rain, sun, and bugs, but more importantly, gave the rider a chance to slide on the pavement without needing a skin transplant. Gat's body hit the ground hard, and the bike continued to rocket forward ahead of him. He covered his head with his arms, trying to keep his head from acting like a brake. It would only take a couple of seconds for the pavement to rub away the skin of the skull to the white bone underneath. He instinctually picked his feet and legs up. The sliding of his leathers buffeted his ears, but was overpowered by the fast-paced booming do, 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 do of the M2 50 caliber machine gun. His body drifted to the side of the road and cement turned into gravel. In a fraction of a second, he was slammed into a dead leaf-filled ditch. He flipped himself over onto his belly, adrenaline driving every muscle in his body. If he had busted anything, he wouldn't know it for the next few seconds. His mouth formed a nasty snarl as member after member of the club were putting down their bikes. A few had driven into the ditches and crashed before being thrown over handlebars. As they impacted the trees, their bodies and limbs mangled and splintered with sickening thuds, only overpowered by the machine gun fire. Gat watched, the event frozen in slow motion, as another motorcycle glided over the pavement in his direction. He rolled to his right over and over, and the beautiful Harley flew past him, bending itself around a pine tree. Gat pushed himself to his knees and stood up. He squeezed his eyes together tightly for a moment, his mind still disoriented from the crash. Did I fucking crack my skull? The Humvee held its ground in the middle of the 2-lane road. The 50 cal was obliterating his club with deadly efficiency, scattering his gang across the pavement and into the trees. A new member, Junior, tried to stand up, and the 50 popped his shaved head clean off his head. Davy crawled over granados, trying to reach the forest. The machine gun twisted him sideways into the air, as if a fire hose filled with bullets drove him down the pavement. Gat reached to either side of his waist and released his dual Glocks from their holsters at his hips. Each one held an extended magazine of 33 hollow-point rounds. They would melt onto armor, but into exposed flesh, he was guaranteed extra damage to his victim. He canted his handguns at 45-degree angles for slightly easier aiming when dual-wielding. He let his thumb ride up near the rear of the sight of the handguns to full auto. He limped out of the ditch, pointing the guns at the Humvee. Gat aimed low, knowing that his rounds would ride up as their velocity drove the barrel upward. A camouflaged soldier knelt next to the Humvee, taking 3-round burst shots at the fallen bikers. "Hey, you fucking cucks! Over here!" Gat shouted. The soldier looked his way, surprise lighting up on his face. Gat let his left handgun buzz in his hand. He wasn't counting, but the force of so many rounds so fast took the soldier to the ground. Gat let his right handgun ride up the windshield of the Humvee into the soldier on the turret. He let his right Glock go empty on the soldier. He chucked his piece to the ground and it clattered on the pavement. He limped his way past the first soldier, who was a bloody, steaming mess. The soldier lay on the ground, eyes as wide as he could make them. He sucked air in through his nose. As Gat got closer to the Humvee, he stood next to the gasping soldier, stretching his neck to see inside. Without a glance, Gat's left Glock buzzed, and he sent a few rounds into the lying soldier's head. The quick succession of bullets stopped the man from breathing, denting his face with entry wounds. Red blood, white bone, and pink brains splattered the pavement. Gat walked by the passenger window. He let his Glock spray into the window, bursting it inward and finishing the driver, who slumped over an empty window pane. He clicked the magazine release on his weapon, letting it drop to the ground. He dug a long, full 33-round magazine from inside his jacket and inserted it into the magazine well. He pointed the weapon back inside the Humvee. Deadeye stared back at him from the turret gunner, who had crumpled down onto his knees inside the Humvee, his arms still suspended on the turret above. He limped around to the other rear side of the Humvee. The stock of an M4 lashed out. Gat dodged to the right and brought his arm up at the same time. The soldier swung his M4 wide like a baseball bat, clubbing Gat's gun from his hand. "You fucking twat!" Gat screamed. His hand seized in pain, trying to absorb the trauma. He backhanded the soldier in the face, sending him crashing into the back of the Humvee. The soldier dropped his empty weapon. Gat reached down to his boot and drew a long blade from his ankle. He took a swipe at the soldier, driving him away from his weapon. The soldier rolled off the back of the Humvee and made a quick run for the rear driver's side door. Gat chased him. The soldier threw open a tan door and dug around in the back of the Humvee. "Face me like a man!" Gat taunted him. The soldier started to turn around, but Gat already had him. He grabbed the soldier's chin and cupped it with the bony part of his wrist. The soldier's skin was rough and unshaven beneath the skin of his arm. The soldier cried out and squirmed. Gat wrenched him by his neck and drove the tip of his blade into his right kidney. Once, twice, 3, 4 times his blade pierced the soldier's ACUs, penetrating his flesh in rapid succession. The soldier screamed in unimaginable pain and spasmed in Gat's vice-like grip. Gat kept shanking the soldier until he stopped squirming and went limp in his grasp. Gat shoved him face down into the back seat of the Humvee. The body slid down onto the floor. Hot blood ran down his hand. Gat flicked his wrist. He looked back at the remainders of his motorcycle club. Pieces of his members lay discarded on the ground. Their motorcycles were scrap metal, almost unrecognizable as having once been highly functioning machines. The men were a mix of blood, leather, and flesh, scattered everywhere as if a bomb had exploded in the middle of them. "Well, fuck you guys!" he cursed. He looked back over his soldier lying on the floor of the Humvee. The soldier's arm moved an inch off the floorboards. Gat cocked his head to the side. "Got a little juice left in you, huh?" He turned around and marched back. He got within a few inches of the soldier's face. "You stupid fucks!" he screamed, dry saliva flying from his mouth. He drove his knife into the soldier's front torso over and over. "You think this is a fucking game?" His blade sunk into his belly. "'Cause I ain't playing!" He jabbed again, ramming the blade into his chest. He raged on the soldier long after he'd expired, his body transformed into an unrecognizable slab of chopped stew meat. Gat bent close to his face, hacking spit from the back of his throat. "You dirty!" He heard its wheels crunch slowly over the metal of the bikes, adding insult to their desecration. The shocks absorbed the weight as it drove over the bodies of his club. A Humvee rolled up from the other direction. He took a step away from the dead soldier and faced them. The tan Humvee braked only 10 yards away. Gat could clearly see the faces of the driver and passengers and the all-too-deadly 50-caliber machine gun sighted in on him, the barrel pointed down on an easy target to destroy. A staff sergeant stepped out of the passenger side. He had a dark mustache that was turning into a full beard. He shouted, "Where's the rest of the convoy?" Gat gave him a wicked sneer. "Come over here and I'll show you." The staff sergeant waited a moment, looking down at his feet before he spoke. "Is Steele here?" "Yeah, he's back over there." The staff sergeant looked over his shoulder and back at the bodies. His eyes glanced at the woods and then back at Gat. Gat started to walk toward them. His riding boots clicked off the ground, and he spread his arms wide. "Why don't you little fuckboys put down your guns and see if you can take me out the old-fashioned way?" He waved his knife at them. "Come on! What are you, chicken?" "Stop where you are!" the staff sergeant yelled. His gun bounded up to his shoulder, and his shoulders hunched as he made his form tighter and compact. Gat took another step forward and licked his teeth. "What? Afraid I'll bite?" Gat sneered. "One more step and I'll be close enough to charge the fuckers." He felt the fire bite him before he heard the roar of the machine gun, but not enough for his brain to register there was a difference. The ground grew closer, and he knew something was terribly wrong. He tried to gather his feet beneath him, but only bloody, shredded stumps moved in the air. "Oh, fuck!" he screamed. He looked down. White bone and jagged, destroyed flesh remained above his knees. He could see his leather boots nearby. After a second, he realized the rest of his legs were still inside them. The staff sergeant walked his way and stopped, staring down at him. "Consider that a warning shot." "You fucking blew off my legs," Gat snarled. The staff sergeant's lip curled. "Be thankful I didn't have them aim a bit higher. Could have lost your third leg." The soldier squatted down on his heels. "Was Steele here?" The pain morphed into an unbearable searing sensation. Nerve endings screamed to be reconnected inside his legs. Gat could feel his heartbeat pumping blood out of his body with every thump in his chest. He stared down at his stumps and laughed like a madman. The staff sergeant snapped his fingers. Hey, I'm up here. You don't have much time before you bleed out, but I'll get you some morphine so you won't feel it when those infected get here." His dark eyes looked distantly down the road. Gat ground his shaved head into the pavement. Upside down, he peered farther down the road. A hazy form stood in the distance. He looked back at the soldier. "Fuck me, and fuck you." The staff sergeant nodded and stood upright. He clicked his tongue. "If it were me, I'd hope to bleed out before they got here." He glanced down the road again and back at Gat. "But I ain't you." He stared off into the distance. "Don't worry about the whole Steele thing. We were only sent out to make sure no stragglers got away. Jackson didn't bite on whatever this little mission was." "Go fuck yourself," Gat spit. His mouth finally had moisture in the form of frothy, metallic blood. "Already did this morning." The staff sergeant walked away. Gat pushed his chin up to watch the man close the door. The Humvee rolled forward. He could hear the soldiers faintly talking to one another as they checked the dead behind them. Gat felt a certain detachment, as if his body didn't belong to him. His body grew cold, as if winter had set in only on him. He struggled to get his belt off, then wrapped the loop belt over his thigh. He grunted as he cinched it as tight as it would go, but he knew it wouldn't matter. He lay there breathing hard, trying not to die. He heard the Humvee engine rumble away, then the faint moans of the infected who had come for their share. Steele, Burr Oak, Michigan. Bodies of the infected dead lay strewn over the small town sidewalks and the paved streets. They had been gunned down from the safety of windows and rooftops as they marched into the town. The infected had moaned in defiance as bullets exploded their skulls into thick pieces. Steele's forces had performed with violent expediency that only apocalyptic experience could provide them. Steele's upstairs room was filled with smoke from the gunfire. Harvey and Tony shook hands in success near the windows. Margie looked up from her handiwork below with a glint of satisfaction in her eyes. "Good shooting, boys." She stood up, slinging her hunting rifle over her shoulder. She was well into her 50s and did not look like a soldier, but she was one. "Let's go meet up with Bessie at the truck. We'll get those mags refilled and some more rounds." Steele nodded to the men. "Captain," they each said as the volunteers filed out of the room. Steele stopped Margie. "Your team shot well. You are a natural leader." She looked a bit abashed, and her eyes drifted to the side. "I only did what you and Thunder taught us to do." "You do it well. Be careful out there. Could be stragglers." Her eyes met his again, and she gave a small smile. "We'll take care of them." Faint gunshots still rang out from the other parts of town. Steele nodded to her. "Carry on, volunteer." She bowed her head and disappeared down the steps. "How about a victory shot?" Kevin said. He held up the bottle of Madame Scarlet Gray's. The remaining liquid sloshed inside the bottle. Steele shook his head no. "I think I've had enough for one day." Kevin shrugged his shoulders. "Suit yourself." He tipped the bottle back and poured the liquor into his glass. He gave Steele a drunken smile as he imbibed the alcohol. "My leg needs a stretch. I also need a new arm." "I'll be here," Kevin said. Steele left his M4 on the couch. "You want some company?" Tess asked. Her arms were spread wide on the cushion backs of the couch. She was as comfortable as she could be in somebody else's house. "No, I'm fine." She watched him with dark eyes as he walked lamely away. Steele limped through the room for the stairs. He hobbled down some steps, using the railing as a crutch to make his descent a little easier. When he reached the bottom, he padded through the general store. Bodies had been shoved away from the door by Margie and her team. Vacant white eyes stared up at him. The poor, tortured soulless leaked their dead insides into murky pools on the street. Red guts had been split and splashed onto the pavement. Pieces of bone, muscle, and flesh muddied the ground like a split bucket of slop. He gave them a wide berth. The town only had a single main street with a few buildings. Every subsequent street had fewer buildings and more houses. A grain elevator rose up from behind the small-town businesses. He walked unevenly down the street until a hand reaching from a pile of the dead stopped him. The infected man's cheeks were gaunt, as if he had starved for months before turning. Its hair was stuck to its skull. Part of its scalp was ripped away, exposing white skull bone. Bodies pinned it to the ground, its legs broken and disfigured beneath them. It moaned at Steele in a low, guttural call of the wild. Its struggle was fierce and sad. It had all the pieces of humanity within it, except life and awareness. Dirty fingernails clawed the body in front of it. It raked the dead body repetitively, trying to extract itself from its flesh-and-bone prison. Steele let his left hand fall onto his sidearm. The motion was foreign to this hand. Most of his training had consisted of transitioning to the offhand only if his dominant hand was injured in a fight. It was a temporary survival measure to ensure victory, but now he was asking his offhand to do all the work. He would have to teach himself how to reload with a single hand and charge the weapon, as well as work on drawing the gun out of the holster. Thunder would have to switch the magazine release to the other side of the weapon, so he wouldn't have to use his index finger to release a mag. He drew his sidearm. The weight felt off in his hand. His left hand was like a younger brother always mimicking the elder brother to his right, who did everything with confidence. His middle and ring fingers gripped the scratchy taped handle hard. He let his pinky finger wrap loosely around the handle. His index finger fell awkwardly on the trigger. The tip of his thumb arched off the gun, but simultaneously squeezed the frame. His sight picture was flat across the front and rear of the weapon. Steele and the infected stared at each other for a moment. The infected snarled at him, their eyes never leaving each other. The slide cycled backward, and the gun recoiled up toward the sky, much more than he would have liked. My grip will be more important without a supporting hand. He wouldn't notice it too much from 7 yards out, but the farther back he got from 7, the harder it was going to be for him to shoot accurately with only one hand. I guess I should be thankful most gunfights happen within 5 yards. He turned the gun on its side, looking at it. I'm going to have to work on this if I want to gain any sort of speed out of the holster. He put the gun back near his holster, finding the edge of its hard plastic with the barrel of his weapon, the metal rubbing as it settled into place. His weapon secured, he looked up. A cluster of 20 men moved down the street at a slow pace. As Steele grew closer, he recognized them as chosen men with axes, bats, clubs, knives, and batons, as they walked among the fallen, infected bodies. They swung their weapons violently downward, executing any of the infected yet moving. Peter led them with a mini sledgehammer in his hands. The sandy-haired man eyed Steele with mistrust. "How was it?" Steele called out. "No problem," Peter shouted. Other men stopped to look at Steele, hatred in their eyes, anger. Steele was the direct result of the deaths of so many of their friends and family. A few swung weapons back and forth. A man slammed his cudgel, a short stick with a knotted end, into the skull of an infected. It made a sickening thwack. He glanced up at Steele with a mean gaze on his mustached face. They plowed their way through the bodies in his direction, crushing skulls as they navigated the carnage. Steele stopped as they got closer. The men drifted in around Steele. At first it was 3 men, then a few more walked up casual and confident. Steele backed away, touching the brick building behind him. It took another moment, but more gathered around him in a semicircle, Peter at their head. The hairs on Steele's neck stood up, a gang of men with weapons. A few laughed under their breath. The man with the cudgel tapped it in his hand, blood dripping from its rounded edge. A chosen man in plaid laid a wood axe across his shoulders. He looked like he wanted to spit on Steele, then split him in half with the axe. The others pushed in a bit closer. Peter stood the closest. He was brave when surrounded by his men. He never would have been so brazen with Steele alone. His grip was white-knuckled on his sledge, like he was trying to strangle it. "You know, you really have to be careful out here," Peter said. "With that limp and ugly scar on your face, you might be mistaken for one of the dead." If Steele was a patrol officer, he would already be calling 1033, officer in need of assistance, retracing his steps in a swift backpedal for his cruiser. Can't outrun them. Well, lucky for me, we are having a conversation. A long, greasy, black-haired chosen smiled at Steele. His teeth were browning with scum. "I only see one thing that needs to be purified here." He licked his lips as if the thought made him salivate. The man in plaid spit on the ground. "He looks like the devil himself." "He's the asshole that caused this mess," added the man with the cudgel. "That's debatable," Steele said, giving the man an unafraid glance. The energy from the group started to turn violent. Peter fed on the energy, gaining confidence by the second. The group inched forward. Steele's hand was on his gun, but how many shots could he get off before one of them took a club to his head? 3? They didn't care. They only wanted revenge. "Take the initiative. I'm going to play you guys straight. If this goes down like you want it to, at least 3 of you are going to die. Now, I'm using my left hand and I'm a bit out of practice, but I won't miss. Not this close." "He lies," the long-haired one hissed, his lips quivering. "That's right, Luke. Close your ears to the serpent's tongue," Peter commanded. Steele kept his eyes moving from threat to threat. "I'm not lying, Luke." Steele couldn't step back any farther. Luke smiled as he waved a knife from side to side. Steele looked right at him. "I'll be sure to put the first round through your gut." Steele shifted his eyes to the man with the axe next to him. "Then I'm going to put 2 into your chest. I'd do 1, but you're a big boy, and I want you to know you're out of this fight. You'll die in about a minute." Steele's eyes moved to the man next to him. This man was losing confidence with every second. "And you will probably take 1 through the jaw. I'll ride the recoil up into your face. Really depends on if I want to save an extra round for Peter." Steele's eyes drifted back to Peter. Peter's throat moved up and down as he gulped. "Peter, you remember our time together, right? Tell your friends I don't lie." Tension hung over them, and Steele counted down in his head. "It's going to kick off on my terms. 5, 4. His radio popped, crackled, and blared. The men stopped staring at Steele. A few glanced at his radio on his belt. He'd have to move his hand off his gun and to the radio. "Steele, this is Warchild." Warchild was scouting north, arguably the most important direction for Steele to keep informed about. Their last contact with Jackson's Legion was south of Grand Rapids and north of their current position. "Steele, Warchild, do you copy?" Warchild's voice grated on the other end of the line. Steele took his hand off his gun and slowly put it on the radio. It was one or the other. His eyes never left Peter. If they came for him now, he would most likely get off only 1 shot before they took him, but Steele made sure Peter knew it would be him that took that bullet. He brought the radio to his lips. "Steele here," he said low into the mic. "We're coming in hot. We got some of Jackson's scouts following us hard. Boys are definitely itching for a fight. They may be after something I picked up for us." "What did you pick up?" He brought the mic away from his face a moment. The Chosen hadn't jumped him yet. They listened intently to his conversation. "Run or fight?" Found an almost full fuel tanker at a rural gas station. Gas looks good, not too dark. Should keep us going for a while. Excellent. Lead them into the town. We'll set up a little surprise for them, but protect that cargo. The chosen men watched him with less volatility, but anger still simmered under the surface. Steele hooked the radio back onto his belt, feeling better now that his hand was back on his sidearm. Jackson's scouts are coming in fast. You want to do this now? For a few seconds, Steele thought he would be living his last. The chosen stared defiant, contemplating his demise. Or can we put a herding on them instead? I need men on top of every Main Street building. Steele's heart rate sped up in his chest. The chosen stood silent for a moment before Peter spoke. You heard the man. Luke, let's get them resupplied and in position. Luke gave Steele a nasty stare that turned into a devilish smile, as if he would enjoy sticking every inch of his knife into Steele's flesh. Brother Peter's orders. Let's prepare a welcome for the Roman scum. Luke and the chosen men jogged off. Peter stood for a moment. Steele thought he might say something. Remember, Jackson is the enemy, Steele said to him. He didn't wait for Peter to respond. He turned around and limped away from them. An easy target to be clubbed down from behind, but no strike came. People darted back into buildings and scrambled back into firing positions. Steele walked haltingly inside the antique store, sidestepping the bodies and going up the stairs. When he reached the top of the stairs, he was exhausted. He tottered for the couch. Tess turned and looked at him from behind. Wondering about you. Saw you making friends down the street. If that was making friends, I'd hate to see what making enemies looks like. On that note, we're about to make a few new friends. He picked up his M4 in one hand and draped the sling around his shoulders. Jackson? She asked. Who else? Tess's eyes darted back out onto the street. Get to the roof for this one. Better against somebody that shoots back. Tess and Steele climbed more steps to the roof of the store. The roof was flat and sealed with black tar. Brick walls rose up, encircling the entirety of the two-story building. Steele limped over to the wall and rested his M4 on it. Tess followed his lead and joined him. Kevin wobbled up and set his M4 against the wall. Tess gave him a questioning look. You sure you can shoot straight? Wouldn't be able to without the stuff. Kevin hiccuped and wiped his mouth. Steele peered out. Heads poked up from the building across the road from them. As far as he could see, his people were lining the buildings of the small town. Footsteps pounded up the stairs, and Margie with her team ran in. They took their place along the roof edge, and their weapons clinked on the red brick. Margie whispered something up to Tony, and he squeezed her arm. They sat in quiet anticipation, each contemplating what they were about to do to the soldiers coming their way. Steele could hear the motorcycle engines before he saw them. The war machines slowed down when they hit the village limits and began navigating the bodies layering the streets. A semi drove behind them, along with a fuel trailer hitched to the back. Warchild's voice came through the radio. Thanks for the heads up. You get in a fight recently? We had a large pack come through. I can see that. The old biker was in front, off-roading his bike over a body. The fuel truck barreled over the dead, unfettered from the bodies. There they are, Tess whispered. She held a set of binoculars to her eyes. The leafless trees allowed them even more visibility from the rooftop. About 8 blocks away, a convoy of Humvees followed the bikers in hot pursuit. Dead leaves blew up in the air as they sped through them. Steele put his radio near his lips. Commanders, don't open fire until they reach the center of town. Watch the crossfire. I don't want any blue-on-blue out there, but I want them in too deep so they can't escape. Warchild, get that tanker out of harm's way. Affirmatives echoed over the radios. People nodded on rooftops and windows. The message went down the line from building to building. The tan military vehicles rolled past the first buildings. The men on the turrets were fixated on the last of the war machines turning the corner. The front Humvee turret barked in the direction of the bikers. The bikers in the back ducked low and cut the corner on the opposite edge of the main street. Steele put his M4 carbine on the wall, using the roof ledge to rest his weapon. He squatted painfully down for cover. We need cover. These devils fight back. The soldier in the lead Humvee's turret slapped the top of the truck as they drove, excited to get in the fight. The Humvees slowed as they ran over the bodies in the streets. The man in the lead turret glanced upward. His eyes widened when he saw Steele and all the guns aiming down on him. He swung his M2 50 caliber turret up. It didn't matter. Steele had been tracking him the whole way. He decided that this one would be the first to die. Steele's bullet blew through the man's cheek and exploded the man's neck into the top of the Humvee. The whole right side of the soldier's neck disappeared, turning into red mush. The soldier's arm still held onto the gun as his body collapsed into the turret. Hundreds of bullets destroyed the first Humvee, and the turret gunners on the second and third Humvees were killed outright. The driver in the rear Humvee of the recon unit had quick reflexes, and in a single second he had thrown his Humvee in reverse and was racing backward down the street. The gunner on his 50 cal machine gun sprayed windows and rooftops. In the chaos, another soldier appeared in the second Humvee turret and unleashed hot lead into the building across from Steele. In a flash of deadly violence, those people were gone. The bullets turned breathing, living people into red mist, totally destroyed by the large-caliber rounds. "Everybody on that gunner!" Steele screamed. They concentrated their fire on him, and he took cover as the driver navigated backward. Near the edge of the village, the Humvees set up in a V with their vehicles. Soldiers hopped out and took cover behind doors. The gunners unloaded into the nearest buildings, driving people into cover. The gun battle blazed away from Steele's building, but he knew what they were doing. In a stationary battle, his forces would lose. Surprise was his only actionable tool, that and mobility. "They're keeping us occupied until Jackson's main force can get here." He lifted the radio to his lips. "Building by building, get everyone into the trucks. We're getting out of here." He turned down his line. "Margie, I need you to reinforce the pizzeria and the church down the road. No risks, just keep them wasting ammo. I don't want anyone getting hurt." Margie nodded, her eyes wide. Americans had been conditioned from a young age to respect and admire America's fighting men and women for not only their prowess, but also their bravery. Now he was asking them to go toe-to-toe with the military, numbers the only discernible advantage in the fight. "They may be trained by the best in the world, but these men are not those honorable men and women who still fight for this country." Margie frowned and nodded at the same time. "I know." "I'll go with you," Tess said. She met Steele's eyes for a moment. He nodded. Tess was one of his staunchest allies and one of his only friends. Losing her would be detrimental to his position, on top of losing a close friend. "Okay, keep it safe." They filed off the rooftop, staying low as they moved. Steele listened to the rattle of the 50 caliber machine guns versus the small caliber weapons popping off in retaliation. His people's gunfire sounded weak and insignificant in the face of their foe, a child's complaints versus their parents' commands. He brought the radio back up. "We're leaving. Retreat southwest." Kinnick, Warden, Iowa. Private Gore groaned in the corner of the restaurant. Duncan and Ramos pointed M249 saw light machine guns out the storefront windows. People sprinted across the street outside. It wasn't clear if they were running from the Marines inside or the snipers outside. Either way, they ran in an attempt to not get hit by gunfire. Gary sat in a chair, wringing his hands in front of his body. Hunter grabbed Gary by the collar, and fear plastered his face. Hunter hoisted him out of his seat. "You set this up, you treacherous ferret." Martha sat in a chair at the table and held her face in her hands, sobbing. Gary stammered, No, we didn't." Hunter got his single eye close to Gary. "It doesn't look like it." "I swear we didn't. I don't know who would do such a thing. We're honest, good folks. We wouldn't hurt American fighting men." Hunter stretched his lip with his tongue in frustration, as if it were searching for a wad of chewing tobacco. "Well, somebody did." "Enough, Hunter," Kinnick said. He paced, trying to figure out his next move. Hunter released Gary, and the old man fell back in his chair. Martha sobbed, and Gary wrapped a comforting arm around her. "It's okay," he whispered to her. Gore moaned out. "Hawk, can you make him more comfortable?" Kinnick said in his direction. Hawkins walked back over to the injured Marine and checked his bandages. "The bleeding stopped," Hunter said. He looked over his shoulder at Hawkins. "Hawk is good at what he does, but he isn't a doctor, and we aren't in a hospital. Gore needs a doctor." Kinnick looked at Hawkins's back. The man's movements were calculated and precise as he worked on the wounded Marine. Sergeant Volk approached them, his step sharp and volatile. His face was extra bitter. "With all due respect, sir, what are our orders? The shooter is still out there. They could be organizing an attack on us as we speak. Let's kill the cuck." "I know that, Sergeant." The man's face said he was all but too eager to enact vengeance on anyone he saw fit. We have to find the people that did this. We'll make them pay. Enough, Sergeant, Hunter said. His one eye conveyed extreme violence in Volk's direction. Show some respect for the Colonel. Yes, sir. Volk went and took a seat near the impromptu barricade. He leaned close to Whitehead, speaking in hushed tones. Gore needs a doctor, Hunter repeated. And we'll get him one. Kinnick turned toward Gary. Do you have a doctor in town? Or a clinic? Gary's eyes worried. Of course we do. Dr. Jens is just down the street. Get him. Gary looked confused and gulped. Okay, we will. He wiped some thinning hair across the top of his scalp and gestured at Martha to stand up. He grasped her hand in his. Come on, honey. Kinnick gave Hunter a short nod. Hunter put a hand on Gary's shoulder. Gary flinched. She's going to have to stay here. Gary's lips stiffened and his brow furrowed. What do you mean? She's my wife. And she's going to stay here with us until you get back. It's safer this way. Gary looked at Martha, and she bit by bit took a seat back at the table, folding her hands in her lap. Hurry up, Gary, Kinnick said sternly. He didn't like keeping the woman as collateral, but he saw no choice. If the man loved his wife, then he wouldn't get into any foul play. Gary bent down and kissed his wife. She hugged on to him for a moment. I will be back with Dr. Jens. Gary moved with surprising agility for a man his age and exited the building. He quickly disappeared down the street. Kinnick turned toward the Marines. Volk, get Hanger and Tran over to the Cirque. There should be a harbor around the other end of the island. Go check that out for any signs of people or anything that doesn't look right. I don't want our crew left defenseless while we figure this shit out. He turned toward Martha. Is there a way out the back? Martha nodded, her chin quivering in fear. We aren't going to hurt you, Martha, but we need your help to stop these people. She blinked rapidly. Of course you won't. Why would you? He reached for her and she winced, cupping her hands in one another. She stared down at her hands. We won't, Kinnick repeated. She nodded her head slightly, staring out into nothing. You shouldn't be here. Hanger and Tran passed by them, trooping through the kitchen to slip out the back. Kinnick turned back to her. We're here to help. Not everyone wants you here, she said, staring at her hands. Who doesn't? She sat silent, her eyes distant. Who doesn't? He repeated. He watched her for a moment before deciding she wasn't all there. Within 20 minutes, Gary returned with Dr. Jens, a middle-aged man with gray hair and thick glasses. His eyes were wide beneath them as if he were stuck in a constant state of surprise. He looked at Hunter and the Marines and blinked, taking in their rugged fierceness. Where's the boy? The doctor asked. He held a brown leather medical bag in one hand. Volk led him to where Gore lay on the table. Gary walked quickly back to Martha and hugged her. Kinnick ignored them and approached Hunter, still watching the doctor with an untrusting eye. Kinnick brought his voice low. We need to get these people in line and on board, or we must leave. Hunter's one eye glanced at Kinnick from the side. Copy, sir. But what about Executive Order 17766? Kinnick sighed and looked at the wall. Pictures of people drinking, eating, and celebrating dotted one side of the restaurant. Surely the whole community didn't deserve to be burnt down for the actions of a few, unless they were all in on it. He eyed the back of Dr. Jens again. He could be killing the boy now. I cannot give that order without more evidence, and it better be damn clear. Hunter turned his way. Sir, it's damn clear they don't want us here. Kinnick shook his head. I'm not leaving here until we have a definitive answer. This is a good, strong location. This could be a key link in our chain of defensive outposts. Hunter sighed. Just to have them shoot us in the backs when we get done teaching them how to shoot. I've seen it happen before. Our mission is to mobilize these people. They're scared, and somebody is making them scared. If we can free them of whatever devil plagues them, then we will win them over. Hunter smirked. Win over their hearts and minds, Colonel? Maybe you should kiss a few babies while you're at it. Hell, I'll babysit their kids if it brings them on board. With all due respect, Colonel, shouldn't they already be on our side? They should, But they are mistrustful, and with good cause. When they needed help more than ever, we were too busy arguing over the political ramifications to take the necessary actions to defeat the virus. Now we have to play makeup. We have to win them back. It's a hostile home field crowd. I think I'd rather be playing at a friendly away game. Me too, Master Sergeant. Kinnick walked near the table where Dr. Jens hovered over Gore, his back bent. After a moment, he looked at Kinnick from the side with very wide eyes magnified by his thick glasses. What's it looking like? Dr. Jens blinked big, deer-like eyes. Your medic did an exceptional job, but without taking him across the river to the hospital, I can't be certain what his fate might be. Jens let his voice drop low. He probably needs surgery, but I can't tell without actual testing. I'm afraid he's suffering from internal bleeding that I'm not equipped to stop in the long term. Kinnick rubbed his brow. Is the hospital operational? Went dark over a month ago. The young Marine's face was pale, his soft, fuzzy mustache barely visible. His chest rose slowly and fell as if he only slept. Jens looked disappointed. His fate is in God's hands now. Kinnick nodded. Thank you. Do you know who did this? Kinnick threw it out there. What could it hurt to ask the man if he knew of anyone? I can't believe anyone would do this. Sure, we have our fair share of local idiots, but they're harmless. He paused and spoke lower. But I wouldn't put it past them neither. There's been a lot of talk about where y'all been. To see you show up now may have rubbed people the wrong way. Aren't you supposed to be helping us, not asking for help? No one can do this on their own. We need each other, or this won't be much of a fight at all. Kinnick met his eyes. Do you understand? If we could do it on our own, we would have already done so. It's that bad. Worse. They stared at one another for a moment. Kinnick debated whether or not to tell the doctor about the nuclear holocaust engulfing the West Coast. He figured that wouldn't help the trust between them, and held his tongue. You may go, Doctor. Jens's eyes lit up. Really? We aren't in the business of taking hostages. We're here to help. Thank you, Colonel. I will check back tonight to make sure he's comfortable. The doctor took his medical bag and wandered toward the front entrance. Volk pointed. Where's he going? He watched the man quickly open and close the door, leaving the blinds on the door quivering. The doctor retreated down the sidewalk at a brisk pace. I let him go. Kinnick was calm. He knew he was playing the long game with these people. He needed to take 100 perfect steps for every mistake he made with them. That's how trust was built, one good step at a time, where he made the right and sensitive decision with the people's well-being in mind. Then they would see him and his men like they were supposed to, as protectors and liberators, not as occupiers and invaders. He didn't think it would be fast, but he believed it was possible with enough calculated persistence. What if he's one of them, telling everyone about our defenses? He's not. Volk's eyes scrunched up. But how do we know? Shit, he could have been the one pulling the trigger. I can tell, Sergeant. He's not our suspect. He's not telling the whole truth, though. He was hiding something, but he's not the shooter. Volk shook his head in disagreement. Kinnick thought he heard the sergeant say bullshit under his breath. Kinnick turned to the side, looking over his shoulder. Gary, come here. Gary stood up and hesitantly walked to Kinnick like a timid dog that needed more convincing. Yes, sir. Can you get everyone together? I mean everyone in Warden. Gary looked scared. I can try. Call them all together. Gary looked at Kinnick. Now, Kinnick commanded. Gary stepped through the Marines and walked up the stairs to the balcony. Kinnick followed him. Hunter grabbed his sleeve. Colonel, what are you doing? There's a sniper still out there. We have to trust each other. No one is going to buy in if I stand next to him with a gun to his head or hide inside with a gun to his wife's. Hunter shook his head in disappointment. Sir, I don't think that's a good idea. In fact, I don't think it's a good idea for us to even stand here. Kitchen is better. Kinnick patted the soldier on the shoulder. Sometimes it's better to be brave than smart. Kinnick followed Gary up the wooden outdoor stairs. He took a step next to Gary. The small island town was laid out before them. Nothing moved. almost as if it were deserted. "Go ahead," he said to the man. Gary hesitantly put a megaphone to his lips, and his voice boomed. "Warden," he said, and his voice magnified. "Warden, come on out. It's safe. They won't shoot." A minute passed before the first person emerged from their house. They were followed by groups of ones and twos. They trickled into the four-way intersection in front of the restaurant. They stared up at Kinnick and Gary. Kinnick looked at the crowd, wondering if one or more pointed a gun at him from afar. If the sniper struck him now, he wouldn't know it was coming. Only a zip, pain, and then the echoing of the rifle from afar. Or if he got lucky and hit Kinnick in the heart or head, it would just be blackout, game over. "Is that all of them?" Gary looked out. "Looks like it." Most of the people had guns and worried looks on their faces. Some looked angry, others generally upset. Kinnick motioned he wanted the megaphone. Gary placed the megaphone in his hand and took a step back, wary of what Kinnick was about to say, or maybe he knew the shooter was zeroing in his rifle on Kinnick at that very moment. Kinnick cleared his throat and put the megaphone to his lips. "People of Warden, you have a murderer in your midst, and I want him alive." Steele, Roseville, Illinois. He crumpled a plastic bag in his hands. Crumbs lined the bottom, but its caloric contents were gone. He let the bag float to the floor. The chain grocery store's front windows had been shattered at some point, and the shelves inside picked clean of anything useful. Animals had gotten everything else. "You find anything?" he called out at Kevin. The former schoolteacher looked at him overtop the short aisle shelves and grimly shook his head. "Nothing," Tess shouted from the other side of the store. She kicked a grocery cart with a boot, sending it rolling away. It banged as it struck the wall. Steele walked down a dark, empty aisle. His damaged leg still hindered his natural gait, but it was manageable. He cut through a checkout lane, its number 3 sign dead. The gum, candy, razors, lighters, and soda had been cleaned out of the small shelves near the register, leaving them empty. It felt wrong to him and out of place for a store. The cash register drawer was busted open. A few dollar bills stuck out. He snagged one and held it up for a second. George Washington's iconic face stared back. Kevin spoke. "They called him the American Fabius." Steele held the dollar in his hand for a moment. "What's that mean?" Kevin hiccuped, clearly already well into his daily allotment of liquor. "Derives from the Roman Quintus Fabius Maximus Vericosus, well known for many things, but in our case, he developed the Fabian war strategy closely followed by good old George there." "What's the Fabian strategy in a nutshell?" Kevin smiled. "You don't know, do you? You're a follower and don't even know it." "No, I don't." Kevin shrugged. "It's a strategy of war where you avoid frontal assaults and pitched battles in favor of attrition and indirection." It was Steele's turn to smile. "Ha! If you call retreating every chance I get indirection, then yes, that's been my plan the entire time. Not a bad tactic for the underdogs." "True." Steele shoved the dollar in his pocket. He never expected to use it. "I just wanted a memento of the old world. Bullets, food, and water were this world's currency." They exited the store, crunching through broken glass to reach the outside. His convoy of cars, pickups, semis, and motorcycles stood in a long line looking more like a rural county 4th of July parade than anything resembling a fighting force. McLeod sat atop his motorcycle, watching Steele with untrusting eyes, his long black goatee draped down his chest. Steele shook his head at the man. No food. McLeod's face twisted in anger, and he spit in disgust. He waved his wolf riders forward. He roared his engine, taking off back to the front of the convoy. The food situation had gone from bad to worse when it was discovered almost half their stores of food inside the semi had expired. Now the convoy was forced to stop and quickly scavenge in towns as they fled before Jackson's forces. Steele chanced to glance back in the direction they had come. Warchild and his war machines had formed the rear guard and were a few miles away. A good sign for the time being was that Jackson wasn't right on top of them, unless he was flanking Steele's bogged-down forces while they stopped for supplies. Or perhaps he was enveloping them as they foraged, encircling them with a noose made of men, guns, and Humvees. Frankly, Steele didn't know much about his enemy's movements. Steele walked back to his pickup, and Tess ran around to the other side, hopping into the driver's seat and turning the ignition. The engine turned over, and then after a struggle, started. "That's the girl, Red Rhonda?" she said to the truck, patting the dash. She steered the pickup back into the convoy. She stared ahead as she spoke. "We don't have enough food." Steele gave a hasty knife hand out the window, and the convoy rolled to a start. "I know that. People need to eat, and things are going to get nasty if we don't find anything." She closely followed the truck in front of them, bringing the pickup to about 15 miles per hour. He didn't say anything. He didn't have an answer. "Hey, you! What are we going to do?" She continued, looking back and forth from the truck to him. Steele watched the trees, houses, and businesses ease by them. The sky was a muted gray, as if the world was suddenly devoid of all color, mirroring their dire predicament. "I don't know. We either starve and go fast, or slow down and scavenge for food." Her voice grew soft, as if they could hear her. "What about the clubs? They are in it for the food, and now we don't have any." "They'll get what they were promised when we reach Iowa. Right now, nothing matters unless we get there in one piece." "So you're going to let us starve?" His face set in a scowl. "Yes, goddammit." She shook her head. "This is messed up. What kind of leader lets his people starve?" "One that doesn't want his people shot." "We need food, too," she continued. Steele threw his hand up. "I knew this wasn't going to be a walk in the park, but I need your support. There are no magic bullets here, just bad and worse options." Tess shook her head. "You swore to lead and defend these people through the worst times anyone has ever seen." She placed her hand on his arm. "No one said it was going to be easy." She released his arm. "That's why you have me." "Thank you, Tess, but if we panic, we'll break. I need you to help me keep everyone together." Bright red brake lights slowed them down, and the convoy came to a rolling halt. Steele ignored it for a minute. He scooped up his radio. Before he could speak, gunfire sounded far off from the front of the convoy. "What's going on up there?" he said into the radio. Static scratched out. He glanced at Tess before he leaned out the window, trying to get a better view. The drawn-out line of vehicles stretched over a mile along a dusty rural road. "Sounds like it's coming from the pastor's contingent," she said. "Shit. The hell are they shooting at? Take me up." Tess twisted the steering wheel and rolled up the side of the road, cruising past all manner of vehicles. She slowed near a section of the convoy that was splintering off the road down a residential street. Over 50 men clambered down the center of an unlined bucolic avenue. A blond man with a perfect comb-over waved a wooden flail around his head like he was a knight in medieval times. On the other end, a horde of infected marched their lonely way toward them in opposition. "Forward, brothers and sisters! Let us cleanse the earth of this wretched curse!" he shouted. Tess stopped the pickup behind them. "Hey!" Steele shouted. He pointed out the window at the blond man. "Hey, you!" The blond man turned to face him, fervor in his eyes and a fresh white smile upon his handsome face. "Yeah, you! What's your name?" The man walked closer. His khaki pants were somehow clean during the apocalypse. "My brothers call me Matthew." "And what are you doing?" A volley of gunshots kicked off as the chosen men moved forward at a slow walk. The bullets struck the infected, knocking some back and others down, but any infected that hadn't been impacted by a headshot rose back up and continued their trudge. "By the time the infected reach this road, we will be long gone." Matthew laughed too loud, and it turned Steele's insides just a touch. "God has other intentions for us that you do not control. Join us and help purify these tormented souls." "We don't have time for this." Matthew gave Steele a small bow. "No man may command me, for God moves my feet and directs my hand." He turned his back on Steele and walked back to his line of followers. They walked slowly, firing at will. Steele shook his head in anger. His hand drifted to his sidearm, but it rested there in anticipation of the battle to come. No good would come from a shootout between him and 50 chosen, but their blatant disregard for the convoy's safety and waste of ammunition were enough to make his blood boil. "Look at them," Tess said. She scrutinized them with fire in her eyes. "They're insane." Steele clenched his jaw. And stupid. They are compromising our position. The long line of Chosen kept up with their intermittent gunfire. Infected tumbled and fell, as bullets aimed high bit through the rotting flesh. When the unorganized remaining infected got close, the Chosen men and women changed over to bats, clubs, knives, and spears. Steele watched the blond man run forward ahead of his followers and swing his wooden flail side to side, the weighted end cracking skulls from its front swing to its back swing. Steele spied the pastor's navy blue jeep sitting in the open ahead. "Take us up there." Steele pointed. Tess rolled the pickup forward, pulling alongside the pastor's open-air jeep. Peter sat behind the wheel, and dirty-haired Luke stood in the back, an AK-47 in his hands. The pastor perched regally in the passenger side, his hands folded in his lap. His black shirt's lines were crisp, as if it were freshly dry-cleaned and pressed. His long face watched his men destroying the infected with a pleasant fervor. Tess rolled down her window, and Steele yelled through it, "Pastor!" The pastor's lips twitched in pleasure, and a slow smile crawled across the older man's lips. "Mr. Steele," he nodded, "have you come to watch my people at work?" Steele twisted his neck to the side as if he were stretching. His lips ground together in a frustrated half-grin. "No, Pastor, I did not." "A pity. Matthew has quite a knack for it." Matthew whirled his flail over his head and arced it down, smashing an infected woman's skull. Bodies covered the residential street as if they were having a block party and everyone passed out at the same time. "Pastor, with all due respect, we do not have time to stop and cleanse this neighborhood. There's a greater enemy on our trail, and I don't want them catching us." The pastor blinked slowly as if Steele's words annoyed him. "With all due respect, Mr. Steele, there is no greater threat than those marked by the beast." Steele weighed him for a moment. "Can we wrap this up? I would hate to have to move the other parts of the convoy forward and leave your men and women exposed." Cheers went up on the residential street. Steele couldn't make the words out, but he knew God and victory were two of them. The Chosen walked among the bodies, whacking anything that still moved with blunt weapons. The pastor stood up and saluted his men. "Bravo, my good men!" "We don't have time for this." The pastor finished acknowledging his men and waved Steele away as Matthew approached. Blood soaked the man's preppy sweater. His khakis were saturated with guts and grime. "Excellent work, Brother Matthew. You have done a great service to this community. God's kingdom grows today because of your valiant actions." Matthew bowed his head in deference. "Any casualties?" Matthew smiled. He took the back of his hand and wiped his forehead, smearing blood across it. "None, Father. A blessed victory. You may bring your expedition to a close, for I fear Mr. Steele is very concerned about Colonel Jackson's men catching up to us, and I agree. We must be going." "As you wish, Father. We came across a family down on the end. They are grateful and wish to join us." "Give them a fair share of our food and water. If they are sick, have Adam or Carter see to them. We care for all our people." He gave Steele a small smile and a sideways glance from the corner of his eyes. Matthew bowed and walked back to his waiting cohorts. "Great shooting, everyone. We are going to be on the move in 5 minutes." He held up his hand, fingers spread out. "God has blessed us this day." Steele clenched his teeth until his jaw ached. The pastor had defied him. He had destroyed a number of infected as well as rescued people and recruited them to his cause all in one move. I must keep this man closer than kin. "If you stop again, we leave you," Steele said at the pastor, not to him. If the pastor wanted another debate, he wasn't going to get it. Steele had stated a fact. Steele would ultimately lose if he had to leave the pastor behind or lost his people to Jackson, but the point had to be made. He needed the pastor in line. Steele pointed a knife hand forward. "Let's move out." The window was up before he was finished. Tess rolled the pickup forward. "I don't like that guy," she muttered. "With his mumbo-jumbo, do you hear these people? Father this, father that. It's like he thinks he's some kind of gift from God." "I'm pretty sure every time we talk I sprout a few more gray hairs. I don't like him, but we need him." Tess snorted. "We don't need those crazies." "We do," Steele ground out. I don't like it, but we need him if we are ever going to stand a chance against Jackson. We just need to find a place where we have the advantage, and that place is not here. Remember the plan." Tess's dark as coal eyes darted his way. "If he even looks at us wrong, I'm going to put him down with a nice little .45 caliber bullet." Steele let his head fall back on his headrest with force. "To think that only a few months ago I wanted to be a team leader." He watched the tall oaks and younger maple trees scroll by. "I know you will." Mauser, Roseville, Illinois. Colonel Jackson drew his forces to a halt along a rural road. The Humvees sat idling and turrets swiveled as soldiers scanned, waiting for orders. Farm fields lay fallow, stretching away from the road. Waist-high yellow grass dominated the fields. It gave the gunners on top of the Humvees excellent coverage of their surroundings. It also gave Mauser a minute to relax. Mauser's 2 Humvee squad was in the center of the column. He put a foot up on the dash. A scar H pointed downward between his legs. He slid down his seat, using the back to lean his head against. "You think it's Zulus?" Brown said. His hand was looped on the steering wheel. He stretched his neck, trying to see what the holdup was over the other Humvees, and was still too short to see anything. He shrunk back down. "Don't matter, we'll go balls deep in some Zulu ass," Jarvis piped up from the back. He leaned forward closer to the front seats, the smell of his rotting fingers wafting forward. Mauser shifted in his seat away from the soldier. Brown smirked. "Ha! Like those chicks last night." "They was all about it," he nodded. "Mauser, when you coming out with us, man? I'm telling you, these chicks will bang anything. The apocalypse makes them so horny." Mauser waved a hand at them. "Not my style, man." "What, you like dudes?" "No, but I don't like to troll the civilians and get sloppy seconds from one of you heathens." Brown gave him a side-eye. "Afraid of being Eskimo brothers?" "I ain't afraid of nothing except what Jarvis has got." Jarvis smirked. "Can't catch what you already got." Mauser wrinkled his nose. "Come on, man. What did I tell you about those fingers? They fucking stink." "Good luck charm. The infected don't like it." Mauser peered over his shoulder. "They fucking stink like Bigfoot's dick." "I got Bigfoot's dick, sir, right here." Jarvis grabbed his crotch over his pants and pulled on it. Mauser shook his head. "Jesus Christ, what's wrong with you guys?" "Nothing," Jarvis said from the back, defensive. He gazed out the window. The radio buzzed, drawing Mauser's attention. "Squad Foxtrot position." Mauser reached for the black receiver and picked up the microphone. He held it close to his mouth. "Squad Foxtrot is near the center of the column. Move on up. Colonel wants to see you." Colonel Jackson laughed. It was way over the top for the situation, and it made Mauser uncomfortable. He gave Mauser a wide-eyed, crazy look. "What the hell is this kid thinking? What is he, some sort of martyr?" Mauser stared out at the bodies laying discarded in the street. They looked like discarded human trash. "Were they attacked?" Jackson gave him a dirty look. "They're way too far off the beaten track to run into." He shook his head in an exaggerated manner. No. Somebody went out of their way to kill those monsters." Jackson touched a stubbly chin with his finger. "Kid moves much slower, and we're going to catch him in the next 10 miles. He held up a map. "Or we'll catch him on the river." "You don't think he'll split his forces and try to give us the slip again?" Jackson snorted and shook his head. "Why? Didn't work the first time." He chuckled. "Sergeant Baxter's squad finished off one group and Lieutenant Rhodes chased the others across the Mackinac Bridge. If he has half a brain, he will try something else. I know you were his friend, and that his betrayal stung us both." Mauser avoided Jackson's eyes. "It did. More than you can know. That's what joins us even more than the rest. I gave him a chance, and he embraced it with a knife in the backs of my men. He betrayed us both." Jackson stared out at the lifeless bodies. "Do you know why we are a legion?" Mauser followed the colonel's gaze. "Because of our size?" Jackson smirked, a skeleton grinning. "Partially, yes. We have over 1,000 fighting men here, but it's more than that. We are a group of men that all share something more than merely being in the same unit. I have men from 16 different commands within my unit. Do you know why?" Mauser glanced at him, feeling uneasy that he might come up with the wrong answer. Survival. Jackson snorted. Deeper than that. Steele's group has banded together to survive. We are more than a band or even a war band. All my men here share something that unites us as one unit. Jackson paused, and the two men watched blackbirds circling overhead. Do you know what truly unites our Legion? Mauser shook his head no. Jackson grabbed the back of Mauser's neck in what was supposed to feel like a fatherly grasp, but it came across as awkward, like he was going to hold him underwater until he stopped moving. Mauser's muscles stiffened in his neck and upper back. Jackson leaned closer to Mauser and hissed, Betrayal by our government. He released Mauser after a long pause and gestured at his column. Every single man here was left to die. Every man abandoned for dead. That's not what this nation was founded on. He pointed in the direction of Steele's forces. That man sided with the government. He betrayed us again and again. He cannot be allowed to survive. We must crush his forces and teach them the lesson that traitors will not be allowed to live. We are the remaining. Why don't we speed up and catch them then? Jackson's smile grew wide enough to show all his teeth. I could have had him at Burr Oak. If we push on ahead, we could take him before nightfall. But why haven't I? I'm not sure why, sir. Because it's about the chase, not just the outcome. A boxer doesn't get into the ring and knock his opponent out with a single punch. He dances, he jabs, he blocks. He lets his opponent think he's winning, and then something changes. He continues to pummel his opponent with precise and evaluated strikes. Then his opponent begins to fear because he thought he was getting the upper hand, but he wasn't. He begins to realize that he is outmatched. His adversary is technically sound, and he's going to lose. Jackson sucked in air through his nostrils, and they whistled. After another round of this, he knows he will lose, but maybe he can make it a bit longer. The bell dings. He is in survival mode now, thinking just don't get knocked out, just make it to the next round. He's most vulnerable then. He's thinking only about surviving and not about winning. He's only thinking about his next move, not the next 10 steps it will take to get him there. Survival will only take you so far. That's when the final blow will be struck. Only after I've taken every shred of dignity from the boy. Jackson nodded, his own words moving him. In the end, it's not a boxing match, but a fight for a man's soul. That is what we must take, his soul. The only way to defeat a traitor is to take their souls. If we don't take their souls, then the traitorous seed will continue to grow in others, and we will fight them forever. He pinched his fingers together in front of him. We must grind that seed until only dust remains. Mauser gulped, swallowing Jackson's words like a charred steak. He nodded in acknowledgement. He's a different man than he used to be. Jackson clapped his back. But you aren't, Mauser. You and me are the same. We know what's right, and we do it. We don't run away because we don't like our orders. We complete the mission and move on to the next one. We are men of purpose. Steele is only a boy. He doesn't know his right from his left. His people are a rabble, a collection of hooligans better suited for a riot than a war. Mauser nodded, and his words came out hollow. I made a choice that was logical. This command is the only thing keeping all these people alive. It gives people hope. That's why we're here. We're all that's left in the field. It's our duty to survive. The lines have been drawn in the sand, and it's up to us to do the right thing. Yes, sir. Jackson brought his binoculars to his eyes. We're only in round 2. My forces will continue to eat away at him. He will know what it's like to have no hope. That is when his throat will be crushed beneath my boot. I will be there when his eyes dim and his soul is mine. Mauser peered at the ground. He disagreed vehemently with Steele, but it was still a hard pill to swallow that they were going to kill him. Some of those old feelings still lingered on the outside of Mauser's subconscious. He pushed them away. There was no room for feeling here. Only the power to survive, and Steele had shown time and time again that he couldn't embrace that power, so he would fall before those that had an intimate understanding of this new world. You are released back to your squad, Jackson said. Yes, sir. Mauser turned and walked back to his waiting Humvee. The column stretched down the road. All colors and creeds of soldiers waited for orders, all bound together by Jackson's command. Men that had followed him from the early days of the Pittsburgh quarantine to the Battle of Steel City and to the retreat from Youngstown Airfield. He only recognized a few of their faces, but most held that look that men have when they fight a war with no end. His Humvee idled in park while Brown had the door open. He dug a tan spoon into a tan plastic package and spooned some of its contents into his mouth with a slurp. "What's the big guy have to say?" Mauser's deadpan expression gave nothing away. "We're still on track to hit the enemy force along the river." Steel, eastern banks of the Mississippi River, Illinois. Hulking farm equipment layered the two-lane rusted brown bridge. One blue combine and one green combine had been parked side by side, blocking the bridge over the muddy waters of the Mississippi River. Steele's convoy was strung out on the banks along the Illinois side of the river. The occupants in the long trail of vehicles were stalled, waiting for their next move. Steele stood outside Tess's red pickup, parked right on the edge of the river. He watched the town, flanked by some of the motorcycle club chiefs and Ahmed. They had finally reached their place of refuge, only to find it isolated from the rest of the country and barricaded off from the rest of the world. Probably one of the only reasons the small Iowa town still had living people in it. He flexed his damaged hand. He could make a light fist now. "It may take forever, but I will make this arm work again." "There ain't no way we can move those," Frank said. His vest had a metallic coiled snake patch on it. The black and gray-haired biker crossed his muscled arms across an equally thick chest. "Over yonder's the town we're supposed to find all this food at." Steele took his binoculars out and held them up to his eyes. Short, rural town buildings rose up across the river. Brown, white, brick, and wood buildings gave off a down-home feeling. It gave off the vibe you could leave your keys in your car and your doors unlocked at night and never have a worry in the world. It was the kind of place where everybody knew too much about Bill's extramarital affair with Cindy and that Roger got a speeding ticket on Thursday, or Melissa got on the front page of the paper because she grew the biggest pumpkin in the county, but her methods were under speculation because Mr. Franklin's pumpkins won every year, and his pumpkin had mysteriously caved and died before the pumpkins were officially judged. Through the binoculars, Steele watched a few men walking with guns in their hands. A dead traffic light hung on one end of the street. Sandbags lined the streets like they were expecting a flood, but Steele knew it for fortifications. So they aren't all dead. He turned to the other side of town, reading the sign. In swirled, curving letters it read, "Hacklebarney. If it ain't heaven, it's close." "This is it. This is where Gwen is supposed to be," Steele said. "If she made it." "I wonder what the pastor thinks of Hacklebarney's motto," Ahmed said. He gave a glance back over his shoulder where the pastor sat in his dark blue Jeep Wrangler. "He's probably jealous he didn't come up with it." Steele let the binoculars drop down. "Doesn't look like they take too kindly to strangers," Thunder said. The big biker gestured at the farm equipment blocking the bridge. "Those are some big rigs." "They're a cautious lot, but Iowans are nice," Steele said with a smirk. Gwen had always prided herself on the friendliness of people from Iowa, something she took to heart. She always loved to tell the story about when she had slid off the road one Christmas Eve in Hacklebarney, and at least a half a dozen people stopped to help her. It was their way. This is exactly the response I expected from them. Hunker down and close off from the real world. Wait it out. It was really just an extreme version of what they do in times of normalcy. Keep to themselves. Steele pulled on his beard, unsnarling it as he thought. Except Gwen was supposed to prime the pump and get them on board before we arrived. Frank skimmed the opposing shore with his eyes. "I guess I can't blame him. If you got something worth fighting for, you better be prepared to fight for it." He pointed to a dock. "There's some boats over there." Fishing boats, rowboats, and pontoons were beached along the shore. They had been dragged up onto the banks as if they hadn't originated there, but had been haphazardly collected. "Me and a couple of the boys can swim over and acquire a few," Frank said. "You got a wetsuit? That water is freezing cold, and I don't want to spook them by showing up in the night armed to the teeth. They're probably already scared." Thunder's brow wrinkled beneath his red bandana. "What are you thinking? This is the only bridge for about 30 miles. Long way around." "I don't want to go around. I want them to open up and let us through. Then I'm going to blow the bridge so Jackson can't get across. He hadn't vocalized this part of the plan yet, but if he could close off most of Iowa from both Jackson and the dead, he would do it, even if it was only to buy time. "What about Gwen?" Ahmed asked. The swarthy man had his M4 on his back and held his bat with one hand. He gently let the bat swing back and forth as if it helped him think. "You think she can get them to open up?" Men in overalls and ball caps stood on the other bank now. "They know we're here." They held what appeared to be shotguns in the crook of their arms as if they were prepping for a deer hunt. It was possible that they were going hunting. Iowa was deer country, arguably some of the best white-tailed deer hunting in the nation. Steele's stomach grumbled and complained. The plan was for her to get us access, but it doesn't look like it worked. She has to be there. "Steele!" A voice said loudly behind him. There was malice laced with anger in the way his name was uttered. His group turned around. McLeod stood there with a portion of his motorcycle gang. Yellow-eyed black wolves were their club colors. McLeod stood in a wide stance, and his eyes were wild like those of a drunk man itching for a fight. His long black goatee hung at chest level. "Where's the food? You promised that if we got you here, there would be food and plenty of it." Steele flexed his hand on his damaged arm. "You knew this was coming. McLeod, you'll get your food after we get across." McLeod licked his lips. "We want our food now." Steele locked eyes with the man and broke contact as he counted the wolf riders at McLeod's back. 12 bikers to our 4. Would Frank even fight? Either way, bad odds for coming out in one piece, let alone alive. "I don't have your cut here. We have to get across to that town." McLeod took a step forward, his boot digging into the earth. "I'm not sure you understand. I want it now." "I'm not sure you understand. It's across the river." Do I draw down on him? None of the wolf riders had guns out, but they had handguns shoved in their pants. They also had knives and bats with them. Steele squeezed his right hand shut. It was still worthless in a fight. "You aren't as fast with your left hand." He let his left index finger dangle on the side of the gun. The rough grip brushed the very tip of his fingers. McLeod's men shifted on their feet. Tension hung around them like a bad stench that one knew would get worse by the minute. McLeod's cheek twitched below his eye. "First round's for you." A female voice with some swagger broke their stare down. "Hey, boys." Tess sauntered up. Her gun wasn't out, but her hand wasn't far from it. Margie was behind her, her hunting rifle pointed downward, with Tony hovering close to her, trying to look brave behind his thick black glasses. "Mr. Steele, what did I tell you about having parties without me?" Steele's eyes glanced her way. "Never to do it." The other volunteers followed them. Bald Larry and curly-headed Rick had AR-15s. Long-haired Tom, whose hair hung past his fur-collared blue denim jacket, held a Heckler & Koch SP-5K, the civilian version of the MP5, except it was shorter, lighter, and semi-automatic, meaning it only could shoot one round every time the trigger was pulled. "Reinforcements." Steele gave her a smirk. "Clever boy." She drew herself up near him, her Sable Point volunteers clustering around him. "We're discussing how we're going to cross that bridge." McLeod's black goatee shook a bit with his head. "And payment." "And payment," Steele repeated. He let his eyes narrow a fraction at the man. "But that's settled," Thunder added. "It's already been agreed upon." "We can wait a little longer before we make any hasty decisions," Frank added with a glare at McLeod. McLeod pointed at Steele. "Payment, Steele. Remember, I won't wait forever." He waved his followers away, and they left. "Come on." Tess put a playful shoulder into Steele. "You guys playing nice?" Steele raised his eyebrows. McLeod has an itchy finger for payment. "He won't move on you while I'm here," Thunder barked in an attempt to whisper. Frank watched the retreating bikers over his shoulder. "I never liked the Wolf Riders much." He turned to Steele. "But let's not forget what we're doing here, and that's finding a way over that bridge." Tess unslung a backpack from her shoulder, digging around inside. "Thought this might help," she grunted. She pulled out a black portable CB radio, setting it alongside the pack. "Don't ask what I had to do to get all these batteries." Steele smiled. Lips are sealed. "I told you I was your girl," she said with a smile. She pressed on the power button and twisted a volume knob. Static flared up. The channel knob clicked as she twisted it left and right. "Hello?" she said with every click. "Hello, anybody there?" She was met with static again and again. She glanced up at him, her dark eyes worried. "Keep trying." "Come on, you rednecks, pick up," Tess said. She rotated the knob in a circle. "Hello?" Click. "Hello?" "Yellow," barked through the speaker. Tess's lips curved as she spoke. "Hi there, sugar. This is Tess of the Sable Point Volunteers. We're on the other side of the river." The man's voice was wholesome and rich. "Not sugar, darling. Sheriff Donaldson here. We seen you. We knew yous was coming." Tess and Steele exchanged a glance. "They knew," Tess said excitedly. Steele couldn't help but grin. "Gwen." Tess gave a sly smirk, looking down at the microphone. "Did anyone ever tell you you sound like a young Marlon Brando?" Her voice oozed into the microphone with enough sultry tones to make a man blush. A deep laugh vibrated through the speaker. "You sure know how to make an old feller smile." "So, can we talk about moving those tractors? I'd like to see if you're handsome like Brando, too." Tess gave Steele a big grin, and he returned it. Ever the flirt, Tess had a way with men that Steele could never explain. He flexed his damaged hand. It was nice to be on the receiving end of some good news. It seemed that everything of late was only bad. He stole a look behind him at his drawn-out, haphazard convoy. "We may squeak by yet." "Well, darling, there's two things. One, been a married man for almost 40 years, so all you can do is look. Two, those be combines, not tractors, and they ain't moving." Tessa's smile turned upside down, and she wiped a hand over her short, slicked-back hair. "Sheriff Brando, what do you mean? You said you knew we were coming." "Yes, I did. A big part of why we closed down that bridge. We don't want anything to do with the likes of you people. Don't take it personally. You seem nice enough, but we took drastic measures to ensure outsiders can't access our town, and we aren't about to open it up because some girl on the radio asks us all pretty-like." Thunder let out a whistle. "Damn," Steele mouthed to Tess. He shook his head and motioned for the radio. She handed it over to him. "My turn. Be my guest. Old fart doesn't know what he's doing." Steele gave her a sympathetic grin. "No, he doesn't." He brought the microphone to his lips. "Sheriff, this is Counterterrorism Division Agent Steele." The radio went silent for a few seconds. "Agent Steele. Never heard of no division. Probably some sort of government pork spending, no doubt." "I assure you we're real, Sheriff. I got the badge and scars to prove it." "Can't say I ever had to deal with your agency before. Had some ATF agents through here about 18 years ago. Bunch of tenderfoots." The microphone clicked off. Steele snorted a laugh. "None too friendly toward my buddies." Thunder's face was unchanged. "I don't like 'em much either." Steele offered him the microphone. "Do you want to talk to him?" Thunder grunted. "No." Steele clicked the side of his microphone. "The division mostly works overseas." He held the microphone near his hip while he waited for a response. "I wouldn't know much about that, but I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and assume you are a fellow man of the law." Steele nodded to his fellow companions. He built a fragile rapport with the man in the brotherhood of law enforcement. "Yes, sir." He paused. "Some of my people should already be there." The sheriff's voice sounded unbelieving that this outsider could know somebody in a small town. "And who might that be, Agent Steele?" "Over a week ago I sent almost 100 people with my girlfriend, Gwen Reynolds. Are they there?" He was met with radio silence. Steele waited a moment and then rushed. "Sheriff, how copy?" The sheriff's voice was dour. "I'm here, son." Steele's brow narrowed. "They came through." Steele exhaled and Tess smiled. Thunder grinned too beneath his beard. He clapped Steele's back with a slap. "We're with them. How about you let us across too?" He was met with more silence, as if the man was thinking on the other end. I'm sorry, son. We can't take you. Steele's mouth tightened. Sheriff, you took my people. Why not the rest of us? The radio crackled. You understand that I have a responsibility to the great people of Hacklebarney. They elected me to serve and protect them. I've done a pretty good job so far. We've only lost a few folks to the sickness. But to let in your band of vagabonds, gangs, and other unsavory types would just not be in our best interest. Steele pounded the microphone off the front of his forehead. This hometown hero. His heart raced. I'm definitely going to have a heart attack by the time I'm 35. Steele composed himself, seething on the inside, and spoke into the mic. Why did you take our other people in then? The sheriff sounded offended on the other side of the line. For God's sake, man, they were women and children. Why would you ever send them so lightly guarded baffles me and makes me question how much you actually care for your people. We have more women and children over here, Steele growled. The sheriff's voice grew stern. Now, this is no reason to get angry. The final decision has already been made. Your group cannot come across, and that's final. His voice softened. You'll have to find somewhere else to go, but I assure you, Miss Gwen is safe and sound where she belongs, and everyone is accounted for. Steele twisted his head to the side, swallowing his anger. Sheriff, you're going to have to let us across. By God, I do. We will defend this town to the last man, and don't think for a second we won't. Steele met Tess's eyes, and he barked. The nerve of these people. They're as stubborn as mules. And to think I called him Brando. Tess shook her head in disappointment. Steele brought the microphone up to his lips and muttered, I have no doubt you would, but we're coming across. Son, I wish I could help you. I really do, but it's just not going to happen. My advice is that you roll on back down the road and take refuge somewhere else. Sooner or later, the government is going to take care of this. We just have to wait for those Washington bureaucrats to get their act together. There is no government, Steele said louder into the microphone. Now, son, don't you get frisky with me. I'll thump you real good. There sure as hell is a government, and it's American. I won't entertain any other such bull hockey. I bid you a good day. Steele ground his teeth. And I bid you good day, sir. Tess, Steele's Camp, Illinois. Tess walked along a country dirt road. Recent tire tracks from the convoy had churned up the loose dirt, leaving clumps of earth in its place. The sky hovered close to the ground above her, a gray and white lining of her earthly ceiling. Steele's convoy had set up a camp in an unplowed field along the river only a few hundred yards from the entrance ramp to the bridge that led across to Hacklebarney. Tents of every color speckled the field like it was hosting a weekend music festival. Trucks and motorcycles were parked haphazardly. Bonfires roared in the biker camps, and smaller fires were interspersed in the other camps. The group was split by their respective factions, avoiding the chance of intermingling with one another. Mistrust of the others had created divisions in the entire group's cohesion. She guessed that was a product of fighting one another in their recent history. The widest divide was between the chosen and everyone else. On the other side of the dirt road sat spaced-out pickups. People stood sentry in truck beds against the living and the dead alike. The wind picked up, and a chill swirled around her. She hugged her drab green coat tightly, and she wished she was near one of the fires. She shoved her hands in her pockets and kept onward. A group of bikers with Wolf Rider patches on their vests stood around a 10-foot-wide campfire. They took swigs off a brown bottle and laughed uproariously at one of their number dancing. Heavy metal played through a rigged-up speaker. The biker bobbed his head back and forth every now and again, throwing a fist in the air. Clowns. Their unwanted stares zeroed in on her as she grew near, as if they could smell a woman by herself. A wolf rider with a black beard and a bandana around his head nudged a short, fat, and apparently chinless man with his elbow. She pulled her coat tighter around her. Her M1911 hung heavy in its holster right beneath her armpit. The weight was distributed over her shoulders by her leather harness. In the very beginning, she had lifted it off a thick mustached detective near Grand Rapids. The black-bearded wolf rider took a step closer to the road and cupped his mouth. Hey, where are you headed, sweet stuff? His voice had an unpleasant rasp to it, like he belonged on a street corner selling drugs. "Will you look at that, Pork? I'd split that in two." He grinned, and several of his teeth were missing. "Bet you that's real nice," Pork added. He huffed as he laughed. She didn't even contemplate not responding to the vulgar bikers. She turned around as she continued to walk backward and gave them a broad view of her middle finger. "Well, fuck you too, bitch," he hollered at her, grabbing his riding leather-covered crotch. "Keep searching, sweetheart. Maybe you'll find something down there." She spun around, continuing to walk away. The biker spit in her direction. Pork raised the spot where his chin should be, more like a layer of fat. They started following her down the road at a jog. Tess stopped, hearing them coming. Her hand leapt inside her coat. She felt the heat from inside her armpit as her fingers wrapped around the warm grip of her M1911, a nice .45 caliber handgun that packed a punch. She drew the weapon and turned around, keeping it held behind her back. Ass clowns. The black-bearded man got close enough. His name patch read Rudy on his black vest. He gave her the creepiest of smiles. "We only want to talk for a minute, for a second. Why are you out by yourself?" "This dimwit thinks I'm only a girl." He reached for her, and she dodged him, throwing her shoulder back. Her cheeks rose as she spoke with a mischievous smile. "I'm not the kind of girl you're looking for." Pork licked his lips. The tiny ears on his round face, his beady eyes, and a pushed-up nose made him resemble even more of a pig close up. He breathed heavy, and Tess wasn't sure if it was the jogging or the prospect of being close to a woman. "We like all sorts of girls," he breathed out. Rudy glanced back over his shoulder at the fire. "Yeah, why don't you come back to our fire?" He gestured with his hand back at the fire. "We can talk for a bit. We got some weed and pills, maybe even some X. We got something that will help you loosen up, babe." She took a step back and rolled her eyes at them. "You two little peckers can run along." She shooed them with a flick of her wrist, her other hand still tucked behind her. "If you want it so bad, how about you play with each other? The fat one's got some cushion." Rudy's mouth snarled. "Now you listen to me." He pointed at her from above. "I was being nice before, but if you want to play rough, then rough is what you get." One of his heavy paws swooped down, trying to grab her. She dodged, backtracking, and whipped her handgun out from behind her back. She took a step closer to him. Rudy's eyes went wide. She cocked the hammer of the gun for emphasis. "I told you, I'm not the girl you're looking for." She used the gun to gesture at Pork. She spoke slow and condescending to ensure they understood. "Now, you and Mr. Piggy can leave. You feel me?" Rudy took a step back, and Pork looked like he was trying not to shit himself. The smell coming from his area made Tess wonder if he had already released his bowels. "Don't be hasty. We meant no harm," Rudy spit out. She rolled her eyes again. "Right. Get out of here." The men turned their backs and retreated to their campfire with frequent turnarounds to make sure they weren't going to take a shot in the back. "And tell Porcupine to check his pants." She shook her head in disgust and holstered her M1911. She snapped the button on the leather retention strap, securing her firearm in the harness. "Fucking juvenile delinquents," she said to herself. She stuffed her hands in her pockets and continued along her way. She passed more biker gangs and a few sable pointers, but she wasn't interested in them. Her little stroll was to check up on an old friend. About 400 yards from the Sable Point Volunteers camp began the Chosen camp. Steele had purposely stuck the Sable Pointers between the bikers and the Chosen. It was risky for many reasons. First, the two factions had recently been at war. Second, if any of the gangs decided they wanted revenge on the Chosen or vice versa, Sable Point volunteers were stuck in the middle of hostile groups. There was a stark difference among those in the Chosen camp. Their campsites were spaced close together, and the people seemed, oddly enough, happy, as if they enjoyed one another's company. Children ran about the camps playing their hearts out. Men and women stood guard over the others in pairs. A man shook another man's hand and gave him a plastic bag of canned food. Everything was just swell and dandy in the pastor's camp. It made her mood sour like milk left curdling in the sun for 2 weeks. She followed the road, strolling, trying to appear nonchalant as she searched. Stepping into a ditch and then into a fallow field, she nodded to a man and woman. The man held a machete and the woman a shotgun. "Peace be on you, brother and sister." "I know it's some bullshit like that." The man scrutinized her for a moment. "Don't I know you?" Her eyes kicked upward. "Can't say we've met. I'm looking for somebody to pray with. Thought I'd see if your people could help." The man nodded enthusiastically. "You are most welcome, Sister Teresa." "Ah, Jesus. May as well have called myself Mother Teresa." The woman piped up. "Brother Peter's leading a group in prayer over there." She pointed behind her into the thick of their camp. "Better head on over. Don't want to miss it," Tess said. She lightened her eyes and gave her best heartwarming, "I just baked you these cookies" smile. "Definitely not going to see that drone Peter." "Peace be unto you," the man said. The woman smiled and Tess smiled back, trying to seem happy and content like one of their own brainwashed people. "Peace be unto the highest." She clamped her mouth shut. "Too much? I never fucking know with these people and their secret passwords." Both sentries nodded and she walked past them. She spit on the ground to get the kiss-ass taste from her mouth. "Who are you?" She chided herself quietly. She cut through a weed-ridden trail that had been beaten down with hundreds of feet. People at the campsite smiled at her. Others sat around fires and shared all manners of food and drink. She peered from face to face, seeking the tall man among the throngs of people. Most of their faces were unknown to her. Every now and again she would see a familiar face, but not the one she searched for. She stopped and stood on her tiptoes, trying to find a better view from around the camp. An older woman stirred a black kettle over a fire with a long wooden spoon. The aroma wafted into the air, tickling her stomach with hunger pains. "Beef stew?" She contemplated joining up just for a piping hot bowl of the stuff. How do they have so much food? The old woman squinted up at her, and Tess expected her to tell her off for staring. Her gray hair was held in a tight bun on the back of her head. "Are you hungry, child?" Tess felt herself nodding. The old woman waved to her with a free hand. "Come here and warm yourself. The chill will make you sick." The old woman continued to stir the stew in a circular motion. She glanced up at Tess and gave her a sad smile. "Not my best, but we make do with what we have." Tess took a seat cross-legged at the fire. 3 small children and a teenage boy sat around smiling as they ate. A young woman, probably in her 20s, stared out across the field as if she expected someone. "It's good," the teenager said. His mouth was full as he spoke. He had the beginnings of a weak blonde mustache, the kind he definitely would have been made to shave if they still lived in a normal world. "Danny, mind your manners," the old woman chided. "Not as good as at home," one of the little girls said, picking at hers with a spoon. She had curly blonde hair and looked to be about 6 years old. The old woman gave her a disapproving look and dug her spoon into the pot and ladled it into a tin cup. She tried to hand it to the young woman, but she wouldn't lift her arms to take the food. Her eyes were blank, as if nothing resided inside her. Her brown hair was unkempt and strewn about her shoulders, and her lips were barely parted, as if she had something small to say. The old woman set the stew down next to her. "I'll feed you later," she muttered to herself. She gave Tess a tin cup of the red stew. "Thank you," Tess murmured into her steaming tin. "He will provide all we need, honey," the old woman said with a sad smile. "Now, all of you eat up." She shook the spoon at the children. "Especially you, Georgia. I won't have you complaining later that you're hungry when there's food to eat." Georgia nodded her little curly-haired head and poked at her stew. The heat from the stew permeated through the small blue metal cup and warmed Tess's hands. She sat for a moment, taking in the delicious smell of the savory broth. "Where'd you get beef stew?" The old woman smiled faintly. She leaned over and whispered to Tess. "The Lord provides, but it's mostly squirrel. Don't tell the wee ones. I don't want them refusing to eat." The old woman clanked her spoon on the side of the pot as she stirred the stew. Tess shrugged. She didn't really care what the meat was. Tasted enough like chicken, or was it beef? It didn't matter. It tasted decadent. The elder woman spoke while she stirred. "The pastor sends out men every time we stop to scavenge for food and hunt. It's not a lot, but we ain't starving. Prayer and food is enough for us to keep going." She gave Tess a toothy smile. She gestured with her head at the young brunette.
Her husband was killed during the outbreak. She found a nice young lad in the camp later. The pastor blessed the marriage. He is always encouraging the young to join in the replenishing of the earth. It is God's will.
She stopped stirring for a moment as she thought back.
It was a wonderful day amongst all this misery.
The thought seemed to turn to ash in her mouth, and her lips twisted in disgust.
He was killed in that battle with those filthy heathens on the lake.
Tess took a bite of her hot stew. The broth burnt her tongue. She immediately scratched her tongue on the back of her teeth, trying to mitigate the burning sensation. The old woman carried on.
If it were up to me, I'd as soon as see them all burn for their many discretions. But the pastor says we follow the scarred one now. So we do. Even the Israelites were forced to follow the Egyptians for a period when they had been enslaved.
She peered back down at her stew, stirring and stirring round and round.
They can't all be bad people, Tess said. Anyone who doesn't believe is bad.
The old woman nodded her fierce affirmation. She gestured out to the farmland.
Those things out there are evil, and they don't believe. There isn't any other way to see it.
Tess slurped up some of her stew.
This is delicious. I can't tell you the last time I had such fantastic beef stew.
Tess set her cup down.
Say, you haven't seen our glorious leader, the pastor, have you?
The old woman smiled.
Of course, my dear. He stays near the red barn at the end of camp, him and his disciples.
His disciples? Jesus, he thinks he's Christ.
You don't know them?
Tess shook her head.
Of course I do. There's that handsome blonde one.
The old woman gave her a broad, knowing grin.
Matthew, he's a catch, that one. Handsome and brave. Or are you asking about Peter? He's our rock, such a pious man and strong.
She raised her eyebrows in dismay.
I know you can't be referring to Luke, are you?
No, Tess said softly.
He's a different one, holy and loyal.
Are they always with the pastor?
Oh, of course not. They are constantly working to preserve us and defend us from the wicked, just like the pastor instructs.
The old woman shook her head in wonderment.
As pious as Jesus, that one.
Tess nodded. He sure is. She averted her eyes and picked up the brown stew. It had cooled quickly in the fall air. She tilted her head back and poured the stew in her mouth.
I have a prayer meeting to go to. Thank you for the food.
Tess stood.
My dear, you are always welcome here,
the old woman said with a wide smile.
Go with God,
Tess said, biting her burnt tongue.
May he always be on your side,
the old woman said. Tess waved at the little children. The teenager blushed.
Bye, Danny,
she said, pursing her lips. The boy looked away, ashamed of his hormonal teenager tendencies. Tess weaved through the campsites, keeping the barn on the edge of the field in her sights. Near the end of their camp sat a simple weathered barn. The color was so faded that one could barely tell that it was once a vibrant red. Time, wind, and rain had stripped it down to a dull chipped gray. The timber was warped, and in some places outright missing. If it rained, it wouldn't provide much shelter. It would only get in the way as the water ran along the wood until it dripped inside. The barn doors were closed, and two men stood out front. One held an AR-15, and the other held a wood-stocked AK-47. They both held their guns loose in the bend of their elbows. A towering old oak tree stood, withered branches extended outward. Tess continued to walk and took cover behind the tree.
They say we're going to have to fight our way across, said one guard.
He wore a full hunting woodland camouflage suit. The other one wore a navy ballistic vest.
Shit, I'd rather swim it.
The hunter shook his head. I'll tell you one thing. I'd rather fight these backwater yokels than go toe-to-toe with the soldiers.
No shit. We won't stand a chance when we're pinned on the river and old Scarface won't keep us moving.
He wiped a hand through his greasy hair.
What a moron. I'm telling you, I'd have shot at him at the battle on the lakeshore.
The man in the ballistic vest turned toward the other guard.
No way. Why didn't you take it? This shit would have been over and we could have stayed put at the temple. Now we're stuck out here in the middle of nowhere.
The hunter tilted his head to the side. He ducked. How'd you know it was him? What other guy's got a huge scar on his head? True. These men still want us dead. Even the old woman disdains us. They knew they couldn't be trusted, but the key lies with their leader. Having heard enough of the guard's bravado, Tess followed a dirt path around the barn. She weaved between a pickup and a bus. She crept to the back of the barn and listened. Men's voices leaked out from the cracks of loose graying boards. She thought she heard the pastor's voice, but she couldn't be sure. She pushed her face near a crack in the boards. Dark forms moved on the other side. Damn, can't see anything. Long grass had grown up along the edge of the barn, and she crept along until she came across a wooden ladder lying sideways on the ground. Her eyes drifted upward to an opening to the hayloft. The door was open and swung loose against the barn wall. As quietly as she could, she lifted the ladder upright and leaned it against the hayloft opening. She climbed rung over rung up the ladder. At the top, she sidestepped onto the barn loft. She crouched down for balance and peered through cracks in the wood below. She couldn't miss him. He was like a black-clad specter in his preaching garb, white collar at his neck. He wasn't alone. Roughly 20 men stood in the middle of the dark barn. No lights illuminated them, and the gray sky above provided only a dim glow from outside. She listened hard, turning an ear in their direction. "Christ is the only one who can save you from this hell," the pastor's voice said. He stood in the front of the barn, holding a small book in his hands. "You there, in the hat, what's your name?" "Young," the man said. "That's a fine name. I am old, and you are young," the pastor said. He gave a rich laugh, and so did the people in attendance. "Young, you are part of a pretty tight outfit, aren't you?" "Yeah, the War Machines are a tough club. They would fight for me and die for the club." Tess inched her way across the boards, hoping none would give her away. "Of course they would. They're your guys. But if you're so tight with them, why are you here? What do you seek?" Tess peered through the cracks in the wood. The man crossed his arms, and his body language was that of a man with severe indigestion. "I don't know. All this death and destruction got me thinking." "May God show you the way, Mr. Young." The pastor's voice was grave. "I wish I had 100 lives to give. No, 1,000 lives to give for my people. And you know why, Mr. Young?" "I guess not." "Because I know that when I die, the angels will come down to earth and carry me on their wings to heaven. I don't think it. I know it. And knowing that gives me strength. More strength than 100 armed men. More strength than the army. More strength than your gang." The pastor's voice grew quiet. "What happens to you when you die, Mr. Young?" I don't know. Go to heaven, I guess." Tess stared hard, trying to recognize the people as her eyes adjusted to the weak light. At least half of the ones in the audience wore biker vests. She saw the skull and gears of the War Machines, the 7 ghost women of the 7 Sisters, and a skull with the crimson streaks of the Red Stripes, along with a short, curly-haired man. "Rick, that idiot, why is he here?" The pastor continued. "That's why you're here. That's why all of you are here." The pastor paced on the wood floors, his cowboy boots echoing along the creaking boards. "Some of you are seeking a community. Some of you are seeking salvation. Some of you only want to feel like things are back to normal." The pastor stopped pacing. He stood erect. "I can give you this if you can give him your souls. He asks for so little, but gives so much." The pastor's hands spread wide. "This guy's recruiting more zealots right underneath our very noses. Just wait until Steele hears this. He will put a stop to this preaching, and if he doesn't, I will. I only ask this. Drop to your knees now and swear to him that you will uphold his holy laws. Swear to destroy those who bear the mark. You need not join us openly, but go and watch the others. Be silent among them, but celebrate our joy with us, for we are the many. Kneel," he commanded. The old wooden floor groaned as feet turned into knees. The pastor gestured to a man who kept standing. "You need not be afraid, brother. Kneel, and all your fear will be taken away." The man hesitated, but knelt. "May you look down upon your people and bless them, for these are your chosen people. These people will build your kingdom. Give them your strength to stand up to the unbelievers and those marked by Satan." The pastor bowed his head. "Rise as his champions. Go and do his bidding." The wood moaned, and the newest chosen rose upright. The pastor hugged a woman and shook a man's hand. "There will be food over by my tent. Please come and celebrate." Tess shook her head, watching the suckers with their false sense of security, the traitors to the others. "Come on, Rick. You're one of us. Damn, he's no better than the dead. Steals our people and makes them his own." Kinnick, Warden, Iowa. "Who took the shot?" Kinnick repeated through the megaphone. He regarded the desperate faces below. The people stared at one another in confusion. An unshaven man in a tank top covered with a blue windbreaker spoke up. "Ain't nobody here took no shots. We be honest folk." He finished with a nod. Kinnick looked downward for a moment, collecting himself. "There is a 19-year-old Marine dying on a table inside. Somebody must know something or seen something that can help me bring the perpetrator to justice." A light murmur rumbled through them, almost like a faint wind of voices, but no one spoke loud enough for him to press further. Kinnick shook his head. "I didn't want to do this, but for everyone's safety, we are putting Warden under strict curfew. Anyone out after dark, living or dead, is considered an immediate threat and will be shot on sight." Faces snarled, and anger rippled through them. Voices grumbled. "We don't need you!" shouted a woman with a fist in the air. "You can't do that," the man in the windbreaker said. Kinnick stared down the man. "I can, and I will." He let the megaphone down for a moment, watching them. He would not budge on this. "We're here to help, but until this criminal is brought to justice, we will occupy and enforce martial law over this island." People waved him off. Kinnick handed the megaphone back to Gary. Gary held the megaphone to his lips and his other hand in the air. "Now everything's going to be all right." He patted the air with his free hand as he spoke. "If anyone knows anything about the shooter, please come to me or the colonel before dark. Any time after that, and we will need to wait until morning." The people wandered away. They melted between houses and back to their docked boats. Kinnick and Gary watched the people drift away. Gary leaned on the wooden railing, looking down at the street. He glanced up at Kinnick. The wrinkles around his tired eyes were deep, but filled with more worry than anything else. "Colonel, we are simple people. Some folk may not take kindly to strangers, but we ain't violent. Worst I seen them do is fistfight at Jack's Lookout." Kinnick sucked in air through his nose. "We didn't come here to fight you. We came here to help stiffen up any resistance that Warden and the other towns have to offer." Kinnick glanced down. "But somebody shot my Marine, and I will see justice done. We don't have room for detractors. Our nation is on the edge of defeat. I implore you." He stopped and pled with the man with his eyes. "No, I beg you to help me bring this man to justice so we can prepare for the real fight." Kinnick peered out across the Mississippi River. A dim sun covered by opaque clouds was close to setting behind them, leaving almost no color on the water. A larger town could be seen farther north on the Illinois side of the river. A bridge and a long road stretched through swampy islands, connecting Warden to Garfield. "The dead are coming. We don't have time to fight amongst ourselves." Gary gulped and nodded gravely. "I wish I could help you, Colonel, but I don't know who did it." He squinted out over the dark brown water. "We haven't had too many of them cross the river. With your help, I'm sure we can weather the storm." Kinnick pointed out over the horizon. "Tens of thousands, if not more, will end up here." Kinnick didn't know the truth of his words. He only knew it was going to be bad, and even with his help, these people would most likely be annihilated by infected tooth and nail. You must be ready, or you will be overrun. Gary blew air out, puffing his cheeks. "Oh, that's not a pretty picture you're painting."
He gave Kinnick a quick, genuine smile and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Come on, Colonel. Martha will fix us up something nice." Kinnick followed his host back down the stairs and inside the restaurant. Washington and Duncan were posted on the windows. Hunter looked up, holding a radio in one hand. "Hamilton 1 has circled the island twice now. Seen a few people moving around, but nothing out of the ordinary. Tell them I want to patrol around the island once an hour after dark. Vary their routes. Between runs, I want them sitting right off the dock. If we need any heavy firepower in the night, I want them ready to go." Hunter nodded his head, gripped his radio in one hand, and relayed the message. He turned to Volk. The Marine sergeant puffed up, making himself look bigger and ready to rumble. "Volk, split your men into twos. You only patrol an eyeshot of Hamilton 1. After 45 minutes, come back here, and after a few patrols, rotate with the next team." "Yes, sir." He glanced at Whitehead. "Boone and Ramos, you two drew the short straw. You got first patrol." "Oh, shit, Sergeant," Boone said. Ramos lifted his chin. "Esta es una mierda." Boone frowned. "English, por favor." Ramos scooped up his helmet. "Come on, you redneck pendejo." Boone's brow crossed. "You know I can't understand you when you talk like that." Ramos slapped Boone on the shoulder. "That's the point. Come on." "I would appreciate if you worked on your communication skills in English." The two Marines donned their helmets and walked outside while Boone still complained to Ramos. Kinnick sat down at a square dining table and ran a hand through his hair, feeling the grease of not having washed it since being inside the Golden Triangle. A few minutes passed, and Hunter joined him. The two men sat in silence. It darkened outside the restaurant as the sun began to disappear, its fight to stay in the sky finally lost. Martha brought out a candle and set it on Kinnick's table. Smells of cooking food tickled the men's noses, and Kinnick could hear the faint clank of pots and pans. Hunter gestured with his eyebrow at the kitchen, and Kinnick shook his head no. They had to trust their hosts with a fraction of faith, or this experiment would never get off the ground. "What you think they're making?" Hunter said softly. Kinnick stifled a laugh. "I don't think it matters, does it?" Hunter nodded as he eyed the kitchen. "Suppose not, but Martha has a look to her like she can make some serious food." "We can only hope." The candle flickered and the wick crackled. The Marines not on watch or patrol snoozed. Helmets slid over their eyes, packs used as pillows. Hawkins sat near Gore, his eyes closed, but seemingly ready to jump in the fight or save the man's life at a moment's notice. Shadows emerged from the kitchen, and they turned into Martha and Gary. They carried big serving dishes of food. Gary set one down, and Martha followed with 2 more dishes of food. Kinnick's mouth instantly began to salivate. The aroma was a combination of ripe tomato and fresh garlic, all combined together in a rich marinara sauce. A deep bowl of yellow spaghetti pasta was smothered in chunky red sauce, and thick brown meatballs sat on top like robust, craggy boulders. Steam lifted off a whole loaf of bread cut down into thick slices. The couple set a stack of plates, forks, and knives on the table. Gary gave Kinnick a sorry smile. "Bread's the frozen kind and a bit old, but we kept the freezer going as long as we could." Martha averted her eyes, inspecting the floor. Her hands were clasped in front of her, and she nervously rubbed them together. "Not my best. We canned all the meat we could when the power went out." Kinnick dipped his chin in thanks. "You have my thanks, Martha. This looks wonderful." He turned toward Volk's dozing form. "Sergeant, wake up." Volk shot up with a scowl on his face and his gun in hand. He stared at the Marines that were supposed to be standing watch near the front of the restaurant. Hunter was already at the table filling up his plate. "I knew Martha was a good cook." He gazed over at her. "Martha, my dear, if Gary hadn't married you, I sure as hell would." He shoved a whole piece of garlic bread in his mouth and spoke with his mouth full. "Hawk, I got you, bud." He chewed loudly. Crumbs from the bread dropped into his beard. He dug a spoon and fork into the pasta and pulled it up high into the air. Thin strands of spaghetti struggled to hang on to his utensils and plopped on the plate. Volk stood behind him with a softer scowl than normal. "We'll rotate Duncan off the barricade next." He spoke loudly over his shoulder at the other Marines. "Leave some for them or you're on barricade duty all night." Washington snatched up a plate. "Ramos and Boone are going to be so pissed." He laughed. He smiled, thinking about his fellow Marines missing out. "Oh, man, home cooking!" exclaimed Whitehead. He rubbed his forehead with the back of his sleeve, his other hand holding his plate to his chest while he waited for a chance to get food. Kinnick waited for all his men to rotate through the line before he ate. It took all of his fortitude to resist the food, but he'd served with fighting men long enough to know a leader always eats last. The food seemed to lift their spirits despite the darkness that hung over the group with Gore's still haggardly breathing body in the corner. Martha and Gary sat quietly, eating at a separate table. Kinnick filled his plate and sat down next to Hunter. He spun his fork around in the pasta, collecting a wad of the starchy goodness on the edge of his fork. He hooked a chunk of meatball on the end and shoved it into his mouth. It hit his taste buds, and he couldn't help but moan with a bit of gluttonous pleasure. He picked up his garlic bread and used it as a backstop to soak up the extra marinara sauce and give the pasta the extra support it needed to successfully transport the food to his mouth. Hunter looked up at him, nodding in enjoyment. Red sauce and breadcrumbs nestled into his beard as if they were trying to hide. "Best chow since I can remember. What do you think, Hawk?" The quiet man gave a thumbs up from next to Gore. His head neared his plate as he slurped up the strands of spaghetti. "Do you want us on patrol tonight?" Kinnick wiped his mouth. "Yes. I want everybody close and radios up." Hunter nodded. "I'll make sure they know." Hunter put his fork down and snatched up his radio. He walked away from the tables while he talked to Volk and the Marines. Kinnick leaned back in his chair, his belly swollen with a carb-heavy meal. He forced himself up and went over to Gary and Martha. They both gave each other a quick glance when Kinnick walked up to their table. Gary's voice came out like a seasoned saloon owner in the Wild West. "How can I help you, Colonel?" "My men and I would like to bed down here tonight in the restaurant. That is, unless you have any issue hosting us." Gary wiped his mouth with a napkin. "Not at all, Colonel. Be a pleasure." He glanced at Martha. "Can you bring them some extra blankets?" Martha nodded timidly, stood, and left the table. Gary grabbed their dishes and stood up. The old man's eyes were tired. "I'm sorry for your man. If there was something I could do, I would do it." Kinnick weighed the other man's words for a moment. Truth, fiction, half-truths. "Thank you, Gary. We'll get to the bottom of this, I promise you." Gary nodded his understanding and took away the dishes. Kinnick watched the man's boxy frame disappear into the kitchen. Can we even begin to trust these people? They are Americans, but somebody on this island shot one of my men. Martha came from the upstairs apartment, her arms filled with old blankets. Kinnick helped her by taking some. He took the first one over to Hawk. Hawkins laid it over Gore and tucked it in around the Marine, trying to make him comfortable. "Thank you, ma'am," Volk said. His scowl had almost disappeared from his face. The Marines all said their thanks. "Duncan and Washington got first watch." "Hawk and I can take the second watch," Hunter said. Hawk nodded his agreement. "We'll let the Colonel get his beauty sleep." The Marines gave a chuckle, not sure if they should laugh at the informal joke made at Kinnick's expense. "Me and Whitehead take the third patrol," Volk said. Kinnick nodded. "Just let me know if anything is going on." Hunter gave him a wink. "I'll wake you up if there's a fire." Kinnick shook his head. "Thank you, Master Sergeant." Kinnick bedded down using a musty but soft blanket as a pillow. He settled in and fell asleep in a matter of minutes, falling deep and hard into the realm of dreams. The next morning, Kinnick cracked his eyes, feeling refreshed and invigorated by his restful night's sleep. He could hear whispering, and little tentacles of sunlight crept through the barricades of tables lined over the windows. He thought he could hear birds chirping, followed by explosions of gunshots, shattering the peace of the rising eastern sun. Tess, Steele's Camp, Illinois. The sun rose in the east, assaulting the horizon with fiery gold. Tess sat up in the back of the truck bed. She stretched her arms over her head. Fires smoldered, gray smoke drifting from the dead cinder. A few people moved here and there, stoking the fires back to life. Sentries stood along the edges near trucks. Tiny embers moved from mouths to their sides as they smoked. Guns were slung on their shoulders. She hopped down from the back of Red Ronda, wishing she was able to bring her camper instead of the small Ranger pickup. She slept in the open air with a pile of blankets around her like she was in a nest, only her head poking out. Steele always slept nearby, but not too close,
as the man was extra careful about confusing the situation. He treated it as if they were two friends on a campout, always placing himself on the other side of the fire. Sometimes she considered backing out on her deal with Gwen and jumping the man's bones, even if it only got her a few minutes of mindless pleasure. Anything to break the hold of their lifeless world. Holding back wasn't in her nature, but not rocking the boat kept her at arm's length from the man. He was gone now, a pile of blankets in his place. Her heart felt heavy as she remembered the last man to share a piece of her heart, Darren Pagan. He had been burned alive by the pastor and his disgusting followers. It was something she would never forgive nor forget. She wrapped an old patchwork quilt around her shoulders and walked through the Sable Point volunteers' camp. Someone coughed hoarsely in the early chill of morning. Another snored from a few tents over. She smelled the faint, arousing fragrance of coffee brewing, but no food, no salty bacon, no creamy eggs. Steele had cut their